happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like, is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process. And then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is going to do the work for us. No one is going to come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself. So forward through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you get like a sugar rush.
I would shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal
warm-up.
So I'll do a vocal warm-up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going to the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm scrim or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some depth matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like, I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, you know, that would have to be Fireball Ops. Like, I don't know. His family has connections, you know, and I think that that alone is enough, I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Sim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. You know, I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
Well, the only one on the team that I've 1v1 was Derek, because he, like, kept shit-talking me on, like, opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think, like, that's just, like, his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round, and then the next round, we're on, like, eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3, so, yeah, that's how he plays. Like, he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always, like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first answer, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I'd give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take, like, isolate ones perfectly, and I feel like in a 1v1, he's probably ripping someone's head off, to be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you were to lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
We're going straight to us. We're kicking it off. We're no videos. We don't need no stickers. We're coming straight to us off rip. There's a playoffs ahead of us. What a way to start off, guys. But hey, I'm excited to dive right in. Sierra, Dawn, Roy, Vans. How are y'all living today, guys?
Do that right now.
No time. No time.
All right, I'm good. How about you
No
guys?
time, man. Playoffs on the line here. Roy, how are you doing this great sunny Canadian day?
Yeah, I'm doing great. The weather's getting better. Vans is still yapping, and just life goes on. Things are just. It is what it is.
Just another day. Just another
day.
You're sitting there over there, like, please, Vans, don't find that unmute button. Like, we're sitting, we're happy. I'm just kidding.
I got a bunch of other buttons.
Oh wow. Okay.
Wow.
Crickets and stuff. I'm cool. I'm cool right now.
You got all of
He's
buttons.
so chill.
All right.
Shall we turn the page? It's playoffs time. Let's get serious here. Come on.
Let's get serious, guys. We got playoffs. We've been working up 5 weeks of Swiss Valorant all for this and looking over the bracket and what is to come. This is really, really exciting. Of course, these are all the teams that got 4 wins during that Swiss stage. And, oh, Roy, this is the best of the best. And I'm really curious to see kind of the evolution of these teams, because there's some teams we haven't seen in a little bit, whereas there's some teams that really just managed to squeak into here. So now, all up against each other, how will they face off?
Yeah, and I was really okay. Like, I knew the competition was going to be a little tight during playoffs, but the fact that we have this first day to kick things off is insane. A Rankers / Envy versus M80, Cubert versus QOR. Like that. This is such a great first day opening matches. It's really going to solidify a lot of what we've been seeing from these teams. How they're adapting to the meta changes. Of course, there's been a patch, so things have slightly changed in the playing field. So we're going to see how a lot of these teams are going to be adapting, evolving, changing compositions, and kind of just working on the fly, problem solving headed into playoffs.
And looking at this bracket, we do have double elimination, so it's not one loss and you're completely out of things. But of course, when we're eyeing up Ascension at the end of the road, we're eyeing up the performances that you need now, Vans. This is going to be really important for the teams to show us what they've got.
For sure. And if you're looking at the first matchup of the day, which we're going to be covering, which is Envy or Rankers versus M80, it's going to be a super fun one as well when we get to introduce these teams and these rosters. But overall, when you're looking at the top 8, it's going to be a tough competition from beginning to the end if you want to try to win this first split, because there is no easy walk in the park for any of these sections. I mean, you have to play against SRB, TSM, Cubert Academy, and you can't think about the underdogs that have had good results going into the qualifying games. For example, just like Winthrop University that got a nice upset win last week.
Dude, I was actually just about to talk about Winthrop University. That's really funny that you mentioned that, because the fact that is no one has given them any credit. No one has predicted them to make playoffs. They've been the most sleeper team in the league. And the fact that they've qualified looked actually pretty decent throughout the entire split. And I mean, they're just looking great. So shout out to Winthrop University. Happy to see them in playoffs. And I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how their game will be then. But that is for tomorrow. As I said, we got to focus on the right here, right now, and get into the first series of the day. Rankers going up against M80. And this will be a fun one, because M80 we've gotten to see recently. But for Rankers, this is the first team to qualify here for the playoffs. 4-0 record, undefeated, and time to reintroduce them, because right before the playoffs, fans, they got some big news.
100%. They just got signed up by Envy, and it was so cool because just about 2 weeks ago, when we saw that Hastra was able to take and regain control of the organizations of Envy, we're like, oh crap, if he's going to come into Valorant, he's going to have to pick up Rankers. And we joked around Hastra, hopefully you're listening at that point. And suddenly, 2 weeks later, we have the announcement now of the Rankers joining Envy. And it's such a good pickup. You think sometimes it's a little bit early. A lot of orgs sometimes when they try to want to invest into tier 2, they're going to think about that split 2 or think about the playoffs, any chances to make it into Ascension. But we've already seen what the Rankers could do from split 3 of last season up until now, of how good this roster is and how we stopped clowning around this whole coined identity that they have, that they're not really playing clean Valorant, that they're just playing like a pug. But it's not. It's such a good roster to look at.
It's really cool hearing the insight from the team into that, because yeah, some people have kind of dismissed it and just like, oh, well, they can definitely shoot well, but that's kind of it, kind of shallow level, when that hasn't really been the case. There's a lot of strategy to the team, recently getting a coach as of, I believe, before their last game. And they've really been putting a lot of work into taking this really, really seriously. So yeah, they're flashy. Yeah, it's fun, Roy. Yeah, they got that confidence and these double duelists, and they do their own thing, but that doesn't mean it's not serious at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And we have to keep in mind that this is the only undefeated team in the league. They've only dropped one map throughout the entire 4 matches that they've played. I mean, I think they've defeated both TSM and M80. And I might say defeated, but they completely bodied them. They looked incredibly confident. They looked incredibly consistent. And I think that was sort of the big looming question mark for everybody, including the analysts, is about like the level of consistency that you can maintain with such a high confidence playstyle like they have. But in the end of the day, when you really watch it, when you really break it down, it's not just hugging. They're really good at spreading out the map. They're really good at keeping the defenses weak. They're really good at doing so many of the things that are just very effective, and they've proven to be extremely impressive and effective macro tactical advantages, and they seem to have honed down on that.
Yeah, and actually, Roy, you're right talking about saying that they won against TSM, but the other team was against Cubert Academy. But it doesn't take anything away, right? This is still Cubert Academy, the other clear favorite from a lot of the fans in the community, thinking that Cubert Academy are technically going to be ascending into the next one. And you know, the politics around that, maybe they can't ascend because they're the academy team here of Sentinels. But that said, it shows here that rankers are here to play for sure. And one thing that you bring up here, Roy, is how good they are at manipulating timings and rotations. And I think that's the most important thing to underline, the timings that they have. Because sometimes when you look at the synergy of how this team plays, it's not around like a set play of like 1:30 on the clock, or I have this, and this ready, let's start playing floods. They actually do little micro combinations of, you know, little team tag team duos, breaking those timings off setups here from teams trying to go, for example, a setup on the post plan or whatnot, and they catch so many of these players off guard, which always allows for Envy to have like mini 2v2s, mini 1v1s, and you know they're always going to win those duels.
Exactly, and then this all pretty much is a supporting platform for Cainzera, one of the best duelists. That, I mean, I say one of the best. He is, I think, undeniably the best duelist in the league right now. I think his stats are like 30% higher than the next person, or like something around there, like 25-30% higher. Like for such a young kid, that's very, very impressive. But there are some questions that we have to consider, guys. Is there has been changes. We are playing on a new patch. No Waylay, obviously, and we're still running the same old map pool. But there have been changes to Clove, an agent that rankers / Envy they love to play. ISO has been changed as well. Deadlock has been slightly changed as well. And of course, we're going into some slight differences.
So you're telling me they got buffed going into this tournament here for Envy? Because
it's hard to say,
dude. I gotta say, I mean, TLDR, the ISO changes coming through. Yes, he's only got like one undercut, but he's also able to add a suppress. Even if the Clove has longer smokes, they're still going to be able to drop a better metal than it did in the past, which is going to fit quite well into this roster for Envy.
I mean, whether it's a buff or a debuff, I'm definitely thinking the other teams are hoping there's a debuff heading into this tournament, because looking back at some of these wins that Rankers has had, it definitely is not a fluke team. This isn't a light schedule by any means, looking at some of these teams. So to be able to get these victories and in such a strong fashion too, I think really showcases a lot here, Roy. There's a little stumble at the beginning, and then we just go right through that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I completely agree. I think the Blue Otter match was pretty tough. They actually, if I remember correctly, they kind of got bodied on that one map that they lost. But ever since then, they've been on an absolute tear. They turned it around in that series versus Blue Otters, and then they 2-0'd Burgers, 2-0'd Cubert, 2-0'd TSM. But I think the funny thing when you're looking at their match history is their first match against Blue Otter casted such a big doubt over this team. Like, okay, maybe these guys are just rankers. This is probably just going to be another middle tier team in the league, blah, 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 right? Like, clouded team. But then they say, okay, 2-0 versus Burger Boys. Okay, it doesn't really confirm much, but then you see a 2-0 versus Cubert and you're like, okay, this is the real deal. And then you see another 2-0 versus TSM. That's the graphics incorrect, by the way. They actually defeated TSM.
And remember, Roy, the one against Cubert Academy was also like an 11-1 on Pearl, and also a dominating first half, if not mistaken, on Bind before too. So that's where you started to get a little bit more
confirmation.
More convinced. Oh, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. We get so much more conviction throughout watching their matches and just kind of seeing the results and realizing like, okay, this is not a fluke.
I think that's really cool too, to see that evolution, knowing that Rankers isn't a fluke, and then how this is going to fare off against their first opponents here in our playoff bracket. Because on the other end is a team that we've talked about, should be one of the top teams that we've had. But considering a couple of the issues that they've had and concerning their roster, of course, they have the super sub, but they don't have that smart duelist that they've been hoping for. And them playing at a level that maybe they're not 100% happy with. It's a team that's been scaling over weeks. So this could have been a very different matchup if we had this week 1, week 2. But Vans, now that we're in the playoffs, this M80 is looking stronger. I'm so excited to get into it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's bittersweet that we do lose. We did the super sub, but we also bring in a superstar for Sato, right? Picked up all the way here from Galores, out in Challengers last year. Put up some amazing numbers, amazing performances for Galores going into the Ascension playoffs in the group stages. I think one of those crazy games was also against TSM that went so many OTs on a map like Abyss. So yes, it took a little bit of time to get Sato in and adjusted with the system. But overall, when you're looking at how they approached the maps in the games in the last 2 weeks when Sato came in, it was actually quite nice for M80. Coming out with, for example, a Neon on Bind, where you look at the composition, it wasn't looking like there was a lot of synergy around how you could activate the Neon, but they had a strong game plan around that, and it just shows here that they've been working a lot here and around the clock just to make sure that everybody's going to be very comfortable and hopefully do a deep run here in the playoffs.
And I love the fact that they haven't really tried to mislead anyone. Like, Caillou's been pretty vocal about the fact that even he feels like they haven't played at the highest level. I mean, obviously we've seen it. They've had a pretty choppy path towards the playoffs, of course. But I mean, overall, I think, you know, they've been dealt a pretty tough hand. They're doing their best with it. But overall, they brought Sato back in. Okeanos has ultimately played pretty superb in the initial role, a new role that on his record.
True.
And yeah, Sato maybe hasn't quite found his footing. He's not quite playing to the level that we all expect from him and that we saw in Ascensions last year. But I mean, this is their time to turn things around. This is where they can prove that this is in fact a superstar team, and they have the pieces. It's really all about just bringing it all together and making sure it works like a very well-oiled machine.
And M80 is a team of fraggers, right? That you're thinking of like a mini couple like Sentinels, for example, where Tens went from Star Duelist going over to a Smoker role and still put up good numbers. I think Okeanos is one of those players as well. And if you want to compare apples to apples, at least from role switches, B-Dog could be another one that should be talked about here in this roster, doing some good numbers on a controller as well. And again, they also have the type of synergy and team that if they need to play on maps, for example, where they could run a T1 style of double duelist, they definitely have that available for them to utilize here in, like, for example, surprise picks that they want to do against their opponents.
And you're talking
dancing somewhere. She loves double duelist.
True.
True.
As long as there's a Reyna in there, probably, but if not, it's not that cool for Dendrite.
Oh yeah, she would crash the broadcast if we got to see the Raiders today. But I wanted to go back to talking about this M80 team that has the fraggers, because that's not just from their Star Duelist. That's not just from Okeanos. We get to see that across the board, even like top down from this IGL. And I think too, that's been really important for the team, being able to have somebody that's very vocal, being able to lead the team through these tough times, to get that energy, Roy, I think is a really big reason why we've been able to see them, despite all of these shortcomings with, oh my goodness, the roster, everything else, be able to turn it around at the end to get a playoff spot.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this roster, or at least the history of their matches as well, it's been not necessarily the easiest run for M80 either. You talked about how they were facing a couple of challenges, visa issues with trying to get Sato into the roster. We did being like the super sub, but not playing, the duelist role hand in hand with what Sato was doing, right? He had to play initiator role. Okeanos was playing duelist role, and they had to play like the toughest run. If you're looking at the history here, we almost couldn't fill the whole page compared to what we just saw from Envy previously. And they had to play against the Shopify Rebellion Black. They had to play against Cubert Academy. They also had to play against TSM, where they all got tough losses against. And even getting a victory against a very hot YFP at the beginning of the season also showed for us here that M80 was like up and down, but never really finding that true identity yet, until I feel that we finally saw it here now that Sato's joined this roster, and they've been looking like they have that grit and tenacity. Remember, they had to play such a big comeback game last week in order to qualify against Trust and Plug. So that shows a lot here for M80.
Yeah, man, I guess my final point on all this, and all this could be summed up with the fact that no matter how good M80 looks on paper, they ultimately are the 8th seed. They're headed in with the lowest seed possible for the playoffs, and that's why they're up against Rankers, Envy, the first seeded team. And despite how great everything looks, they haven't found their footing. But this is their opportunity to change the narrative, to change everyone's perspective, and really show why they're getting paid, why they're on contract, why they're part of a prestigious org.
They want to play all the teams.
More reps, more genius.
More reps. I mean, even looking back at that history, you have to wait till all the way into the bottom, the last two, and that's where we got to see Sato. So it's a team that definitely can come out here despite being 8th seed and really being able to pop off. And even if there's parts of the team that are trying to find footing here, I mean, Caillou last series had such an insane game. And I love this head-to-head going up against Poppin, who's been praised heavily when you're talking about the depth of the team that Rankers Envy has. I mean, Vans, you have to point to what he's been able to do.
100%. I think Caillou has had a lot of pressure coming into, at least from my point of view, when you're looking at him joining an organization like M80. For the last 2 seasons, they almost made it into qualifying into partnership because they made it into the grand finals so many times and just fell short every single time. So now to come in with a rookie roster pretty much for M80 and trying to call through and make sure that you could actually represent the organization well and hopefully for the 3rd time make it into another Ascension grand finals, then that is a lot of pressure. And I think he's been managing that quite well. He's had some great calls. He's also having moments where he could actually pop off into these multi-rounds or clutch scenarios that really helps out the team. And now again, now that you have like finally your full roster and everybody's playing in their slotted roles, I think it's going to make the calling a lot more easier for him as well.
And I think the really interesting thing with both of these IGLs is that they're first timers in the role. Like they've never really done it at such a high level. And the fact that they are doing it in such an impressive way with so much pressure on their backs and so consistently is super impressive to me.
And it's going to be so important going into this. We've set the stage. Now it's time to look at the battlefield, the map picks and bans for today's series. Again, double elimination bracket. So a loss here doesn't mean you're out, but you want to make sure you're putting yourself in the best position possible. And to kick off this series, we're going to Abyss. This is going to be Envy's pick. Vance, how are we feeling about Abyss in this map pool?
That's going to be a fun one because we were just joking around about M80 getting more reps, getting more maps here against their opponents. And unfortunately, it also brings a lot more tape. So on the side of Envy, they've actually never played it so far here in this Challengers for the VCL this season. So it might be a trump card to start in the very first map of this series to try to really catch M80 off guard and let them know like, oh, holy crap, these changes coming through from like the ISO and the Clove is really going to be a pain point for us this whole series. So I like the pick going into that first.
All right, Roy, thoughts on overall this map pool? Lotus the second, M80. I feel like that's just a classic.
Yeah, that's a classic M80 map for sure. But I do want to touch on one thing for the Abyss pick from Rankers. Yes, they might be confident. They might have some kind of like card up there, something hidden. But essentially, Sato, this was one of his best maps last year during Ascension's run. His jet on this map was absolutely nasty. He's an absolute demon in the role. He's playing it very well. And I think the level of like fragging power, his op could be very disruptive for Rankers. I'm a little bit nervous from this pick, to be honest, because this is like the one map. I mean, okay, let me take one step back here, right? We talk about the firepower for Rankers, and we highlight it so much as a winning condition for them. But if anything, M80 is the one team that can match that. Almost every player on this roster has such insane firepower. Oh, you don't agree?
Well, because I feel like I've been on a desk multiple times with you for the past week, and I've said similar things as you, for example, when they had to play against TSM. And I'm like, yo, TSM, Young Fraggers, Recoil, Vora, they're owning in the ranks here, and then they got picked up for TSM. GMD could now focus on his crosshair, and TSM has what it takes to go toe-to-toe against a team like Envy. And boom, they got smashed by Envy. And I think we're going to see similar things against M80 as well. And I wanted to retract a bit here. They have played it once already against Burger Boys, but it still doesn't take away from the fact here that they're very comfortable and strong on this map, especially pulling out this Euro in the call.
Okay. I love the call out that Sato is so strong on this map. And Sato, even if Sato is maybe like, we didn't see Sato at full form, Sato still did really well last time at Abyss, and M80 just frankly altogether did not. So that's still... Sato can't do everything. We got to see the entire team kind of stepping up. But I want to go back to that head-to-head, and you two disagreeing here. And apparently get right back into it, because Roy going against the grain here. Okay.
Look at his smug look trying to be like, let me go against the grain, man. I'm so cool.
I'm about to speak about an ancient Valorant mysticism, okay? Some hidden wisdom, okay? I call it the org debuff theory. When a high-performing free agent team gets contracts, it's all downhill. Their nonchalantness becomes a little bit more chalant. Their loose playstyle gets a little bit more tight. The smiles are a little bit less smiley, guys. Things get serious, and their superpowers slowly get just sucked out of them and then become an ultra serious team trying to find consistency, structure, appeasing investors, and suddenly they're Magic. They're forced to be Chalant. They've never been Chalant, and now things just get weird.
No. I think at this point, I think you're just coping now, Roy. If this is your analysis as to why M80 is going to win, I am not trusting your meta tweets about agent compositions and whatnot anymore. And it's going to switch from Chalant to being shellacked by Envy against M80 on his first map.
Wait,
All right.
Side note, you can come back to roasting me in 2 seconds, but I love the double duelist pick by M80. We talked about it so many times. We said that this is one of the teams that could easily run that double duelist, and I think they're finally leaning into it.
Yeah, it actually looks good into that as well, for sure, especially with Okeanos looking pretty decent as a secondary and also leveraging the Euro potentially as an initiator as well. So this is going to be a very good agent for him to support Sato in this dive that they need.
Especially, too, a lot of these reps that the team had. I mean, Oki's such a fantastic duelist. So I'm excited to have this double duelist go up against the team that's known for that. McCain Zara on the Clove instead. This is going to be a great first showdown between these two. It's time to start with the first match here at the playoffs and send over to our casters, Shift and Wyatt.
Thank you, friends. The shellacking comment for Vansili has me weak. What a boomer. What's up, Wyatt? How we doing, brother? How we feeling about this? This could be, I think this could be an instant classic matchup right here.
I'm super excited. Listen, Rankers at the moment, they're one of the most fun teams to watch in all of Valorant. No matter what happens, you know you're going to have a good time because they're going to run it down. They're going to give you a solid 10 to 15 montage-worthy clips per VO3. And that's what I'm all about. And it's going to be cool to see what M80 can do against them, given that they finally got Sato in the roster. They had him last match, but they'd been waiting and waiting. So how good will this team actually be now that they have the 5 they wanted?
Yeah, there's a level of like rehearsal reps for both of these two teams. Like Rankers hasn't played an official competitive match in about a month because they steamrolled through their first 4 matches, got into playoffs immediately. Or on the other side, M80 is still trying to get themselves locked in with Sato. And, you know, watching him play his first competitive match, there was a level of M80 kind of like allowing him to play what he wanted, and then they're going to play around him, like try to get him as comfortable as possible. And like the desk had mentioned, there may not be a better comfort pick combination for Sato than being on a Jet on Abyss. So we'll see if that ends up being the case, as M80 will start off on offense. Rankers/Envy, as we'll largely know them as, will be starting on the opening defense here.
And like the desk mentioned, I do also like this double duelist look. Okeanos brings a lot of firepower to the team, and you need firepower to be able to beat the Rankers.
Eggster in a little bit of trouble. The gate crash does get sent out for him to get back, and ooh, a couple of spam shots, not enough to fully check the corner. So Egg will get one, back away, get him to the site. Kane's there, right there with him on the extra cross, and yeah, really well done to utilize the cell smoke from the club to get to the angle. First 2 eliminations go the way of Envy.
Wow, K0 with the overheal, just feeling confident to take a timing through the smoke. No util off the back of that, wins the duel. Average K0 moment.
Average, to put it plainly. Just absolutely dominating this opening choke point. Spike down just behind this approach towards B, but the problem here is there's just not a lot of information. There's going to be a full walk down at middle just to make matters worse here for M80. So the big key is to try to take care of Eggster as fast as humanly possible, if at all possible. Corner check not fully there. Spike to try to go down. Should be planted, but again, how do you hold this into a 2v5?
Spike planted.
Yeah, and they will not be expecting this 3-man
enemy remaining.
Yeah. First shot's good. Kane's here now on 3. Nice tap from Sato. Trying to follow up top onto Aya. Not going to work out, and the opening first bloods dictate the outcome of the first round.
Eggster playing a nice forward position, taking advantage of the teleport. The Yoru main going to be playing it on every single map, plays it in rank 24/7. He is an expert on the agent. And then after that, you're just already seeing Kane0 sitting at 3 or 1, just immediately willing to take the duels, walk through his own smoke. This guy has been unreal. He's putting up an average 337 ACS for all of stage 1. The next closest enemy to that was we did at 220. We did. He's not in the server, so someone has to step it up and be at this guy's level, which might just be an impossible ask. He has been otherworldly compared to the competition.
Here we go. Ion stepping into the smoke front side at this A choke point. Here's the orb being collected. A secondary smoke is just behind this, though, so a couple of spam shots will kind of go astray. Not much action to talk of through this follow-up through A, and that's going to lead to a reset here for M80 back over towards the B side of the map.
Ion is exploring a little bit into main, does catch the Yeoman teleport away from B-Dog to safety as M80 wants to group up towards the B side. Could be frustrating to contend with the Marshal, has that nice deep angle from heaven.
Well, smoke will block it out for a moment. Decoy through. The sheer blocking off the approach for now. Waiting for it to fall, though, is M80. Just going to commit to this flat out. There's help on the way, though, now all of a sudden for Envy. Egster just looking for a pixel through all the smoke, and now just takes it to the no-scope angle. Inspire following up. The 2-for-1 exchange coming through. Caden's up top. Easy peasy, no problem. Inspire now right on into the recover. We'll find the final two, and it'll be Rankers once again just dominating off the choke points.
Yeah, really flooding in there proactively to help each other, and you can see immediately the value that the Vice brings at the moment. All of the utility to slow down the attacking team, which is why those retake, or not even retakers, but just the teammates to flood are able to come in time. Agent is just proven to be so strong here.
Yeah. I think the thing about it is, you know, and we're going to learn here very quickly in this first map, you know, how much progress has this NV team been able to make since they played last, again, about a month ago or so. Whereas for M80, again, still trying to get themselves locked in with Sato in the picture. And so far, everything has been very calm, very complete for the side of Envy. Aldrin will see Ion inside the smoke, but again, not really much to be told off of that, as Ion will just delete it, get out of there, and once more, there's really not an immediate approach for M80 taking their time with this gun round.
Yeah, Envy wanted to set up a very aggressive play in A main early to take a fight, but the M80 side were taking their time, playing their default, not trying to expose themselves to an aggressive play that certainly could come when you're on the anti-bonus. So they re-clear this A main for free. Entire team grouped up, ready to hit. Ion on the anchor.
And I will say, M80 is doing a nice job in the macro game, just trying to get these ultimate orbs farmed up. They're almost at a dimensional drift already. Nice opening shot from Okeanos. Zera, the first one to drop, and that seems like great boss. So Okeanos will actually go a little bit deeper into the site, find himself another elimination, and that will open up things completely. Absolutely nothing to do for Egster there in the long corner. And Inspire will be the late rotator over as M80 will set up a 4v1 post plant.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. They just take their time re-clearing a main in the mid-round. Great openings from Okeanos. That is why you want that man on the duelist role. He has been really excellent in Challengers for a couple years now. This has been really his first opportunity on one of the bigger Challengers orgs, teams that we've got in the scene. He definitely deserves it.
I think it'll be really interesting as well as this round will come with really not much conflict here at the end. Maybe a couple of exit eliminations if Inspire can find the angle. But kind of talking to Vansili's point, I mean, this M80 squad by organization have been so close so many times at ascending, but not quite able to get over the hurdle. And you have to think that there's a level of, you pick up Sato as a way to inspire some extra firepower just to try to get through that hurdle. I think the question will be, you know, how deep can their map pool get throughout this playoff run? Because that's going to be the big question with teams like this Rankers/Envy squad, TSM, Cubert Academy, all of them looking really clean in their first 4 or 5 matches that they played in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, definitely. You're wondering with Sato coming in, how much will this team be playing catch-up compared to a team like Rankers that have just been grinding for like 6-7 months at this point?
Yeah.
That is a big question.
Our first full gun round here as we're going to start to get some indications of what exactly we're going to find. Flash out, Okeanos trying to hit off the dimensional drift, but not really going to threaten popping too much. Good space, though, deep in towards the site. We'll see what the makeup looks like. Decoy going to be set just to allow an opportunity to teleport into the back of this play. Sato for first blood, good. Ion trying to step up, though. May find some contact here, and sure will. Opening shots are good, but B-Dog with the trade will allow us the post plant to get set up.
That was really well done from Okeanos to get them into the site. Drop from K0 really early, exposed, punished by Sato. Should be easy to clean up at this point for M80.
Sure feels that way. Inspire able to find a trail elimination, though, over the middle of the map. So maybe an opportunity if he could take down B-Dog, but not the case. Sato finds his third in the round, and M80 take the critical opening gun round between these two squads.
a couple Rankers players there getting exposed out in the open. It was KZera dropping down, wanted to find a timing out of the smoke, punished for that. But prior to, the more important one was Poppin, who thought maybe there was a window to get out into the site to get the kill on Okeanos, who had just gotten into backside there, but had teleported away. And then he just gets shot in the side for free. That dimensional drift really getting a lot of value.
All right. Well, back over to just full sheriffs this time for Rankers. M80 starting to cook up just a touch now on this offense, building up the bank accounts at the same time. And again, there's been some pretty decent orb control here over towards the front side of A. B-Dog also able to find a long-range elimination through the mid-ramps. But I think it's going to be interesting to see if Rankers decide to change things up. They've shown some level of force to the front doors at A, but not enough to fully contest that orb.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. M80, and that's why they were able to get that Yoru ult so quickly. Trying to work up now towards this B site. Nebula frustrating to get through. They're going to be slowed down. Multiple Rankers players have rotated over to this site. Could get dangerous if they try to force it, M80.
Yeah, but Caillou is able to earn himself the 100 straight. Whoa, what a pop out here from Poppin. Just kind of takes an angle, shuts down one, but the trade is decent. We go to a 4v3, and again, entries starting to come through, but Inspire on the cross through mid is able to find the elimination. Decoy also going to play a role here for Eggster, and all of a sudden, the Sheriffs are looking extra potent. Dimensional drift coming through. Bao not quite able to find at least the secondary elimination yet, but what does Eggster want to do on exiting this drift? He's going to be right behind the play, has a rifle to play with Ion on the cross, spam shots, dealing a little bit of damage, but as Eggster drops, maybe the hopes have also fallen here as the spike will be planted at A.
This is going to be so tough for Ion. Wasn't able to get his hands on a rifle. Maybe could have an opportunity to take a 1v1. Bao is miles away in astral form.
I'm going to try to hop onto it for now. Gravity going to be able to pull him off. Patience still coming through here for M80. Follow-up shots, decent. And yeah, the final spam shots come through. Bao saving the round, though. I mean, at a moment, it looked like Rankers were really going to hold the front line, but Bao comes away with most of the final eliminations, allowing the third round to be tallied for M80.
Yeah, winning that duel against Eggster was more than crucial. They really did try to force it. That's what I was worried about with M80. And not only did they try and force getting into the site, but it just got disconnected. One player after another coming out of the nebula, but not together.
Now we wait.
At the end of the day, though, they had the firepower to still bring it over the finish line. I mean, these are the kind of rounds that this Envy team will thrive in. The chaos, the random timings to take duels.
Yeah. Well, back on the gun round, Poppin is going to pull out an operator here and just a walk down through mid. Not a lot of support for that play for KZera, but again, still comes away with first blood. And that puts a lot of pressure on this M80 offense once again. But, I mean, again, look at Okeanos. He's just used his dimensional drift 2 rounds ago, and he's already pretty close to earning another one. So there's definitely a priority focus here for M80 trying to get the Yoru online.
It's going to be tough to deal with this op. They want to re-clear mid because they lost all that control due to the KZera pushdown. And it could have gotten really dangerous against the operator, but luckily the drone forces Poppin away.
Well, Okeanos is going to establish a threat here, just using his decoy to clear a little bit of extra space through B-Link. Maybe a chance to re-wrap back around over towards topside at A, but waiting for this is Poppin with an operator. Shoulder comes through. What a shot from Okeanos! The same breath, though, Ion holding the front choke point.
Down A.
Really shuts down the impact of the play. And there's just no more room for Okeanos to work with, so it all falls with Bao.
Bao with 20 seconds and really no chance. Wants to wait for this smoke to fade. Wants to isolate a duel and will get a free one. Oh my god, but a little bit of a whiff shot. That was dangerous for a second, but all good.
Wow, that's funny as heck. But we're getting a lot of just flat out raw gunfights, either through the smokes at A or more in particular over the last couple of rounds, just walkdowns at middle. And
yeah,
it's kind of gone 50-50. And how many of these first bloods have determined the outcome of the round? It feels like most of them.
It is the Rankers special on defense. They push up constantly. You want to play slow and wait them out. It's not like Sato wasn't on the right angle. He was. But the Rankers players have such good aim that you're going to lose a number of those duels.
I'll see what happens as now we're going to get a battle of the scopes. Sato has gotten his operator. He also has the knives at the ready in case he needs to be more of an impact on the break. Wall does get tripped on the shear. That's from the decoy. So again, M80 putting a little bit of utility pressure down, but the question mark will be how do you commit? Because honestly, this front door at B has been tough to crack, and you still have 2 stars placed for Rankers with Ion just kind of playing an island on A.
Just look at M80 on the map right now. They're so passive, covering all of the angles. You want to punish Rankers for this. Exer just jumping off the map to get some info. Don't think he spotted anyone, which is why he's on the rotate over towards A.
Well, here comes the focus. 45 seconds remaining. They are going to make the play over towards B. And things have started to shift just a touch for Envy. Oh, the pop and drop in the middle of that. This is going to make this rotation from A super difficult as the dimensional drift's going to get popped. Okeanos is trying to find the defender inside the zone. And will be able to do so. That's going to be enough to get the ping out, plus the Hunter's Fury. Nice trigger discipline as well for Okeanos to pop the dimensional drift, find the elimination, and set up the post plant.
Lovely round so far. Rankers going to try to commit to this retake. The cash is decent for them, so if they can find that opening pick, they can really accelerate off of it.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, no, it's wraps on the retake effort. Time to save.
Yeah, really good stuff here from M80. I mean, it's been late round executes, but I think you call it properly when it comes down to just showing a little bit of force on both sides, keeping the defense a little bit uncomfortable, and then those couple of key pieces of utility that get popped. I mean, the sheer not being there at B opens the floodgates for M80 with the dimensional drift. So I think the commitment has been good. The feel-out tactics in the first minute or so of these rounds has been really strong for M80's offense.
Caillou, the rookie IGL for M80, had a really good read on the situation after Eggster went for that jump off the map, teleport, try and spot a player, play. Immediately called for the team to rotate over towards B, get that execute in with that nice combination of the ultimates to find the additional pick there onto Inspire to open the site up. That was really well done. And Rankers forced to call a timeout. M80. They're looking good so far. They know how to punish their style of play.
It's going to be interesting to see what the conversation piece is going to be here, because you still have, like you mentioned, enough money to full purchase. It includes an operator. So is it one of those moments where you kind of think back to the first 3-4 rounds where Rankers are finding some success in the opening first bloods, kind of playing off the choke points, not allowing an execute to come through, just contesting it before the spike gets on site? But the thing about it is, if you're running an op, you're likely trying to set up for some sort of a play for picks type strategy. But honestly speaking, at this moment, we really haven't seen the ops have much of an impact in terms of finding first blood considerations. So I think it'll be interesting to see off this timeout, how do Rankers, Envy, again, we could get the assets all put together, how do they want to use Eggster here? Is it going to be something a little bit more forward with the ability to gate crash back to safety? Or will they try to just play reactive like they had in the last couple of rounds and just try to change up how they're stacking the sites?
Now, when it comes to Eggster and Rankers, I want to go for the first option, which is the push-up and try to gate crash away. We'll have to see there what side of the map is opting to play on. It is going to be Sato with the operator to watch an A main push. Having an attack side op against this team, not too bad. Actually, the op went into the hands of Poppin, so we might have a duel here over on this A side if control of main is fully taken for M80.
No, the Aldrone pushes back the angle, just a touch. Poppin still trying to find some sort of a pixel peak, but now the Cosmic Divide comes through. Flash is also in the mix. Gravity Vortex slows down the play just a touch, but Poppin's committed, and you've got a little bit of a playing and coloring outside the lines here from Sato. Able to find one with the knives. That opens the front door completely. Kane and Inspire, the last two left, but Kane has gone a bit unchecked backside of the site. That will stall this out almost completely as the spike is down, and now all of a sudden Okeanos and Bao have to get together.
Kane is just trying to stay alive within their smoke. It was well placed.
Well, top, take up top. Oh, big win. Zera going to come back to life, but only for a small moment. Okeanos able to use that as a way to feed up the stats, and Bao finds the 1v1 up top onto Inspire. Yeah, decent moment there from Zera holding onto the site. Looked like there may be enough time and space to get the other defender over, but not to be, as M80 win the pivotal gunfights. And now you've got Rankers in a bit of a financial trouble.
Yeah, it is incredibly chaotic with Poppin playing that position with the AWP. You would have loved to have had Egster there with the AWP so he could have teleported away, but Poppin is just caught in the open completely. No chance for survival and slim chance of finding a kill. Couldn't, because Sato is just gliding off the map. Rankers are playing as chaotic as ever. M80 are really punishing them for it.
Yeah. So now you've got a little bit of a runaway moment here for M80. Again, they are flush full of cash. And the key ultimates that they've been utilizing, in particular, again, the Dimensional Drift is still close to being ready. And in a bit of a save round here, there's an opportunity to deal more damage in the ultimate economy as well. Egster trying to bait, saying, hey, look at me, I'm a decoy. Nope, not gonna be fooled by that. Sato able to find first blood. And that will allow, again, M80 just to run on forward here at B.
First shot from Inspire, but immediate trade from Sato.
Yeah, just too much superiority in the firepower. Maybe a chance here for Ion, but no, B-Dog slips away. Poppin also seen on the corner, Recon Bolt coming through, but Ion does actually win the nice little 1v1 at mid. So a little bit of damage and a chance to find a weapon. See if he can deal a little bit more impact to this M80 squad. But again, this is a bold 1v3, and nope, not going to get through Sato, who is really starting to pop up. I mean, last week, we started to see the potential that he brought to the table. But since that point, since his debut, he really has shown that the ceiling is high for this player.
Absolutely. I have two kind of questions on my mind right now, which first of all is the fact that Rankers picked this map at all. It is not a map that they've played. They're picking into something that maybe they're going to fall into the situation of, we've been really good on this in scrims, but then you finally played in a match and you're not quite as good as you think. Or is it the fact that oftentimes you've seen Rankers start on defense, they have a worse first half, but as soon as they get onto attack, they just steamroll the other side. So there are two little things that I have in mind as this map is going to progress.
You got to keep in mind as well, like, we don't have much in terms of statistics on this Rankers team on this map because they beat Burger Boys largely from their defensive half. So a little bit more clear cut that M80, a couple of playthroughs here have found more success on their offense. So I think most teams find more success on their offense, if we're being honest with one another. But we'll see how things start to develop. Deep smoke, backside of B, putting a little bit of pressure on the defenders playing on the site themselves. But Sato doesn't catch anything as of yet. Egster maybe looking for a peek through this smoke, but he'll just gate crash back over towards A.
And it seems like it might be a timely gate crash as M80, they want to execute on the A side. They're going to try and send some fake pressure towards B. You can see Okeanos through his gate crash over there. Fake dimensional drift. Hey guys, we're totally hitting B right now. Please rotate over. Will they actually fall for the Rankers? They do. The A site left to just Ion to anchor.
Smoke and Gravity Vortex have a place. Yeah, so there's also a Hunter's Fury to just throw through the choke point. That's going to work out for one. Okeanos still able to find the first blood. Egster caught, though. And that, again, allows M80 to track back, find the spike, and likely get on for a post plant.
Okeanos has a nice forward position. Poppin does have a recon to clear close, get the info. Okeanos, oh, it's really punished, though, for playing forward.
Yeah, now trying to use a little bit of tempo. RNV, but no, they're just stuck on site. High ground control from Bao is too good. And Inspire has not had a particularly great game to this point. Only a handful of eliminations is going to be stuck. And he's going to try to give this the old college try. Maybe see if he can find an elimination or two. But time is running out and the economy is not good. And you're also running into a pre-scope from Sato. This has been convincing from M80. I mean, outside of the pistol and the follow-up, this has been really clean in terms of what you look for out of an offense.
Absolutely. I really love the calling right now from their IGL Caillou, who's for the on a big, good team for the first time in the Challengers scene. First time in a playoff run here and is starting off so strong. That was a lovely fake towards the B site. Immediately started drawing the Rankers players away. Left Ion on an island over towards A. And then you have Okeanos entering so well. This is really impressive.
Oh, look at this little walk down in through A. Again, just pistols with the hero weapon from Kane. Oh, and wow. I mean, Bao's even reading that, and the chip damage through the fencing is working out pretty well. But all things told, that's going to lead to a full-on rush. And ooh, Inspire maybe just misses a window there. Saw the teleport for B-Dog, but cannot convert on the Sheriff shot. So we're going to get a 4v4 post plant with weapon superiority for M80.
Spike planted.
Rankers, they did recover the one rifle, but even still, these players are so weak.
Yeah. That's just all that early damage being tallied by Bao.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot from Sato. Again, it's just when you get to his POV, you see the potential. You see what M80 sees in bringing this guy to North America. But Ion's going to back away with the Phantom, try to save it. The hunt is on, though, for M80. And, well, looks like there may just be a 1v1 here to complete the round. 8-3 going to be the count for M80. Again, running away with this half.
It's looked so dominant. The entering from Okeanos has been superb when they're actually getting into the executes. I love that they're leaning into this attack side operator. It's a great way to counter defensive aggression. And then the late round calls from Caillou. Really, everything has been on point for this squad so far. We have rarely ever seen Rankers in a position where they're down 8-3. Even if they start slow on defense, you know, they've still managed to keep it relatively closer than this.
Well, kind of have to have this, I think, if you're Envy. Cosmic Divide to work with, but that's really been about it. I mean, there really hasn't been much ultimate pressure here from Rankers, not in a major way at least. We're on the other side. Nothing at the ready yet, but an orb or a kill away are a couple of ultimates. In particular, looking at Sato to see if he can get this orb front side B for knives. Caillou just getting to work with the Aldrin. Flash will come through. Enough to at least stop any information from coming in. Orb being collected, but no instigation yet. Just a simple flash and decoy to see if M80 can get any info off of it.
The M80 were hoping as well that that decoy would activate the shear wall again, but it's been placed in mid just to, you know, alert Rankers to a potential lurk.
That's bold. Trying to entry in with the operator. That's shut down, and now you really don't have many vehicles for an approach. I mean, there's still 2 stars placed for the defense at A. You've got help from Poppin, who stole an Haldrone as well. So, again, the ability for Envy to delay this hit is pretty steep.
M80 want to pivot through mid. Looks like they want to go for an A split with the majority of the players rushing through vents.
Quick read just off the sound cue. Is easy for a first. Now the reposition from the defense coming out. Ion trying to keep himself alive as the Aldro does get one mark, and that's enough for the follow-up for a second to come through. Not a lot of time remaining here to finish off this half. Bao is stuck and will only find a single elimination. I don't know about shooting bodies after that half if you're popping, but, you know, if you're feeling it, you're feeling it. 8-4 goes the half. We swap the sides.
Yeah, that was more of a trying to get the confidence back, get the mental back, shooting the body. Not so much the, damn, we're playing well, shooting the body. A little bit of desperation in that one. They also desperately needed that last round, which, to some extent, was handed to them by Sato, getting very ambitious with his positioning with that operator towards the B site. That was an uncharacteristically aggro play from him on that half, at least.
Yeah. A little heat check, maybe, Wyatt? Just see if you got the hot
maybe
hand.
just a little bit. He's 12-6. I get it.
Okay, here we go. Pistol doesn't feel as much like a must-win here for Rankers with that round coming through, but it would be nice to have if you're a fan of Rankers for sure. And, ooh, making a little bit of contact up here. Kane Zera, just trying to fiddle with the timing of the smokes. Takes the brute force of a lot of damage, but yeah, there's just not much of an entry or an exit for that matter, as Rankers are just trying to find this crossfire set up their mid, and it does not work out really at all.
And they want to use these double smokes to try and push up mid, cut off both of those angles. That's why you run the 2 smokes in this comp when you're on attack. It's really nice to be able to make the defenders think at any point you could be walking up really close, going for one of those B splits. There it just doesn't work out. Kane0 gets shut down for playing too far forward. The B exec is going to come through, and it should be a full retake situation.
Oh, say an elimination here from Inspire would go a long way, but doesn't beat the Sheriff of Okeanos. Another quick rotation over for the defense. Also looking to set up some sort of a pinch from the backside of this B execute. Dark cover there to, again, allow Okeanos a chance. Nice flash play, though. Double peek coming through for Iron and Egg. Shotguard also on the way forward. This is working out nicely as M80 are getting completely stifled on this play through B-Link, and now all of a sudden it's just down to the flank. And well, I'll tell you what, Rankers have full information on it. What a setup, what a forced commitment to stop the retake from ever getting off the ground.
That was a fantastic decision. They played to their only realistic win con, using one of those flashes from Eggster, catch a timing to fight forward together where M80 aren't expecting it, where they're in that transitional moment trying to set up for their full retake. They hit the timing window perfectly, win out the duels. And just like that, they're right back in this game, so long as they don't get ecoed here, which seems highly unlikely, given that there's literally no investment from M80.
Rip and tear.
Ooh, a little aggression here out of the Razor. Trying to see if there's going to be a push-up. Good prediction, plus a little bit of spam from the Ares. Woo! Absolutely melted as the M80 aggression, trying to get cheeky through the front side of A, and that right there may determine the round unless Caillou can do something with some right clicks. But again, this is all 5 players with weapons, and yeah, it's just not going to happen. Foul falls off the map, doesn't want to give away anything else, and that will be enough for Rankers to bring this back within 2.
Making it look incredibly easy because it was incredibly easy. That is an M80 that didn't want to spend a dime. They want to get that operator over to Sato, glass cannon, which is going to set up. They really want to rely on the impact of their Brazilian star duelist, who's so impressive last year at the Ascension tournament with Galoris. It's been really impressive in this game so far, too.
Well, here we go. True bonus coming through for Rankers once again. M80 defensively could at least allow Okeanos to play forward. Sato once more. The scope in hand. Deals with the Aldrone, backs away. Help is on the way. Paranoia also coming through, just trying to slow down this approach for Rankers. That's pretty darn successful for now. But there's a gate crash getting the backside of the A site. Behind this dark cover as well. Do they commit to this? No, not fully. Just going to take the fights from the front. Sato connects off the first shot. Caillou also up top, try to do what he can. As soon as the smoke fades away, as a pinstripe kill feed, but it leads to a 2v2. Spike going to be recollected. Extra looking for the plant, but holding for now.
It's got the weapon upgrade to Eggster, but yeah, it doesn't want to force getting the spike down and all of a sudden the pop flash in his face. Okeanos and Bao right on top of it, so taking their time. Rankers trying to double up here, play as a unit.
Decoy for Okeanos. Eggster just making sure there's no cross. Toggle off the spike. Okeanos for 1. Okeanos for 2. Rankers, I think we're just a little caught. Just not sure if they wanted to try to challenge on the cross or try to delay a little bit further, but it's enough of a window for Okeanos to pop up and shut down the bonus.
And that is also why you gotta love M80 leaning into the double duelist. When you have Okeanos and Sato on your team, you can't be mad at that. Both of them combined right now for 26, both of 13. What a two-piece. They've had so much impact on the game already. Rankers are going to be on their full buy, though. Not really close to any ultimates at this point, or any ultimates of significance. Eggster's still pretty far away. Poppin's still pretty far away.
Critical key gun round here early on this offensive half for Rankers. Okeanos playing a similar corner that we had seen Eggster do early, but fades back. Aldrone inspiring some of that retract. Razor going to be popped as well. Bao just trying to hold on to a corner. And that's going to lead to now the full execute coming through. Spike should be planted here. Not a lot of opportunity to contest if you're M80. Okeanos thinking about it though. Deco will come through. Poppin able to confirm for the plant, but doesn't get away with the exit. Now the dimensional drift is earned and Okeanos will start to clear.
Getting a lot of info back site. Can he find a time to actually get out of this though? Take a duel. Will on the site. Great for shot from Bao.
Eggster just looking for timing on this peek, and the follow-up also shut down. Really good. Paranoia also cutting across the site. Just absolutely nowhere for this post plant to actually get set up. a lot of that, again, just coming off the simple fact that Okeanos pops off in a couple of these opening rounds, has the early dimensional drift, gets the read, and then the flashes, they all hit for the side of M80's retake.
There's some little mistakes that are really adding up for Envy. Poppin trying to plant out in the open there, assuming that someone would have their eyes on the shelf jump up spot. No one is actually watching it. He just goes down essentially for free. That's the 5v4, and that gave Okeanos' ult, I believe. It was that kill. So all of a sudden, dimensional drift in the retake, getting all the info, and every domino fell down. It's really tough from Rankers. They can't be making little mistakes like that.
Yeah. 100% agree. Now they're in a weird situation where you've got a couple of members who can afford rifles. It's going to be mostly with light armor, though. So you've got a Bucky, you've got a Guardian. All of that on the offensive side. So it definitely feels like if you're Rankers, you need to get some sort of a deep post plant setup if you want this Bucky to do some damage.
Okeanos more than content to continue to play forward, look for that first pick and the teleport away to safety and spawn.
Bold call here off the opening Hunter's Fury, but it does connect, and it will find first blood onto Eggster. So that's the Bucky carrier down. I don't want to say that that's nothing, but
Retrieving flash.
the biggest thing about this is you would have loved to have found an opportunity for Eggster to get the dimensional drift while he was alive to open up the site, and now this becomes a multifaceted problem for Rankers to have to break down.
Definitely. Also, the Hunter's Fury used because of Poppin activating his drone, but Eggster gets killed for it instead.
Now there's going to be a small teleport back here for the defenders on A. A little bit of pressure through mid-map for Kane Zera, but this is going to be voluntarily allowed by M80 as they're watching this close corner. Sato in particular, ready for this contact if it does come through, and it is inching forward. Steel Guardian going to be called out. Here's the opportunity. Sato finds the one through mid, but Inspire has found first one over to the front side. B-Dog still holding the angle. Razor Wire causing some damage, and that allows an opening. Can they get this planted, though? Caillou on the corner. Oh, what a combination. The Vortex plus the Chalk Dart. That'll work out for the kills, and that'll lead to M80 getting to 11.
M80 look so impressive right now. Bear in mind, this is the first seed going up against the 8th seed in the playoffs. Rankers have been utterly dominant since debuting late last year. They're on a 17-match win streak. Looking like they're going to lose their own pick to start off this series.
And I think the thing about it, and we've kind of hinted towards this a couple of different times, but largely speaking, this is it's just been a patterns and trends game that M80 have controlled the tempo of this game from pretty much start to finish. I mean, I don't want to say fully from the start because they lose the pistol, but outside of the pistols and the follow-ups, they've really only lost 2 gun rounds. I mean, they have been so good, and a lot of it's been in very convincing form. Dimensional drift coming through. Blindside also part of this. Sato still trying to hold the angle. Push back with Hunter's Fury comes out for the offense. Really forces the issue as, yeah, the judge going to pack a punch. That's going to be enough to get on towards A and likely secure this round.
Fake teleport. And that is just the second time in this match we've seen on display the insane value of syncing up your Yoru and Sova ultimates, being able to ping out all of the players to get free connections with the Hunter's Fury, and then just the chaos that it creates for the other team, allowing the Yoru to get out of the dimensional drift, find a timing to get kills. It's so strong. That was, without a doubt, the most effortless round we've seen from Rankers so far. The first really dominant round they've played that I can think of.
Yeah, same. It's just like, again, we say all this, and you still kind of have maybe a little salty taste remaining in your mouth because, like, it takes 2 key ultimates to win a round.
Exactly.
And it's like, how do we get this type of entry success if you're Rankers playing with just basic utility? You've got a concept divide coming up next, so like that can also help you isolate one of the 2 sites, but still, it's one of those situations that there needs to be more than just, you know, super powerful alt combinations to win rounds like that.
This certainly could be a round where they attempt to go for a somewhat safe plant with that Cosmic Divide. You can use Kane Zera to be more of a hard entry in a situation where he's going to have that res ultimate as well, can get back into the fight.
Scanning ahead.
Well, how about this? M80 using an early paranoia to get some forward motion on the map, and that will work out. Knives with B-Dog going to come through for the first blood. It's going to force a very quick rotation, though, for the Rankers, knowing that they've got numbers advantage over towards A. Can anyone step up here for the defense? Eggster is already skilled super deep into our site, but does get traded. Okeanos for 2. Holy cow. And now he's got a chance to just teleport back, reset, and the defense can play with 4v2 advantage.
This should be it. There is no reason that M80 should not be winning this round out. They've got them surrounded as well.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, and now the spike is down. Kainzera, last one standing. No exit whatsoever. And again, you make the right read if you're Rankers. You're just trying to force it down in towards A. You know you've got a numbers advantage, but Okeanos is having none of it.
I love the decision-making from M80 and the overall macro game, just throwing it around late where they go for an aggressive look early, which is not something that they've been doing actively. Completely catches Ion off guard. Then the rest of Rankers, like you said, they feel like, okay, well, we just have to go. We know they pushed up elsewhere. Let's play to the man advantage. But M80 were ready for that too.
Yeah.
Okeanos ready to take the fights back site.
Taking that back.
All right, there's a big key first blood down through mid as Rankers are investing heavily. They're possibly rotating in from this position. Bao is the only one standing around the B site. Kane just inside their own smoke, thinking about it, but backing away. Deeper smoke gets placed to make sure the defense on B, whatever there may be, has to be held reserved. And well, at the moment, a little bit of anxiety here for Rankers trying to come through B-Link.
Yeah, they're taking their time. You can see the value in an instance like this of running all of these smokes, being able to cut off some of those additional deep angles so they can get into the B site very safely. Leave Inspire on this lurk all the way back in mid, try and backstab when the retake comes in.
Oh, the plant is through. The key player to keep an eye on here would be Okeanos. If he finds an elimination, he'll have a dimensional drift to try to reopen up this site. Kainzera hiding here, perfect. Finds Caillou looking for more and is able to take it swiftly. Even predicts the teleport, Kainzera. A flash of brilliance. Puts it down just down to Bao. 1v4 and is already committed into the site. Able to take down one, but likely not much else to come through. I say that, though, with a bit of hesitation and surprise as there's still a follow-up elimination onto Inspire, causing a little bit of financial damage, but Rankers still secure the round.
That's the first time we've seen a Rankers moment in this Rankers match. Normally there are a wealth of plays like that. Maybe just a little bit slow to wake up today, and we'll get to that point. Definitely a moment like that can inspire confidence, not just for you, but the rest of the players on your team too, when you see someone just going off.
But someone else has to step up besides Kane. I mean, flat out. Leading the lobby in terms of total eliminations to this point, but really outside of Kainzera, there really hasn't been any individuals who've had the same impact that we've seen from Bao or Okeanos or Sato at different moments. Sato just holding really aggressively. Cosmic Divide will force him back. Eggster able to get a little bit more information through the Cosmic Divide. Ooh, barrel. The weapon's been seen, but Bao not quick enough on the trigger. Leads to a 5v4 post plant. Still an opportunity here to try to clear more space out, but the dimensional drift will fade here for Okeanos.
That flash through allows Kainzera to get into heaven behind the Cosmic Divide and able to find that kill.
Again, a little bit of clearance coming out, but the Rankers holding on to their post plant extremely solidly. Flash, Okeanos trying to follow up with it. Not going to happen to the backside of the execute towards B. And all of a sudden, Rankers back in the picture. 9-12 the count, and the economy for M80 has largely been shattered.
They'll be happy to have gotten that dimensional drift out of Okeanos too. Got absolutely zero value. I love the layers of play from the Envy side there. Again, it's a util, or rather ultimate combo that gets them another dominant round win, getting that dimensional drift onto Eggster quickly with the Cosmic Divide. Then they flash through their own wall, get Kainzera into heaven. There were a lot of little nice layers of play. And what happened to the game I love? What happened to the game I love, man?
This is new age Valorant, baby. All right, So now 12-10 to count quickly in around 23. Operator going to be purchased here for Sato. He's trusted this quite often. So we'll see what he can find here. And I don't know if we really need a replay of this. Like, I think we all saw what happened, but that's Abyss, baby. Let's see it again. Why not? Can we do it in slow motion? Can we add a Wilhelm scream into there? Like...
All right, all the Rankers are gathered up outside of B. We're just going to get another fast hit. One ultimate, that's Kane0, who's starting to really heat up.
And you can see there's just a tempo switch here for Rankers. Trying to just catch off M80's defense, and it's going to work out with some deep raises being placed. Oh, wow, just a wide swing from Egster. Finds his counterpart, Nokianos, for first blood. Cosmic Divide is the only tool available for M80 on this retake attempt if they can find a place to try to break this down, and yeah, they will. But they're going to try to cut off the ledge, yeah. They're going to force a decision here for Rankers. And Rankers are going to say, we'll play behind this. Kane0 inside their own smoke. This is the shotgun. Shock dart well placed. Finds a lot of chip damage. And now here comes the opportunity to jump on into the smoke. Oh, it is blocked. They don't get in. A little Goomba stomp inside of it allows Egster to find a couple extra. Bow for 2, though. Creates some controversy over the top of the site, but no worries for Poppin'. As Rankers / Envy bring this back to within 1.
They are just finding the most success playing a pretty straightforward game, slamming these sites, finding the entry picks on the last several rounds. Okeanos not able to win out that first duel, as a couple of the players on the Rankers side are really starting to heat up at the last second in this game, and then trying to retake when you have an operator with Sato and your 4v5 is going to be such a challenge. And then Rankers, even at that, play around it nicely. That little smoke that you called out that was placed from Kane0 to play in front of the wall. It's not even that they're just starting to heat up individually, they're starting to make better decisions with their utility.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And again, tempo has come with it. It's just been quick layering, quick executes, forcing tough decisions for M80. And it's worked out nicely. But can you continue forward with this? Because now all of a sudden, you're going to have a chance for M80 on, well, a tough purchase. You've got a couple of rifles, a Guardian, enough economy here for Okeanos to purchase something. He's going to get himself a Guardian as well. And the tools available are pretty limited here, so you can decide if you're Poppin' how you want to use this Hunter's Fury. You can either guarantee entry or use it as a post-plant security. There's a lot of decisions here for Rankers that favor them.
It looks like they're going back to basics. Just a straight up A hit going to come through. Couple good ultimates that you called out. Already the defensive players smoked off. No one actually trying to anchor on the site itself, so it's going to be into a full retake.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury going to be called just to, again, clear out the space front side of the ramps. And up the ropes goes Kane, but is seen just before they can replace the smoke. B-Dog able to teleport away. Kane's coming back into life, but no, can't find anything with that as B-Dog secures the elimination for good. Now it's just down to the post-plant retake. 5v4. Good offensive utility, deep up top. Caillou looking for an angle, clearing off something a little bit deeper. Smoke now allows maybe an opportunity to try to peek below the ropes. Still some good utility to spend here if you're the defense. Recon Bolt in particular, but the Gravity Vortex comes through. Oh, but Okeanos run back gets 2. M80 following up from topside ropes, and it's going to be B-Dog. 4, but technically 3, if you want to call it that, with Kane0 being 2 of those eliminations, and M80 stop the fake comeback, 13-11 the tally.
A wild way to start this series. That is the map pick of Envy being stolen away. A team that is, at the moment, until this map, they were 34 for 4 on map wins. That's their 5th map loss. So it is a crazy statistic, but a testament to how well M80 played that. When they were on their attack side, they really countered the Rankers' play style perfectly. Their calling was excellent from their IGL Caillou. And at that point, even though the Rankers team really heat up when they get onto attack, that lead was just too much.
Unbelievable stuff. Again, I think early, it's M80. They really only drop the pistol in the follow-up. And then as soon as you start to see Rankers changing tempo, changing patterns, quick adjustment from M80. Get themselves into a spot to break down the sites, isolate the gunfights. Very well done, and a huge surprise here. So again, it's kind of like this battle between M80 trying to get established with Sato in the mix. A couple of reps now officially under his belt, looking clean. But on the other side, Rankers, Envy, however you want to know them, haven't played a full-on competitive match in about a month. And a little bit of a slow start here as they will drop 0-1, now going into M80's map selection. We head over to a break. When we come back, the desk to break things down.
I think the biggest factor that makes our team different is every single player on our team just has passion. We're all playing the game every single day. We're not playing TFT, we're not playing League of Legends, we're only playing VALORANT, putting all our time into the one game. And it's like what I brought up earlier for my my wisdom of the year is the more time you put in, the more it will yield. Even if you don't feel it, even if it's like you're playing bad, putting in time matters. Like, and not many people just like grind rank. Not many people just put as many hours in the game as us, and I think that's what gives us an edge. No, it didn't really change anything. They're both very similar players, and that's kind of what we were looking for in our fifth player, is a player that kind of just fills Knights' role, which is just a player that can shoot, a player, like I said, that has passion, and that has chemistry with us. We all have played with Ion before in ranked, or most of us at least, and he just filled the spot perfectly. Maybe a little bit. I think that going in the last time, it was like, we have nothing to lose. We're all just like a random team, we got together, like a pug team, right? And if you lose with that team, it's like, whatever, who cares? We were randomly thrown together. But now that we've won something, I think there is a little bit more pressure on us to keep up like the good results. But I don't think it's anything that will stop us. What can we expect? I mean, absolute domination.
The little highlight, Papa talking about total domination and not what we got to see here on the very first map of the series, kicking off the playoffs. Abyss, this was Envy's pick, and it came close, Roy, but no dice, no overtime, M80 to steal the first map pick.
I think it's not grinning here. Are you grinning? You're grinning.
No, I'm not. Not yet. Not yet. Okay? It's only listen. It's the first map. We're not trying to get ahead of ourselves. We're not trying to. We're not trying to caster's curse, as they say. We're keeping it tame. We're keeping it tame. But there is one thing for us to keep in mind, guys. Right? Despite this being a very close 13-11 victory for M80, Rankers did win both pistols. That is 4 rounds that they got off the backs of that. So this is actually a very convincing gun round win for M80.
I feel like there was just a roller coaster in the green room, like, oh no, they're so back. Oh, it's so cooked. It's so over. Van's like, you were determined that this is going to an overtime at one point. Like, it was nuts.
Yeah, I just feel that the double duelist coming out here from AB81 was very, very strong, and it was hard at the very beginning here for Rankers to take care of. But also when you're trying to play your attack side, because I was like, oh, well, this is going to be okay. I mean, Sato's getting the dives in. He's getting good op shots. He's creating some space. Clean shots with the daggers, too, for example. But once we got into the second half, I was like, dude, this is still an attacker side at half. This is going to be fine here for Rankers to move forward. But there's just been, like, little micro things that just is uncommon coming out of Rankers or Envy at that point, where they're not as crispy as usual when it comes down to these disrespecting fights. It looked whiffy from time to time, but I think this is just like, dude, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's probably like first org jitters for Envy because of now Roy's theory.
He's coming along. He's coming along.
Slowly, slowly, but really not there yet. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know, I'm in the same boat as you.
Okay.
I mean,
I can settle for that.
Even highlighting something earlier was, okay, well, we keep highlighting different teams that can shoot back, and Ranker's not really having difficulty with that. But M80, they definitely put their foot to the pedal and were able to deliver just as much firepower back. So combined with the fact we haven't seen Rankers for a minute, maybe the org debuff theory, I don't know. I'm not ready to fully admit it yet when we're looking here. And the fact that M80 is a team that's been scaling, I think this was really impressive across the board. And MVP B-Dog, I mean, this is somebody too that we get a different feature of players later, but it was kind of a shame that B-Dog's also not on their Vans because he had a performance.
Oh, definitely. He was a key component to M80's style. But I think just in general of M80, when we praised of how Rankers were good at like catching timings or whatnot against their opponents. Even just, for example, the last round where M80 was retaking onto that site on that 4v2, sometimes you just want to go with the protocols, knowing what M80 could do as a unit from time to time.
Yeah.
But I guess it goes back to those moments once again where if they're going to try, speaking about Envy, break your timings and not allow for you to set up, sometimes you're just going to brute force your way in and make sure that you trade through. Because I was going to look at, oh, wait, they don't have a flash. They can't combine it with the recon dart that's about to come up. And then it comes up, but then they didn't time it together, but they still won the fights because you have B-Dog that comes in with a double kill. Then you have Okeanos that just comes in with a double kill as well. So coming in with that brute force, toe-to-toe fighting, man, again, another point where Roy's right again at the beginning of this map, because I said against TSM had no chance, but then against M80 looks like they're able to fight back.
Yeah, I just want to wait. Can I just bask in this? This is the only time I've gotten credit from Vans. I just need to bask in this for a few seconds here, if you guys don't mind.
I'm glad we're off camera right now because I'm just shaking my head as I had to say that statement after, you know. So I'm just rubbing my forehead. I was like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Roy now.
Roy, take all the time you need. I want to go back to this double duelist composition that M80 was bringing out. And I think this is really interesting because one of those development things that we're seeing from M80 is Okeanos off the duelist role into that flex role. But then going into this double duelist for some of these maps, you really get to play to the strength of Oki as well as the star duelist. And Roy, when we're looking at a map like Abyss and these two shining, I love this. I think M80, they've got a really special thing here with these two players, and they have the flexibility for the non-double duelist maps. Like, this is so clean.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, just between Sato and Okeanos, they have so many first kills, and then you add B-Dog in there, and suddenly you see a matchup where they're completely mopping the openers. This is something that is pretty rare because Kane Zera and Rankers have been very dominant in the openers. Their style is very like spread you thin, allow Kane Zera to get his 1v1s, which is a bit of a question and why I was confused as to why they picked Abyss, because I feel like this is the one map where the teams are just so like condensed all the time on defense. It's quite hard to find your timings. It's really like awkward to like have like really well established lurks. So it's a little bit weird, but I think you guys are absolutely right. I think the Yoru Jet put in work. I think B-Dog on the Omen, despite him also having great utility, he was also popping off. They matched the firepower, and it felt like Rankers just fell a little bit short.
And they almost made it through, though, to push us into overtime, because I think it got to a point in that second half where Rankers were like, you know what? Us trying to default and trying to rotate the map, manipulate the map to force these rotates when you don't really have that strong of a comp to get full control of, for example, middle. You know, thinking of G2, they add the fault line on top of the recon dart to allow your Yoru to move up, but you don't really have that because you're playing double controller on one side here for Envy. So at that point, they're like, hey, let's just brute force a way in and let's just fight as a pack into these moments. And it almost worked because M80 had one of those moments where they tried to play a retake 4 versus 5, I think, when it came down towards that B site, and they got thrashed. And then it all came down to that 24th round where that, again, you needed that double kill from 2 players for M80 to win that first map.
I mean, the map was close, but in the end, it is still an M80 win, and that has serious implications for the rest of the series looking at this map too, because this is not only M80's pick, but it's something that we've gotten to see M80 on a lot recently and doing really strong with these changes, whereas the last time Envy was here, this is how they started off their Swiss stage. This was the only loss that they took in that Swiss stage with a composition, Roy, that didn't seem to quite click for them. So, of course, there's the opportunity to change it up for today. But when you're up against this M80 that's kind of cooking, I'm a little worried.
No, absolutely, and I think you have like a right to be concerned, to be honest, because let's look at it this way, right? When you're like an IGL or a coach, there's a couple different veto strategies that you can think of, right? Like, do we want to tailor to our own team strength and pick maps we're really good at? Do we want to pick maps that we know the enemy team is weak at, but it's not really our best map, right? There's so many like questions and philosophies in terms of how to choose maps. Abyss was one of those maps where like it wasn't really a very dominant map for rankers, but it was, you know, their last showing for M80 wasn't great, so they kind of picked it, and I feel like they sort of got baited. But now we're headed into Lotus, a map that M80 is both super dominant on and rankers have not really looked great on. So it's like a double whammy that it works heavily in favor for M80, in my opinion.
Especially too, V-Dog was someone that we highlighted on Abyss that did really, really well. In the last Lotus appearance, he was also cooking. So M80 does move away from that double duelist, but this really gets to showcase that rest of the depth of the team that they have here, Vans. So yeah, M80, they were only at 60% power near the end of Swiss, and we've been scaling on that for sure.
Yeah, I think there's something about VCL and controllers on a map like Lotus that they just are able to pop off him. Speaking about B-Dog, just knowingly from M80, but you know, you have Sacred that also popped off in previous weeks as well. But you're looking at this where this second map is a little bit scary going into the point of view of Envy, because you talked about it, Sierra, and the opening they had against Blue Otter, and they lost here against Blue Otter, came out with a very interesting composition with, I think it was a solo initiator as a Tejo. So you're really, the only way that you're able to get good information here out of this team was maybe off like a Cypher Cam. So your default that you, yeah, exactly, or a Tejo drone that doesn't have, you don't have refreshable utilities. That is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah,
so if you're trying to default across somewhere like that on the attack side, and you lose your camera and you have to drone very early, then it's very hard for you to get some cycle of utility for your second wave on your actual hits within the site. But it makes your defensive side even more difficult because you don't have any active, strong, deep information with those scans. So there you go. We changed to something good.
We're changing a lot here. Oh my goodness, both teams switching things up. M80, Oki on the Tejo before it was the Fade. We got Sato on the Neon. Rankers completely switch it up. Roy, what is happening?
I actually a really big fan of these changes for both teams, to be honest. Vans was talking about the lack of information. Rankers pulled out the Fade. We're talking about Kane Zera. He's one of the best ISOs in the league. He pulls it out here as well. Last time he played, I believe it was the... wait, let me double check this real quick. I believe he was either the Rays. I don't remember who he was on that map, to be honest. It was a while ago. I think he was the Rays, I'm pretty sure, but the ISO is significantly better. But now we're going into the Neon, which is a really good agent. She can bypass a lot of that linear utility, and I feel like this matchup should be pretty good on paper.
Yeah, and also looking at M80 side, when you have a Neon out of this composition, I think it's quite good. I think it fits Sato quite well, and it's starting to make me think, or if M80 goes into these maps later on in the playoffs where they don't play like arrays often, is that going to hurt them in the future? But nonetheless, a Tejo and a Breach around this Neon is going to be very good to play with in the M80 playstyle.
Drastic changes coming out from both the teams. M80 one map away from progressing on in the upper bracket of the playoffs. Let's see if they can take down their map pick as it's time to head over to Lotus. It's your casters, Shift and Wyatt.
Yeah, thanks, Desk. This is definitely an intriguing switch-up for both these two squads. And I think, you know, kind of seeing it from M80's perspective, yeah, the ability just to dominate space immediately, especially when they're on the offensive side, is going to be disgusting. For Rankers, though, does this feel a little one-dimensional in certain ways? Like just kind of banking that Kane Zera can just use the self-shield instant first blood as a way of entry?
It definitely can be. It's very reminiscent of what we just saw T1 run with on this map throughout Stage 1 in Pacific, but then also most recently at Masters, which they won. So like, it's very similar. They're running the double duels with the ISO. They have a Yoru instead of a Raze, but similar enough, and it's exactly the style of play that Rankers like to lean into. I agree with the Desk. I like the switches from both of these comps.
Does feel like a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors matchup right here, where you've got, you know, something by design that's supposed to work out for both these two teams. Do they counter each other? Oh, opening shots not there for Inspire. Sato just dancing with him, finding the first blood. That opens up this flank now completely. And Bao, I think, has read the presence over towards C. Prowler pushes him off the angle, but it's not a deep scale through the C. Instead, it's over towards Waterfall. Sato Caillou right there to deal with it. Paranoia doesn't even be needed. Extra trying to follow up on the damage, and he's able to take down 2. Resets, but caught completely as Bao will come back into the site, find the elimination, and win the pistol for M80.
A nice final little stun there from Okeanos to seal things up. I love that pistol round from M80. The protocols were really nice. They have that trap set up early on B. If no one's there, all right, cool. We'll triple push out, try and cut off one of the rotators when they're hitting C. They get that kill, instantly go back to the team to set up a full 5v4 retake over from Halls, Waterfall, and their push out pressures that someone could be coming from Mound. That was really excellent start to the game for M80. This team is really leveled up from where they were at in the regular season, which was still good, of course. They made playoffs, right? But you expect so much from the M80 name, and it looks like they're really starting to live up to it.
And I think the thing about it is, again, just going back to the point, Sato is still new to this roster, and they look well developed. Good information here from Bao. I mean, he sees everything. So the quick rotation going to come through B. A lurk possibly on the way from Inspire. There is a trap in his way, though. And as Bao will be pushed off the angle deep through C. Actually, Rankers are just trying to force this. Not going to come through to delay this even further. Aftershock just to make sure there is no push-up, but this has taken a lot of space away from this M80 post plan. Inspire, oh no! The right click's just tracing the outline of B-Dog, and the retake from M80 has found success through the backside of C.
That is an absolute disaster. Sato in, trades out. But it's just not enough. Numbers overwhelming from M80, superior weaponry overwhelming. Yikes, that is a disaster from Inspire. He always catches some really nice lurk timings on attack, and he's usually good for the kill on them, but an unfortunate way to go down.
And just maybe even more punishing is the simple fact that, again, this is the right click out of all of the burst that comes with it. Only a bullet or two is hitting per shot. It's kind of tracing the outline of his head. And this play initially starts to look pretty decent in terms of like the deep scale backside of C, especially with Ion on this corner with the shorty, but then you get an opportunity to find the trade and the weapon's just too strong, especially with the slide presence that Sato brings to the picture. So M80 now onto their bonus. Had a couple of repurchases have to come through though, and that'll be enough for Rankers to hold a bit of an edge. The door towards Tree gets triggered. So Rankers will respect that for a moment. You can see the fault line still being held. Okeanos gonna look for a quick peek with Sato here.
Double concuss comes through. Sato with the first.
Oh, tries to slip away. Not gonna happen though. 3 for 2, the exchange favoring that of Rankers. And the A site is open. B-Dog still maybe a chance on this cross. A cyber cage delaying him for a moment. He's also trying to wait for a little bit of help from Bao, and wow, just peeks it with the Stinger. Can now upgrade the weaponry. And there's a very real chance at this 2v2.
Gonna be able to grab the Vandal as well. Love how B-Dog played that. Activates the door and then goes up top. That is so cheeky to find the kill. That is a sick play.
Completely bamboozles Ion. Poppin has some utility to delay this. And is gonna try to track behind, give himself an angle at the toggle. Here's the first peek. A couple of the shots do come through. B-Dog gets off for a moment. Haunt puts both players down below HP for just a bit. Now it's the second toggle. You have to hold this if you're B-Dog. Spam shots are good. Poppin looking to follow up. It does get to halfway. Shots are not initially there. No way! He doesn't predict the right angle on the defuse. And M80 sneak one out of the dark cover for a 3-0 edge.
B-Dog just being able to stick that barely to half was enough. He played that whole round in such sick fashion. He had a Bulldog below him, but he didn't want to pick it up, just wanted to wait with the Stinger out, not make any noise. Swings onto Inspire to get that kill. This opening the door and teleporting on top Rubble was so cool. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that before. He did, in fact, bamboozle that man. M80 had a terrible bonus round buy, too, and they convert. I can't believe that.
Pain early here for the Rankers. They've also lost the front doors that A. Spy cam, similar position from what we saw from Bao before. This found so much info. This time he has to get out of it pretty quickly. It's still active though. Smoke also in play, but the presence of this dimensional drift is quite menacing, and that's a lot of information. Extra just going to gate crash back to set up this post plant.
Yeah, Raker's able to get this full buy because Exeter just commits to a Bucky, and they got the plant down on the last round, so very winnable for them. The positioning isn't great right now, though. They don't have control of Waterfall or Halls. They're all grouped up in the site.
This is taking time, though. Here comes the salvo. That will open the doors. Paranoia also cutting through the site. M80 looking to get platform control first. Nightfall coming through, though, to try to keep Rankers on the site. 2 for popping before dropping. Time now becoming a major issue. Good angle from Zera. Follow up from Ion. Good headshot comes through, and Rankers hold on to the post play to get themselves on the board.
That Nightfall that countered M80 getting back into the site from Poppin was perfectly timed and was absolutely the catalyst to that round win. If he had not gotten it off in that exact moment, that probably would have been another round win for M80. Rankers had no control over the site whatsoever. That was so important to keep them in this game.
Critical Nightfall as well. Just so many delay tactics for the Rankers. Still enough for some sort of a full purchase. Sato, fast lane. Looking to take some control and some assistance out of the salvo to hold Rankers back just a touch, but still committing for this. There's the relay bolt. Paranoia on the way in, but Rankers getting punished here. Kane, the first one to drop. Extra gets behind the play, though, to trade it out. We go 4v4 early. Armageddon also called here. I mean, this is a lot of commitment for M80 on the utility to stop the play towards A. It doesn't fully work out. The only thing now in the way are the trap wires and the spy cam. Reveal coming through for a small moment, but Bao's got nowhere to go, and Rankers will take the site.
They are so overwhelming with the aggression. Caillou one away from getting the Rolling Thunder. Maybe could find one kill, rip that, and convert the round.
Problem is, this post plant is quite dynamic. Paranoia coming through. Poppin finds one. There's the Rolling Thunder, both arms up. Everyone now popped up into the air. But this smoke allows a chance for a bit of a reset. What a teleport for Ion! Able to still find one before being traded and Inspire on the open angle through a main. Finds the final elimination, and now Rankers back in this game quickly.
They are just so swift to get through tree together. That C's back sight that connected onto Bao was really perfect. Had that not hit, might have been looking at a different round because they still had to contend with the Cypher utility in the chokes in that moment, but he just couldn't really get onto a good angle. Even get the Armageddon out on top of everything else, and they break the economy of M80. Right back into the game.
Yeah, that's a massive commitment from M80 to try to hold the front doors at A. This time, it's just going to be the overdrive. Trap wire, though, in the way. Inspire finds the freebie. Neural's also called in, but Bao is able to convert the trade. That's going to be a weapon now collected. Offense quickly on towards A for post-plant setup, though. Spy Cam will reveal this, and Poppin will set up a post-plant a little bit closer towards the middle of the map as Zera is going to work alongside Ion to make sure there's no rotation through B.
Ion trying to hold it down. Stealth Drone will reveal that position. Can just wait with the Paranoia. Wants to keep fighting.
Trying to get something off the bounce pass, not fully going to work. And how about Ion locking things down? No rotation allowed through B. Again, weapon superiority coming through as we're tied at 3, but still a clean offensive take from Rankers.
And we can see now this point in the game where the comp that Rankers are running can begin to aggressively snowball on attack when you're cycling between your ISO ult and your Yoru ult. Both of them are so good for executing onto the sites. So in this next one, I'm assuming at some point we're going to see Kane use that to snatch one of the defending anchors into the 1 versus 1, probably win it because it's Kane, and if not, they'll just run over to the body and find the kill.
Yeah, the thing about this, though, is I like what M80... Yeah, say M80 are putting a little bit of opening pressure on these choke points, especially through A, and it's really not making things comfortable in terms of being able to isolate early. And yeah, like you mentioned, the kill contract goes empty. Contingency sent across the site. Zera challenging inside the cyber cage. Good for one. The reveal not going to be followed up on. Sensor drone, though, deep and not going to make a difference. Zera, oh yeah, he's pushing forward, feeling himself. Shut down by B-Dog, but enough vacancy to allow the spike to be planted.
And as always, Inspire is ready on the flank for the backstab, gets his.
Oh, I'll say Ion in trouble here, but that gunfight win now essentially throws Okeanos out of the normal possibility of trying to commit for this, especially with the economy being broken. So, yeah, Rankers, not the way they designed it, but still,
No,
it works out
definitely
nicely.
Yeah, all good though when Kane is able to just run through the cage with the shorty to kill Bao, who I'm sure he would have loved to take it into a 1v1 with the kill contract, but works just as well. And then even after that, Rankers have a 4 versus 3, but they just still keep pushing to take more duels, and they win them. And they win them. But it is just a style of play that you're not going to see from anyone else.
Yeah. And this causes, like, I think a lot of headaches for M80 because, you know, the last handful of rounds, 3 of the last 4 in particular, they've thrown a good wealth of utility through A to try to control some of that space, but then they just kind of walk back off of it, giving some respect over to Rankers. I think it's just one of those things that Rankers are happy just to kind of show some disrespect and just push right through. I mean, even in this moment, you see M80 kind of in a spot where you think that they're going to be clean to hold the front door, and the only thing that gets them through the round is the fact that they were able to get the spike confused to halfway. Everything else for Rankers, though, has largely just been these straight-up heavy-handed pushes, not really caring too much about the lurk and just trying to show force early.
This comp is just so good at the actual fast play, execute. Yoru ISO duo is really, really strong. And I like that they brought the Fade into the mix here too. We've seen, you know, Sova be played. I'm thinking of T1 again, but they play the Sova instead of the Fade on this map. But again, it brings another ultimate into the mix that is really impactful for the attack side rounds. It's still just keeping up the pressure and getting into the sites, accelerating fast if you need to. And Poppin is just one away from getting the Nightfall active.
Yes, this should do. Yeah, for the second Nightfall in maybe 8 rounds. Yeah, he's had good pace there.
I must wait.
Not a round you feel is going to be heavily contested as M80 are just on Sheriff's the Vandal, but we've seen this happen before, especially out of the hands of M80. All it takes is one shot to completely change things up, and Rankers are going to face at least some sort of patient respect towards this. Spy cam reveals just Eggster. So the C defense will feel pretty decent about their chances of at least holding through this dark cover for now. It just comes down to once this fades, what do you do for your setup? Because there's no trap wires here. There's no more spy cam. This is going to have to be one of those, again, like you just have to get good contact, find a good first blood.
Poppin has just rotated over to the A side. He's sending out a Prowler towards Rubble, saying, hey, we're trying to re-clear. We're trying to get into this space of the map as they've cut noise and are actually just trying to contact into C.
Double tap to be active. Contingency also played. KaneZera doesn't really find much value off that. There's a good follow-up flash, though, and B-Dog will be shut down. So now the reset. Off the double tap coming through once again as KaneZera looks to push out. You see the salvo coming across over through Waterfall, and KaneZera is in a perfect spot to deal with it. There's also a pinch on the way from Inspire just in case that got sloppy, but we're looking likely at what very well could be a Rankers flawless round.
Absolutely. Inspire in prime position to get a couple, but that's not going to happen. Kasato a little bit too quick.
Well, he's got a rifle to work with.
Yeah, he gets the rifle, but
Enemy remaining.
it shouldn't ultimately matter, and it definitely doesn't matter to the Envy economy, which is out of control.
Very true, my friend, very true. So it's been nothing but Envy in the last 5 rounds after M80 were off to the races strong. The pistol, the follow-up, plus the pretty weak bonus if we're being candid. But since those opening 3 rounds, again, it just feels like M80 have really just kind of given up a lot of space, which is so weird to see, especially when you've got things like the ability of kind of funneling through a fault line with the Neon, with the Teo. It just feels like they should be dominating, especially the opening space over towards A Rubble, but largely they haven't really gone to that, try to trap play.
And in that round against the Ecos, you can see KaneZera just hunting for kills so he can get another kill contract. He's 1 away.
Yeah.
And you still have Poppin's Nightfall on a round where you can break M80's economy. The snowball is just continuing to build with this comp on attack.
Face your fear!
Well, Nightfall will be used for the execute here for Rankers. And the kill contract does come through to clear out Waterfall. It's KaneZera versus Caillou. Walls will fall. KaneZera gets the win. And that may just determine the round right here because you still have Inspire watching the flank through mid. Yeah, you're going to get a post plant here on top of this. This is looking very convincing for Rankers.
That is a really cool angle from Inspire. usually was just trying to push through B, find timings to backstab, but that time plays it passively. Lets the M80 team search for him, and all the while he was laying a little trap of his own.
Well, not enough off the timeout here, Wyatt, to inspire much confidence for M80, trying to make adjustments on the defense. I mean, the only thing really different is that they do spend quite a bit to get Sato forward at A, but trusting Bao essentially by himself over on the C site has not merited much success lately. And again, it makes life difficult when you get your support system through Waterfall taken away immediately by the kill contract, but still, it's just, this execute towards C has been finding a lot of value for Rankers.
Yeah, and just trying to anchor against this comp is a nightmare. Like,
True,
you have the
yeah.
Yoru trying to teleport behind you. You have the ISO with a shield in your face. There's so much going on that they just want to play it for retake, but ultimately unable to do so. I mean, there may be a moment of respite here for M80 though, that they don't actually have to deal with any rankers ults. Egster hasn't been getting many kills, hasn't been getting close to the dimensional drift. So at least they'll have a round where they don't have to deal with that.
Yeah. First time we're going to see something develop early for Rankers around the middle of the map, but that's pushed off by a follow-up smoke. That's actually both dark covers tossed by B-Dog. He had a one-way on the corner towards C Mountain that's already dissipated. And Rankers will read that and say, well, maybe we can get some space back here. And once again, just over-isolate, because look at Inspire. He's gotten so much space over through A. All he needs to do is create maybe a little bit of noise to open the doors for this execute.
Contingency wall going to come through, counter paranoia. M80, they want to get into the site and fight together. Kane0 is caught alone.
Yeah.
The rest of the Rankers are trying to get to the A site where Inspire has gotten them some space.
There is a deep setup here, though, for M80, thanks to Bao. One trap wire already deleted. This is going to have to be a one-dimensional retake. All of it largely coming from the drop spot, but Bao finds the first elimination. Now the neural theft comes out. So much information going to be gathered here for M80. Can they find the kills that they need, though? Inspire inside his own cyber cage. Makes life difficult on the drop, but the trades are good. And M80 quick to respond, use their numbers, and find a way to get back on the winning side of the scoreboard.
Rankers trying to take advantage of Inspire's position to rotate back. But ultimately, it just doesn't really work out. They're not finding the success on these attack rounds, really, when they haven't just been slamming sites together. It was the same on Abyss. Like, as soon as they just started running down sites, they started winning attack rounds. And here, trying to fall back out of C, allow Kane to take all of the attention, trying to get the A site for free, it just does not end up working the same.
Yeah, Rankers, I think, is just a lot of commitment trying to play that post plant a little bit further forward towards ropes. But M80 were set up for that foul in particular. Kind of never allowing them to get too far into the site. Early Prowler will get mound control here for Rankers. Not a lot of effort towards C, and Inspire may go back to that same angle he was holding from before.
All right, they're going to proc the door, try and show some presence towards B, or at least fake they could be showing presence towards B, trying to execute there. And maybe have the double setup for that as the stealth drone is going to re-clear towards C and definitely get some valuable information for M80.
And these smokes just trying to be a small obstacle here. Controlling the speed of which Rankers want to play at. Defense is stacked very far forward on this B approach as well for this 2-2-1 split off.
Yeah, Poppin made a ton of noise towards A, but previously when they did this, it was also a fake and they were going C. I mean, he haven't moved, but that's a great entry.
And a follow-up right there from Inspire as he rotates back over through B. Okeanos has committed to playing on site. Sees Ion on the corner, tries to take away the angle, but can only find one. Sato also committing in through Waterfall, but no, Kane0 just shuts that down completely. The ISO ripping apart this M80 defense as Rankers will guarantee themselves a 7th round.
M80 had the read on the situation perfectly, but they just could not collect the kills. It was a great first entry from Kane0, and then Inspire hits that timing where you hear someone rotating across the site in B, and you could just go for a jiggle peek in main. Gets a pretty free kill himself. And that is often the trouble of playing against Rankers. Even when you have the read on the situation, they're just going to win 1v1s.
And I think the thing about this too is compositionally, Rankers are executing on their advantages pretty much perfectly. Just stacking, overwhelming, put the pressure on, allowing a Kane to kind of get free entry. You open with the Prowler to kind of get through these choke points, and then you just pop the double tap, get in, force the gunfights on your own terms. And again, it's just, I think, a little surprising that M80 haven't tried to throw some sort of a trap play out. See if you can get some of that utility out earlier, and now not allow it rather to stack on you, playing in the backside of these sites. It's just, there is, you know, a multifaceted design though, with the ability for KaneZero to walk in or Exter teleport in. It is difficult, but I'm so surprised that M80 haven't tried to play for some sort of aggression off the barriers dropping.
Yeah, you are right. Or even in the mid round, like they on that prior round, they knew everyone was stacked up outside of C. They had the read on it, but they're not trying to find a window to go for something aggressive. But our last round and a half, and again, KaneZero is 1 away from the kill contract. Could have his third of the first half.
But on the other side, Rolling Thunder Armageddon combination at the ready for M80. Self-thrown doesn't fully check the corner. Spire will delete it. The execute already on the way through. The Prowler in towards mid, and Spire just again comes with a huge first blood. Okeanos puts together a 4v4 response. Bow over the top of the ropes. Oh, he actually finds KaneZero. Caught a little bit by surprise. Plus gets revealed on the site, and now the Armageddon can stop this plan, or at least find elimination. Maybe off of it, not fully. Bow good to follow up behind it. Egster, Ion still holding though. Hold on a second. 2v2 now the call. Salvo going to be called through. Egster and Ion largely playing this on the tree side of the map, but Egster finds the first. P-Dog trying to spam through, finds the opening trade, but cannot tally another, and Rankers will come away 8-4 on the first half.
Feels pretty miraculous that they did so, honestly, in that round. Egster stepping up, been a little bit quiet today, but found some crucial kills late into that round. And Ion coming in, nail in the coffin, swinging from tree. But M80, really, their utility was better there. I liked what they were doing as a team. It was a great Armageddon. Now, is this going to be enough for Rankers on attack? It's definitely the side that they favor pretty much across the board. On all the maps I've seen them on, they look better on attack. Will 8 rounds be enough against M80? You know, Lotus typically used to be an attacker's favorite map anyway. I don't know the exact numbers now since the meta has changed and there's so many different comps on it, but you know, if that still rings true on top of things, I can absolutely see M80 making this a really close game.
Oh, look at this. Rankers, heavy stack. Oh, the Prowler, part of it. Wow, Sato still comes with 1 somehow, but not enough. As now Inspire realizes that, yep, he is going to have to play his life as best as humanly possible. A lot of these numbers come off the long flank, and wow, he's actually held them at this choke point longer than you would have anticipated. So yeah, this quick hit from around the back may work out, as M80 still cannot find eyes onto Inspire. They deal with the trap. The hunt is on, but here comes the flank. And well, they do get deep into sight. They can set up their post plant on the defensive side. KaneZero, a couple of damage shots in, but they can't find the kill. Also, the paranoia cutting through perfectly. M80 follow up nicely, deal with the pinch, and get the pistol.
That was beautiful from M80 to find that kill. Backside onto Inspire, get more control of the map. I like that trip from Inspire was placed deep. He could play back in halls, so he would know if someone is trying to cross. They broke it, and then they just realized, wait, he's definitely back halls. Let's just flash and try to find this kill. We need to even things up. They do that, and then they're able to fight as a team together with everyone from Rankers coming back from main. That was really well played. Must-win pistol round. They convert.
Fastlane coming through quickly with flashes behind this. Egster just gets out of there, not interested in taking that battle. So a Rebel controlled, and Sato's going to get to work trying to win through tree as well. At least taking a peek in towards it. But look at Rankers. Oh, they're just all going to step up into this dark cover and see if they can overwhelm. Sato's been seen, but doesn't make a difference. The flash follow-up is not good enough to win against this type of firepower. Aftershock will also make life miserable here for KaneZero. Even tallies the final part of the elimination. And Inspire with a classic from behind. Well, if you can't take it by the candor of my voice, you don't feel very hopeful for this 1v4. Yeah.
Not particularly. Also, M80 have done a good job of just farming orbs over to Caillou to get an early rolling thunder. Got a bunch of kills on the pistol, cleans up a couple here, gets the orb, and they give him the plant. I mean, listen, it takes a hell of a lot of orbs to get your breach ult, but already 2 rounds in, he's just 2 away. And now he's just got the Sheriff, so he can go hunt, try to get another one, and just be one away.
I mean, how much do you attribute that storyline to the success that M80 have had just in general? Because that elimination there gets them one off. And we talked about the same things on Abyss, but instead of it being onto the Breach, it was onto the Yoru. And how much value did that find? So again, it's just M80 getting priority over the orbs, and they're doing a nice job from the offensive side, I think in particular, to give themselves the advantages they want.
We'll have to see when it comes to the buy too, but they might be inspired now to just force as much into this as they can off the back of getting an orb and the Breach ult. Now, they don't go too crazy with it, actually, really at all. I mean, Bao's just sitting with the Sheriffs. They don't want to overinvest yet.
Well, fast lane once again for M80, just breaking down any opening angles towards A, but the deeper smoke place from Ion allows them to get some control there. Inspire's also showing some force here right at the front doors of C. Does not have that same passive setup, so he's going to need help, and it's already on the way.
He's going to need a lot of help. One-way cage will keep him alive for now. Ranker's trying to get into the site.
Oh, wow. Great timing from Inspire. He's going to take down two. Now Eggster off of his decoy. Whoa. It's over in the blink of an eye. But what a play from Inspire. He needed the help, and he got it appropriately, but flat out, he also dominated individually with the opening two eliminations.
I mean, if he's playing in such a dangerous position, but that one-way cage is so cool to obscure the view onto him on top of the box. They don't even realize he's there when Sato goes down initially. Okeanos is still just trying to pay attention elsewhere when the flash comes through. Really cool setup.
Absolutely love it. So the bonus gets shut down, but now we got our first full gun round for both these two squads. And again, Ranker showing force of presence in towards A and through it, but M80 have not given up on this Prowler. Followed up with the Paranoia. Ranker's gonna give this a peek, and maybe a little bit more than that. Decoy flash also triggered, but that will be the end of this contact as a smoke will have this stay at a 5v5 until Kane Zera gets the read on B-Dog trying to lurk through B.
It's going to be such a nightmare to try and execute without smokes now, and Rankers want to fight forward. Still, they just don't want to give up rubble.
Well, Eggster, Ion working on a crossfire setup. Oh, great damage. Allows a little bit of a tee-off moment here. Eggster eventually traded, but yeah, the front doors that A completely shut down, and you're absolutely right. Once they lose out on the smokes, there's just no way to retake onto the forward position that Rankers had.
Gets one, but it's probably just going to end up being a consolation. Ion ready to swing and clean things up. The Rankers side are just ruthless with the A control. They threw everything that they had at main and then still just maintain a crossfire there later.
All right, this is going to force M80 to have to spend maybe fault lines earlier than they maybe want to, just to make sure that they can get some space to even get a setup on. That or, you know, use one of the two dark covers that you really want for those executes on the site as well, just to break down what exactly Rankers can see. But yeah, this show of force from Rankers has not really been contested on either side of the spike, if we're being honest, at this point.
Cover going out. M80 forced back onto another eco. We mentioned, and importantly so, how early they got that rolling thunder. Haven't had a chance to use it.
No.
Just hasn't mattered at all. That could have gotten them in the driver's seat of the game if they had a good opportunity to get that off early, and they still are just holding on to it. And at this point, everyone in the server is going to have their ults. It just doesn't even really matter.
Yeah. Well, we've got some forward trap wires with the spy cam out of Inspire. Fault line will actually land onto him topside rope, so no chance to follow up off of some of this information. Popping now on the cross. Sees one, a couple of spam shots go a bit awry, not quite able to connect, but Inspire off the drop, gets the lineup for two. The shotgun for B-Dog, sure, nice to have at least one elimination coming through, but there's going to be nothing behind that, as Bao is the last one left for the Sheriff.
And I know Kinzera definitely wants to hunt this kill down, get the kill contract yet again, and there it is.
What do you do against that, Wyatt?
Nothing.
You just fold your arms across your chest and say, all right.
It's over. You can't play the game in that situation. With a Sheriff against, he's got the shield up. It's over. It's just over. M80 take a timeout on a round that is obviously must win.
Yeah.
Rankers have 11. Their economy will be broken if they lose. They have big ultimates to play with. They're close to, you know, have a big ultimate, but they're close to Satos, close to Okeanos. This is everything for them.
Mm-hmm. And I think the conversation first and foremost has to be like, again, how do we just get some room to work with early and force this Rankers team that has just largely been playing off of heavy-handed approaches and stacks to feel a little bit more stretched out on a 3-site map. I mean, so many of these executes that we've seen come through have been dealt with by Rankers getting 2-3 members forward on these sites, not just in the sites, but forward. I think this round in particular was a prime example of that. Inspires by himself, gets good information, calls for the rotation, gets 2 defenders with them. This has been every single fight. Rankers have had numbers advantages, especially on this defensive half.
If they want to, M80, it doesn't look like this round would be a situation for it, but I wouldn't even be mad at them on a round where on A, Rankers are pushing aggressively down. They expend so much of their util. After they've done so, get in there with the Rolling Thunder and
why
re-clear,
not?
because it's popping and an ISO playing close. You could get those free kills.
Oh, this is critical. Spam shots are good. Yeah, Exer is trying to play a cheeky corner. The gate crash back, not going to be allowed. And there is that Rolling Thunder. Not taking any chances here on M80. Oh, but still, off the trap wire. How big has Inspire been? The help is now in the site. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Bow now the last one left. Decent connection onto one, but the flank is on the way, and Poppin is playing with his food. Still, though, maybe a little bit too free. If Bao finds isolation on the back, there may be a chance to clutch this.
Yeah, throws down the cage so he could try to take a 1 versus 1, so he thinks Ion could be there.
This timing, though, is going to be everything. And no, not going to happen. Inspire stepping up again. In the face of a Rolling Thunder, still finds his way back onto the platform, uses his own utility to convert a couple of eliminations, and then Rankers again, full flood back through and never allow M80 to plant.
He has been a brick wall. Multiple first bloods on defense now as well, whether that be catching the lurk or just anchoring a site in spectacular fashion. Stunned up, gets that first kill onto Sato. I mean, he wasn't a trip, but still tough to do. And then immediate neural theft as well. Gets the rest of the info. This jump up timing, I mean, he's a madman, but it's all just working so well.
Now we got an early kill contract.
No, I mean, that should be illegal. That's ban-worthy.
Yeah, Class A felony.
No, if I went up against that in ranked, I'm just reporting that player for everything. Like anything you can report a player for in the menu.
Oh goodness.
That is just messed up, man.
So early numbers here for Rankers, and KaneZera may get a little bit more. Wow, great damage coming through, just trying to play the anti-flash. Nightfall also cutting through, and it's just a bullet hose that, well, spam shot's not going to work out. Poppin holds down the trigger to secure one more through mid-map, and again, it's just M80 or a 3v4 with no map control.
What I know exactly watching, man. What is happening? It is chaos. Poppin just trying to get out of the way, but does get caught. M80 have an opportunity.
Dimensional drift going to be used. Try to contest. Dark cover to block off the entryway towards B. Inspire rotating over. Has Bao on the cross. And Exter is finding info on all 3 of these post-plant now defenders. May not make a difference, though, for the opener. Okeanos also following up. Leaves it just down to Inspire, and M80, after being bullied in the first 15 seconds, survive, get a spike plant, and hold on to a 3v3 post-plant.
Perhaps Rankers getting a little bit too silly in that round and punished for the silliness. But KaneZera, he's going to go back to the well and get another Odin. And the Odin is good on this map on defense. You just don't typically see it being used like this, the run-and-gun Bronze 3 maneuver, where you just hold down mouse 1 and never stop moving. I respect it, though. I really do.
Here we go again, M80 throwing up the fast lane early. Does not stop Rankers from continuing to push up behind this dark cover, though. Caillou just getting to work with a couple of spam shots, not going to land. Paranoia once again cut early as Rankers are just so quick to take away so much space. And now you have to stop and deal with this fear. I mean, you cannot allow Rankers to hold control in towards a lobby like that.
B-Dog is in a pretty crazy position right now. Do they read this? They actually... Oh, no, they don't. It looked like Kane was going to check. He can't be allowed to get 2.
Now he's able to teleport back with his squad, too. So it's going to be a 5-man hit right to Inspire's direction. On this salvo, will push him off the ramps. Can he find an angle? Good shots there, pretty clean, but Caillou responds. Now to the 4v2. Rankers still decent with cash, could give this a look. Just comes down to will they actually commit, especially with Extra on half HP.
Economy is still pretty good for Rankers. They could try to make a go at this if they'd like to, and of course they would. It's Rankers.
Last player standing.
Oh, that made a turret completely, though. Egster drops. Ion on the cross. No, Sato just a little wide peek. Will keep M80 alive. You still got the overdrive at the ready. Caillou about halfway up to another Rolling Thunder. So again, if you talk about comeback opportunities, there are tools that are getting closer to coming online. But, I mean, it's the same pacing essentially, though, for Rankers, especially considering that they've got another at least 3 rounds to farm up some of these ults.
And it's not like I expect anything else but Rankers to play like they're not down a map and just run at them with an Odin.
Yeah.
But you're gonna get punished by good teams for that. And M80 are a really quality team right now.
Similar setup this time for both teams. At the front doors at A, Haunt will again allow Rankers to get full control at A Rubble. Sato gonna have to push back off. Similar setup again. They're even gonna commit. Oh my, deeper. This is all 4 members for Rankers taking A lobby control. It's going to force the hand of M80, and they're going to decide to re-flip this back through door over towards Inspire's direction at C.
Can he step up, though, again as the anchor? He has been so lethal on this site.
Oh, not this time. Overdrive also allowing M80 to get deeper through this C site. And they've got B-Dog responsible for the flank. Do Rankers do their due diligence and clear this position out? Looks like they're checking for it, and yeah, easy elimination for KaneZera. Is there a chance to try to pinch this with the play from Extra at Waterfall? No, they shut that down. Now the only chance to retake has to come through Mound. Kai still holding on to a lot of utility. Fault line coming through. Easy follow-up from Bao. Just looking for KaneZera. And what would have to be a 1v4. Gets the first clean leap, but this is a high, mid, and low stack for M80. And there's just no chance he breaks that down. M80 get to 9.
M80 just counter Rankers pathing on that round perfectly. They commit 4 people to running it down A, fully force into it to the extent that Extra just has a stinger. They draw out all of the util from Rankers. I mean, by the time Rankers have control of A, and this has been the case, I think, on every single time we've seen them do that, Poppin has legitimately nothing left. He uses both Prowlers, the C's, and the Haunt straight away. Multiple flashes, from Extra. Kane throwing out the, I always forget what it's called, the suppress invulnerable one, not the contingency, the other one.
Undercut.
The undercut. They use so much, and they just get completely circumvented. The C site hit comes in, they have no util left for the retake. M80 are looking good. They're countering how Rankers are playing, and it feels like Rankers already thought they won the game. But guys, you didn't win the game, and also you're down a map. So you really need to win this game, or you're going to the lower bracket, and they're taking their first loss as a team that we've seen yet. They are undefeated at the moment.
Well, this round's going to be messy because it's just going to be Sheriffs and a Hero Vandal for KaneZera. So expect M80 to get double digits. I think the thing about this is what other mind games can M80 play in this round with Rankers? Because we've kind of seen them counter by way of just avoiding the battle at A and then just taking their numbers elsewhere. And it looks like that might be the case once again, as it's the same utility thrown out from both sides. Rankers will get a little bit of A Rebel control, but this time they're going to back away and see if they can get a stack up over the middle of the map.
Next.
Big first.
B-Dog gets caught by Kane. This could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Bring them down.
Poppin wants to recover that rifle.
Oh,
Inspire finds the perfect timing. Not like this.
Now you got 3 rifles in a 5v3. And of course the information that M80 are stacked up at A. They have to commit to this. The slower this takes, the worse off they're going to be, because Ion has plenty of utility to keep himself alive and wait for this long flank or the connection play through mid. Backs away after the paranoia gets tossed. Follow from Caillou is clean though. Now we got to respond to the kill contract. Shots are not there. M80 take this to a 2v2. Inside tree, Poppin shut down. Now it's just down to Inspire. Sato looking for the plant. Can Inspire isolate for the 1v1? Salvo comes through. That's actually the proximity that gets thrown. Okeanos follows up. M80 survive, if only just barely.
Insane that they were able to recover that. Caillou going massive on the site, able to find two. Ion sunned up, teleporting away, just couldn't get the gun back out in time, or rather just, you know, go back to a non-stunned status. Just got shut down. I can't believe they were able to convert that. B-Dog,
yeah.
Oh, God knows what was happening there. And then a sick shot from Inspire. Okeanos wins out the 1v1, and we're right back into it. Same opening that we've seen over and over.
The difference here, though, White, is that they're not committing as many numbers. It's the same utility, but as soon as you throw out your Fade utility, you're quickly rotating back, and they also gate crash back. But look at the counter. M80 are saying, we've done this a handful of times. Now we're going to try for something different, and they're going to counter with the Rolling Thunder that does connect. But the teleport back away allows Ion to get out of there. Good from the shadows. Will stay 5v5.
That was a really nice escape. Oh my God, Poppin dinked and down to 14 HP. Orb onto Okeanos, who's one away from the Armageddon.
Yeah.
Cage triggered.
But look at the question marks here for Rankers. No information gathering tools on A, so they're still leaning this direction. Inspire. Oh, he's got the isolation on Debao, though. So no lurk play going to be allowed. This makes Rankers feel a little bit more comfortable, but here comes the quick push from M80. And keep in mind, Okeanos, he's got an orb here, so he can use the Armageddon if he wants to clear out the site, and that looks like exactly what's going to happen. The quick push back through. Inspire trying to stay alive on the site. Poppin working with them. Inspire may catch an angle. Oh, he's going to do it again up top. Inspire for two. Responded by M80 for a moment, but King Sailor gets the reach into the double tap, and he will make good on it. Rankers deny the comeback, 13-10, and we're going 3.
M80 really had me believing for those last 4 or 5 rounds. They were punishing every mistake that Rankers were making, who were playing like they had already won the game. Inspire was lights out on that map. The anchoring on the C site was phenomenal. And on that last round, just catching out Bao, who crossed to the left side of main, finding that opening. And then beyond that, because he killed the Cypher, the rest of the team thought, oh, they must be hitting elsewhere. So Inspire was left alone on the site, and then it still comes up huge, gets 2 more playing within his cages. He was fantastic and absolutely the MVP of that map.
Needed a big performance out of him, because you mentioned he's isolated in almost every single moment he provides, not just for 1, but often 2 eliminations, not allowing M80 to get back into the mix after things were starting to move and change. But the opening just too strong. A little bit of cheese, a little bit of trolling, a little bit of running gun with the Odin never hurt anybody. It's not true. It's hurt a lot of people, I'm sure, in ranked matches. That's going to get us through map number 2, though, a 1-1 count, as we still have 1 more map to go here, our opening day of playoffs for VALORANT Challengers. We'll be right back.
We started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of practice. I said this in the first week. We walked into the first week having 1 week of practice, right? But the amount of work that we've put in compared to everyone else is absurd. It's like an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework afterwards, right? The team is like gelling together pretty consistently. Obviously every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now, so they obviously have that level of prestige to them. and so that obviously has to affect my demeanor as well when it comes to just overall like how I present myself, right? Because right now I'm not just establishing and representing like, you know, like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm representing like a high profile organization that has had tons of gravity in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, you know, fill in the shoes. It's great to work with Don. Don always, you know, keeps us in check. You know, Drew is mainly on the strategic side, and Don is mostly on the performance and mental side. Obviously, we are younger players, so obviously sometimes we can get a bit volatile. You know, not volatile. That might be a bad way to say it, but like, you know, sometimes we do have too much fun in practice, and you know, Don reels us back in, keeps us in line, makes us remember our practice goals, and you know, it's great to have someone that not keeps you in check, but holds you to a professional level 24/7. I've set high expectations for myself this year. I want this year to potentially be a breakout year for me, but at the same time, I can't set too high, because if I set too high and if I don't you know, reach those goals, I'll come down like this extremely fast. So it's just a week at a time. Put all my focus into whoever I play first. So this week I played TSM, and then so that's all. Just 1 week at a time. Head down, just work.
All right, we get to the second map of Lotus. Both teams make big changes to the composition. Rankers down 1 in the series, but not out by any means. This turnaround, this win. I don't know what's happening anymore, Vance, because on paper going into this, after that first map, which also didn't turn out how we expected, I thought M80 were about to take this in 2. I thought we were going to have to sit here and admit Roy was right, but Rankers, they take the dub.
Thankfully we don't. I get to fight another round with Roy for the third map. But before we get into the discussion of the third map, I do agree. Everything was kind of like just par for the course for Envy going through that second map. Yes, both teams came through compositional changes, but most importantly, I find it that it was better here for Envy for sure, because now you have an opportunity to get a better scans that we were talking about that they were missing from last time when they played against our opponents on Blue Otter on the opening. So all of these of how they were able to like brute force and fight on the attack on and fight as a group. The A side control worked out in their favor despite maybe not having too much dive in their comp because of M80's compositional change. Them going out to a Neon instead of a Raze didn't allow for us to get too much utility to counteract on the rubble side of that defense for M80. So it allows somebody like pop in and for Inspire to do a lot of like big calls in the very beginning. Some great mid-rounding that happened after, because you had great value from lurks coming out on the side of Inspire as well, and it showed why it was so one-sided in the first place rather for Envy.
And that lead that Rankers was able to get, Envy, I'm still getting used to that one, was really, really nice. So then even when we did see an M80 that was fighting back, whether it was M80 that was calling out a couple of these plays that Envy wanted to do, or it was an Envy that, you know, maybe playing a little loose with the game, a little caution to the wind, they just had to get a couple of more to be cleaning that up. So going on forward, looking at this map, even if there is a couple of rounds where, you know, it's Roy, fake comeback, not meant to be.
Yeah, it's a classic fake comeback. The eco as well. That's what really destroyed M80 towards the very end. But there's a couple things that we should honestly start pointing in terms of like what really was a success point for Rankers. And I feel like we kind of have to talk about Inspire, right? Not only statistically did he dominate this match, but he also had 5 first bloods. He was a really, really massive point of contention on the defense side for Rankers, and probably the main reason why they look so good. His setups absolutely dismantled M80, and not only that, but I felt like he had a very good read in terms of how he wanted to set up his utility based around the fact that there was a Neon in play, and it really felt like Sato got so little value as a result.
Yeah, when I look back at what was successful for Envy, really being able to punish in the C site, and then M80, they try to do the same thing back, and Inspire just putting an absolute stop to that. So really, really great stuff being able to see this from the Cypher and highlighting that a little bit more and pulling up a head-to-head between Inspire and Kinsera, the two top frags of this team. I think this really gets to highlight what difference Inspire was able to make, because Kinsera Van's also a great performance, but when you have your duelist going up then against your Senti, it's really interesting to see. Plus the First Bloods, like these two dominated in that fraction.
And it's also nice that he was able to find his form back playing the ISO on this map too for Kinsera. You saw one of those moments in the kill contract that he went with an Odin against Sato on top of that in the gulag, right? So it's the good old shenanigans, exactly, of Kinsera, just like Bind, for example, in their qualifying game before. So he's definitely has found his footing going into that one. But Inspire, as Roy has mentioned, has been so good on the defensive side and anchor up for the team. But again, we talked about the good lurks that he was able to bring in on the attack side. So overall, I feel that not only around these two, but the whole team was kind of like really in a good flow state to have a good control here towards the towards their attack side. And I'd like to say towards the first half of that second half, as soon as they got their money right here after losing that bonus. Because once you started seeing that comeback from M80, though, you definitely started seeing some communication slip through the cracks though for Envy, where for example Caillou had that amazing round in round number 22 where Okeanos also won his 1v1 in the gulag against Kane. So these things could actually give a chance for M80 to say, hey, you know what, we kind of got dominated on one side here of this map, or one half here of this map, but we still have what it takes here to you know, maybe try to cross this over the finish line on the third map.
And kind of just to circle slightly back to the topic of Inspire and Kinsera, we have to kind of keep in mind as well that, yes, Inspire had 5 first kills, but Kinsera also had 7. Among those two players, they had all of the first bloods for that team. They were winning on all fronts. They were winning on the duelist front, so entry fragging from the front side, and they're also winning on the backside where as well, where the lurker is coming in. You can see Inspire doing so much of the team's dirty work, constantly pressuring the map by himself, finding little cracks, finding little nooks and crannies in the setup for M80, and just it kind of answers the reason why you think there's a communication failure. I just think that it's not even really a communication failure. It's just a testament to the fact that the pressure that Envy applies on these teams when they're playing against them.
Yeah, and it also brings out a good shout to talk about these two players going into this next map, which is going to be on Pearl. Because the last time they played this against Cubert Academy, this was like an 11-1 half on the attack side for Envy at that point. Kinsera had over like 250 ADR, close to 250 ADR on the attack side itself, but on the defense, they both popped off, sorry. Both Kinsera and both Inspire on defense were dropping over 200 ADR against a team like Cubert Academy. So this is going to be very, very scary on the side of M80 to go up against. But there has to be a reason why they float this through, because if not, knowing the last results here that Envy was able to prove against Cubert Academy, I would love to avoid that map if I were M80.
I mean, every map that we've seen so far has been the different outcome than what I kind of expected looking back on this footage and everything else. So I really don't know, but I do think that on paper with the recent results and everything, that if this is an Envy where Kinsera's popping off and Inspire's really being able to hold down the fort, and when we're seeing an M80 where last 2 times they played this, we've gotten to see different compositions, and the last one not working out. If they're still in a transition state here, and on the other end, Roy, Envy are looking good, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like M80 hasn't looked terrible even against their match versus Shopify Rebellion Black. Yes, they didn't really have the result they wanted, but I feel like overall their ideas were clear. There were some obvious dysfunctions, but overall I don't feel like it's a really bad map for them. That being said, though, I want to circle back to something that Vancilia was talking about, and it's specifically the last time that we saw Envy playing this map. They absolutely looked phenomenal. The map just works so well into their like trademark playstyle, right? Because of how spread out you are on the defense. Everyone kind of needs to jiggle or like hold for their ones. There's just so many ways for you to get isolated on the defense side, and that's specifically where Rankers, where Envy gets their superpowers. That's where Kinsera is contacting into you, and you have a player on your team that has almost 70% first blood success chance taking ones. Now all of a sudden you have a lot of dysfunctions happening.
Right, that's definitely an envy that we need to see, even if just not in this series, but going on forward. Because even bringing back up the org debuff in comparison to the in-between break segment where Poppin's like, there's not really any pressure. Now we're looking at playoffs. We're looking at the top team in the league. We're looking at their signing and everything else. This is a lot different pressure. And even though Rankers, definitely in Lotus, they had some really great opportunities, really great shots, I still feel like the power level for Envy overall is just a smidge lower than maybe what we got to see near the end of the season. So I'm kind of curious then, is that we haven't played in a couple of weeks? Is this the pressure? I don't know. But bringing up the agent select, talking about Pearl, I'm hoping we can see a little bit more of the Envy that at the end of the season was just absolutely running over everyone. And I'm curious, Vans, on the side of M80, what comp is coming out?
Yeah, if anything, again, it's just first map jitter orgs, you know what I mean? But M80 are coming out with a Killjoy, so a little bit of a change coming through. So going into a Jet Sky on top of I haven't seen Sky on Pearl in decades, I like to say, pretty much, man. He feels ancient on a Sky on this map. So very, very intriguing to see what M80 is coming up with this one. I mean, there's a lot of mid control you could take with this. There's a lot of scaling they could do on a B side. You could still run some good fakes. And it also allows Sato to get activated a lot as well through the initiator support.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Rankers as well, they have Cainzera on the Jet. I don't think we have seen that yet. I think that's the first time we've even seen Cainzera on a duelist that hasn't been ISO or Raze. So this is going to be very interesting. There's a bit of a mix-up for them as well. I thought personally that ISO would probably be very good on this map, considering the fact that his uppercut suppresses and silences people. So that would have been a very good win factor for them. But I'm very curious to see what the Cainzera Jet looks like.
A lot of switch-ups from the teams today, making sure to keep everyone on toes in the playoffs. But it's time now to head into map number 3 in our series. And back over to your casters, Shift and Wyatt. Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those situations, you know, we haven't seen Rankers play an official competitive match in about a month. So it's not super surprising to see changes. I think, you know, it is a little bit one of those, they were so successful with the ISO, it does feel a little bit odd to switch. Whereas for M80, we did watch them play this match versus Shopify Rebellion. They were trying to kind of go back to the old tried and true with like Breach Neon and just wasn't finding value there. So not surprised to see changes, but Wyatt, I am surprised to see Sky as well.
Yeah, I am really confused on this M80 comp. I'm going to be honest. This is not something that we ever see. Sky in this meta and just in previous recent metas has not been a strong agent really at all across any of the maps. You're just not seeing Sky anymore anywhere. And it almost feels funny to feel shocked by Sky, given at one point how dominant she was and how important she was. But that's just not the case anymore. M80 are going to have to do something impressive here. I want to be wowed. I want to see something amazing come out from them. This is very unique.
I think it's got to be one of those things of like, you better be able to predict where these hits are coming from with all of this kind of, forward utility that you can throw out. Prowlers, Trailblazers, Guiding Lights. Yeah, you get the contact on your own terms. You have to follow up off of that. So far as the case for M80 as they secure first blood at this battle of mid.
Yeah, they just go for an honest pop flash play, swing out together, find a first kill, run away. Good opening for them. They can try to play to the retake now, 5 versus 4.
Turret gets alerted, but it's just a fake. And look at the follow-up here through mid. How far do you want to go if you're Rankers? Looks like the answer is very far. I mean, Kane is so deep, but okay. Does get pushed off the angle for a touch. Defense now rotating quickly back over as they deal with Cainzera. Do they get prediction onto Inspire through Vance? Looks like Sato has already tagged him up a touch, so the answer seems to be yes. And I won't lie, Poppin is not going to feel super comfortable trying to work his way back into A, especially with B-Dog reclaiming Pit, but Inspire throws a little bit of consideration on this pinch.
Oh no, an extra finds one as well. Poppin wants to get aggressive, but he's shut down. And now it's all on Inspire on the flank with no HP to work with.
No.
Should not be able to win this.
Yeah, Turret's also going to be a problem here. Can walk up a little bit further, but you're going to have to go, and you're going to go quickly. Flash comes through, Bao right there over the top of his turret, find the elimination. And the first blood battle at mid does still dictate the outcome of the round. M80 looking solid in the last handful of pistols.
I was surprised that they all got drawn so far off of sight by the pressure on B. It did give Rankers an opportunity to really insert themselves sort of deep into that A site going into Flower's secret, but doesn't end up mattering. M80, though, I'm sure, without a doubt, they've gone back and watched the VODs that exist of rankers playing on this map, and it is one where they try to contact push into positions like this, where Inspire is right now, very, very frequently. They really love to expose as many parts of the map as possible by just slowly walking around. Inspire goes for the longest flanks here, so they're going to need to be weary of that.
Ooh, nice opening shot from Sato, just as Eggster tried to jump across over towards B-Long. Cainzera, once again, just not respecting the utility in place. Walking deep up through mid again. This time he's going to rewrap this back over to where the teeth of this Killjoy utility is. Turret on the corner.
Here.
And it's also going to reveal the Nano Swarm as Bao is still playing deep, making sure the mid flank stays safe.
You're going to see someone from M80 in that position Bao is in all the time. Inspire loves to try and push through the sewer to spawn.
Now it's a heavy-handed approach right through a connector. Kane is just throwing little shoulders with the knife out. B-Dog playing inside a pit. Okeanos on the cross. Should be enough for a good crossfire setup. Recon bolt flash combination allows Cainzera to catch one. Trades are decent. Weapons are also collected behind this. Could Val find anything on the cross? He sees Ion over towards Secret. And that might be enough for them to just use their numbers to isolate, but can they actually catch him in this corner? No, that's not bad. Ion able to find a 1-for-1 trade is really good news. And now the question mark is, where's the rest of this post plant? You got Sato still on a scope. Poppin and Inspire is going to play off one another. Crossfire setup. That works out for one. Poppin catches two. And Rankers. That's a massive reprieve moment after the pistol loss.
How the hell are they allowed to win that? They go 2 for 2 in the site with Classics over towards Secret. I mean, sure, B-Dog only had a Sheriff in that situation. He gets his, but I can't remember who the other player was that went down, also lost a duel in that instance. It was someone with a Bulldog. Just going 1-for-1 is the major issue. And that's after they have man advantage. Oh, that was Oki just getting caught by the shorty close up. And then somehow Ion, caught in the corner, finds one with a Sheriff headshot, because of course he does. Just Rankers things. Like, they win so many rounds like that that they have simply no business ever winning.
That flips everything on its head. M80 now going to play for a heavy defensive stack through A. Inspire, the one responsible for this, is a lot of his focus is over towards mid. Does have the sheer behind him just in case. Sato, corner, lineup. I mean, take what you like. Now over to the burst. Inspire will fight all four. Line him up, knock him down. B site also being taken, leaving Bao by himself.
He is having a fantastic day, Inspire, and they're trying to set him up to maybe get the ace right now, or does Ion steal it? No, Ion does in fact steal it.
So fun.
Hate to see that happen. Inspire was on the flank too. Come on, bro.
That's a clean rebuttal there from Rankers. But now we go into our first full gun round. Operator going to be committed to by Sato. That has been a staple of his gameplay since being brought onto this M80 roster. Did look like the Outlaw was still in the same hands, though, for Kane. So we'll see if there's going to be any scope battles.
Yeah, which could be brutal, because I don't think Sato can afford armor. I think he's just glass cannon off.
I think so.
Yeah, that is the case. Glass cannon going up against the Outlaw. You'd hate to see that.
And this will be the first time that we really maybe see outside of the pistol of what is the intention of the Fade Sky combo for M80 defensively. I mean, you can already see the Guiding Light early, Trailblazer gets B control. The Fade's also playing on the opposite side. So again, it's just delay tactics, this utility, but Eggster very quickly into this Dimensional Drift. Gets the info, but whoa, Kane's gonna drop. A pivotal first win there from Okeanos. Trades will allow the Rankers to get on the site, though, for what will likely be a post plant.
Planting right now for default. You got a couple shock darts for the post plant. Eggster with a flash. Does he try and pop through this? Just find a timing. He does find the window.
I don't think he sees the top of the ponytail, though. Sato doesn't make a difference. Poppin comes with two, just using the Outlaw to his advantage. And now M80 are just down to Kaya, who's stuck over towards Secret. Nowhere to go here at the pit. He's also been tagged, and Poppin will spam him through the wall.
I can't. Get Sato as well, by the way, who had the no armor, operator gone. All of that investment completely up in smoke for M80, back onto the eco. And when we get to this next buy round, both teams will have a lot of ultimates, in fact, but still that snowball could absolutely be on for the Rankers. I mean, it's just disgusting. He finds 3 with the Outlaw on the retake. I mean, it's just filthy.
And KaneZera is going to keep it alive here for Rankers. M80 going to get some space over through A main. Same shear wall to be placed just as a safety measure for Inspire on this lurk through mid. He's also going to have Ion working with him. But the execute is well underway towards B. And again, Caillou is just in a spot where he just has to kind of read it with his utility, but you can't stop this.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do aside from trying to find a kill with the Sheriff. B-Dog does so.
That should be a weapon collection as well. Not committing for it as of yet, though. Ion, mid-map. Oh, he's being chased. Oh, this should be isolation. Ion at least able to find one. That's not bad news overall. Oh, good damage. Also up top towards tower. Pushes B-Dog off the angle. So the plant is in. Flash is out. Easy follow-up from Inspire. And the opportunities of some of these opening Sheriff shots going to be down to Caillou for a 1v3. Wow, he's going to put the Seekers here. Inspire's low on HP. Oh, goodness. The Steel Garden comes out just as soon as Poppin peaks. Gets caught in the transition between weapons, and Rankers will secure the round.
That was a really nice counter ult from Inspire. 2v1, sure, but you just want to make sure that you lock up that important round. Really well played from him, who remains to be on fire. 8 for 1, still at the top of the board after a dominant showing on Lotus. He has been exceptional today for Rankers. We're like, you know, typically he's a guy that's going to have his big rounds where he'll come up with a flank, get a crucial backstab that'll put so much pressure on the other team, and they'll win a round by virtue of that. He's not always the guy that's just going to be running the scoreboard with tons of multi-kills, but that has been the story today.
Well, timeout here for M80. Lots to talk about. And I think some of the precarious thoughts about this Fade Sky are starting to come to life pretty quickly. Now, again, yeah, like Inspire's popping off the scoreboard. Those 4 right there were pretty darn free. But if you're M80, I mean, there needs to be, I think, a decision here of, do we want to use this Sky Fade utility to get aggressive early and shut down space, or do we want to save a lot of it and just default for playing for retakes? It's just so tough, I think, to frame those up, I think, especially with how quickly Rankers can get deep into sight with things like a Yoru and a Jet. I know that neither of them have necessarily been as impactful as Poppin and Inspire, but still, that's a consideration. And we need to learn, I think, in this round what M80 are going to prefer to do.
There have to be moments where they're going to be needing to be dynamic in that way, right? There's an operator in the hands of KaneZera on attack, which would certainly lead you to believe that Rankers want to slow the game down, give him an opportunity to find an opening.
I think it's just the thing is, like, we're seeing it in a handful of rounds. Well, hold on a second. Sato, battle with Ion. Star is placed. Ion hasn't popped it yet, just kind of holding this position. And they may try to flash him off this corner with Eggster rejoining. But what I was about to say is, like, the Prowler and the opening Trailblazers really haven't done much to force Rankers to stop or do much of anything. But here we go. Caillou's going to join the party here. And they may walk up and try to get aggressive. The dry peak comes through. Smoke will eventually be pulled back. And this battle will continue to rage on.
Swing out! Oh! I mean, that's a sickening shot from Eggster. Both B players removed.
Well, the site's wide open now. Defense rotating over, but none of this utility for Bao is in place to stop this. Poppin getting deep in towards back halls. And with support from KaneZera with the scope, I just don't see a world how M80 retake this.
Yeah, do they want to risk this when between the 3 living players they have 1,050 credits left?
Yeah. Well, that's an important opening. KaneZera is also committed a bit further up here. I mean, this is a huge commitment forward as the op player. Oh, it doesn't make a difference. Still pops for the opener. And now you've had to force this shorty out. Bold challenge from Kane. Some damage tallied, but more important part is a lot of space has been taken away. A lot of time has been killed off the clock. Ion, though, has to 1v2, and Okeanos saves the day. Wow. I mean, I just didn't think there was a world with just smoke cover that M80 were going to be able to contest the play through the pillar post plant, but that shuts me up quick.
Absolutely. How clutch is that? From Bao first, he finds that kill to even the situation into the 3 versus 3. And then while he's trying to get on the spike, Oki's taking the fights, winning them out. What the hell? I mean, that was a crazy opening. Yeah, and then later on, in addition to that, you had Kenzura go for that aggressive play through the smoke, was just punished for it. I mean, that's an insane round to win for M80.
Yeah.
That would have had them in a terrible economic position.
Who's next? And that was 2 smokes from the Astra. That was it. That's all they had. Conventional drift going to be used early here, though, as Rankers are keeping the pedal to the metal. Smoke displacement really just going to force the defense to have to consider this Nightfall on the response. This will push the spike off the site for now. But no immediate follow-up here through mid-map. Okeanos does get caught. Regster just slips behind the turret. And that will allow re-entry with the Aldrone clearing out a little bit of space over through backside secret.
Kenzura more than happy to try and take a fight with this off. But just gets sprayed through. He walks into the spam angle on the spike.
Stop it. Stop it. Follow up. Also, not going to be there. Caillou finds a second. He's now got pit control. Exter has stayed safe over on the connector, and a big 1v1 there from Ion, leaving Sato to the 1v2. This would be tough to break down. Can he clear this first angle? This doesn't predict that Exter's holding tight, and that's enough for Rankers to still hold on to the round 5-2 up.
Oh, that was a beautiful little bait from Ion. They had that inherent read on the timing that Sato would be pushing up, so he just jiggles and starts spamming to draw his crosshair back to main, get Exter the free kill. That was a lovely little way to finish that round out that devolved into absolute anarchy on the site with everyone just spraying through the walls. Like, the poor whoever that was, I can't even remember who had the op. Okay, and he's just walking up trying to get the angle on secret, but is in the spam angle for the spike. It is very silly.
Bring them down.
Well, economy gets broken once again after that round for M80. Down just to Sheriffs in 1 classic. Cosmic Divide and Lockdown, though. If you start to see that same weapon collection that we saw from a couple of rounds prior, figure that M80 will commit those to try to hold on to this defense. But Kenzera still with an operator out, and they're continuing just to try to set him up for opening angles. This time over towards ooh, smoke gets popped just in the nick of time. Lurk from Ion also stepping up. In a little bit of trouble, gets behind pillar and everything resets. Spike is still down in spawn, by the way.
Yeah, he realized he was exposed to too many angles there. Let's try and isolate. Instant dink could get shut down.
They got him trapped on this angle. It just comes down to just how you find the shot.
Finish.
Yep, sure does. Numbers advantage. Weapon not in the collectible position, but Sato has stuck forward. First shot misses from Kenzera. Follow from Caillou is good. 2 for 1 the exchange. Caillou maybe not done yet. Body tag comes through, popping in a little bit of trouble. Smoke blocks
left.
the angle, and Rankers are going to commit forward on this. Keep in mind, you still have Inspire on a lurk through mid like you called from a couple of rounds prior.
But he might be too late. There's only 2 players here.
Yeah.
20 seconds left. They're trying to go run away with the spike. I mean, this is an effective save. There's nothing they can do.
10 seconds left.
Unbelievable. And now M80
Did they think they could get to the site on time?
No way. It's just, that never was possible.
Yeah. I mean, they must have just been playing to the save, but also let's just get the spike down at the end.
I don't know. I mean, that's going to feel miserable for Rankers. You have everything in your favor, but Caillou just shuts down the play.
I like, the way Sato and Caillou played that was really nice. Rankers wanted to rotate over to try and bail out Ion, who was, I think, a little bit too happy to keep engaging at low HP. And Inspire's flank was just way too, lengthy. Like, he had to cross miles of the map. Pretty disastrous round to lose. Luckily, their economy is still really strong. And they still have an opportunity to break M80s, which is crazy.
it's just one of those rounds you are going to reflect back on, because flat out, all it took was one dink and a follow-up kill into Ion to completely swing the round. Sato, aggressive angle. He is by himself. There's not even a smoke for him to help him get out. And there is...
Could be droned off of this.
Yeah, a full plethora of rankers coming out. Sato staying alive and undiscovered behind pillar. Now re-challenges the angle. This is the opening shot. Has to try to dash away. Kane's trying to follow behind. This Cosmic Divide separates the site as the Seekers get called, and that will be enough for both teams to kind of take their corners and get the retake underway.
They want to get that free plant. They try and fight past the wall in halls right now. Jump through. Lovely reaction.
Nowhere to run.
Understeer going to be called behind this. One tags out, but Sato taken out of halls. Oh, and how about Eggster?
Bro, what?
Holds his position. Foul on the corner, though, does not get concealed. Oh, but the follow-up elimination is there. And B-Dog is just so late to the party for this 1v3. There's just no way.
Because they're going to try to go for this. Ion through the smoke, gets the kill. All right. I mean, that's the second kill of the round that just should not have been found by a Rankers player. Eggster teleports and just doesn't get killed coming out of the teleport. Kills Caillou, who's staring at him. That should not be allowed to happen. They get away with so much nonsense because they have the most confidence at all times. That was a great flash, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's that follow-up angle. But you mentioned it. Eggster just teleports into back halls. Takes down two, retracts back. No worries there. And again, it's just one of those moments that you look at M80 and say, how do we deal with this quick pressure that Rankers are establishing, especially through the B side? I mean, really on both sides, they've been trying to scale deep into either halls at B or over towards Flower and Secret at A. And largely speaking, they've been successful in that. So definitely a question that needs to be answered in these last couple of rounds and a half. This one is just pistols. Kane's yeah, a little dash into the smoke, but the shorty will work out. And follow-up from Ion is perfect. 5v2.
An insane way to entry into the site. I mean, right now, I would just like to see Eggster try and go hunt for the kills. He's one away from the dimensional drift. That would just be the cherry on top of an already really clean anti-eco.
No flash, spammed down by Poppin, and dealt with by Inspire for the flawless for Rankers. All right, need to see something from M80 in this round right here. Got to find some sort of response. And I'm not going to lie, I think just kind of sitting here and watching how they're defaulting to try to play off of Sato taking an open angle, allow him an exit, and then just play for retake. You've got so many flash and kind of ground taker utility pieces with the Trailblazer and the Prowlers. This opening Prowler towards A main just isn't really doing much. It made this round felt like Sato was sticking with him, so maybe they're going to try to take an angle away aggressively through A. But largely speaking, I just feel like the Prowlers and the Trailblazers have been ineffective.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't like how passive they've been. They're not really controlling space, and I like to see that they are doing that this round. They have a lot of control over at the A extremity, but it's just a fast hit from Rankers on B, with Eggster getting all of the information off the dimensional drift, essentially allowing for a free plant here.
Oh, and it's just, again, look how far Rankers can get, how quickly they can get there. I mean, Sato gets the angle at A main. There's still two defenders on the A side. Like, why? And now you have to try to find a way to retake this by way of Cosmic Divide. That has to block off the play through pillar. You have to isolate back halls first and foremost. Everyone's here. The stack is on. That's the final flash from Eggster. There is that Cosmic Divide. Stepping up is going to be Ion. Not the same for popping yet. He's got an owl drone, and it reveals so much. Eggster able to take down two. B-Dog, not necessarily seen on this drop-in, but now Rankers can hold on the backside of this Cosmic Divide. They have so many utility pieces still available. And it's just an absolute breakdown. Rankers cleaning their post plant.
I really liked watching Rankers on this map when they had the ISO previously, but I also am really enjoying the inclusion of the Jet here. They're playing, or rather they played, the first maybe 50% of this half in a slower fashion, working around the operator, and then later in the half, now they've just increased the pace, 100 miles an hour hitting the site. Either site, they're just storming it, and that's working out beautifully for them. It's just a little bit more dynamic than the ISO look, which was pretty much just all gas the whole time.
Who?
Well, first blood tallied. And the heavy stack of utility at A is, I mean, that is everything. That is every piece of utility in the map.
They're going to try to anchor the site when the hit comes in or play for the retake. K0 is in so deep, and yeah, it should get shut down and does.
Yep. Okeano staying alive, still a little bit on this angle. Post plant can still get set up here, though. Don't call this quits yet.
Planted.
And there's no presence through mid. And yeah, Poppin still got an opportunity to stop this rotation into the site. Spam through the wall. Ion in trouble, but still alive. Reveal coming through. Ion makes good on that. Are you choking me? 3v3. Sato able to find one more over the top. Kaza Divide coming through for the offense. Trying to get this post plant really established, but now it's just down to Inspire. 1v3 situation, and Sato clean with the opening shot. We'll have M80 finding 4 in their defensive half.
Sato was electric in that round with the shots. The jump up to kill Poppin was so sick. Poppin has had such great utility in this half, by the way. The amount of reveals that he's gotten in some of these retake situations has been really crucial. Much like we saw from Rankers the last time they played Pearl, though, they are just so dominant on attack. Again in the driver's seat. M80 with a lot of work to do. And I just want to see what they have in store for us with this Sky plus Fade Initiator pick that they're running. Can they get value out of the Sky when they need it most?
See what happens. See what the design is going to look like. Again, both teams making some swap-ups into their composition coming into this matchup. And the track record again for M80, I mean, the first time they played this map with Sato, they were trying to go to that Neon Breach standard that we kind of had learned from years ago when this map first came through. Did not find the same value, so they've swapped things up. And they're going for Caio Okeanos in the Sky and Fade. At this point, I wouldn't say it's found a ton of value. So yes, whatever this design is needs to come to life here. On the other side, though, Eggster has actually been finding a tremendous amount of value, just getting deep in towards sites. Kane Zera has just been there to try to find opening first bloods, but the ability to run double duelists, especially quick ones, got rankers really aggressively in towards sites. So maybe a little bit of like 6 of one, a half a dozen of another. How do you utilize these double duelists on the defensive side? And we're getting early insinuations of that as really both duelists are playing on opposite sides of the map, trying to put pressure initially into the offensive side of the map.
Early Sky Flash gets the info towards A, and then it's an immediate rotate from M80. They want to pivot over towards mid. Fight into Art off this Trailblazer where the Rankers are stacked up.
Shock Dart pushing them back just a touch more. And look how quick this flank is on the way. Oh, especially now that you're able to line up a collateral headshot with the Sheriff. Those shots aren't necessarily clean, but Okeano still drops Kane Zera for 3. And M80 are now stuck at mid.
What can you even do about that? Just swing the corner, collat kill. Eggster push all the way out of B. I mean, Kane Zera is just on a different level compared to the rest of the competition in Challengers. When you run down the scoreboard, or rather, when you run down just the stats of everyone in the league, he is far and away #1. And then on a day like today, he hasn't even needed to be that guy. Other players are stepping up so much, but he's still finding his moments. That is so insane.
Wow. Okay, is there any more eco magic in the mix here for M80? Because wow, are they going to need it. 10-4 tally with not a lot of moments going their way throughout the first half. It has us hard pressed to figure out what the recipe and the algorithm is going to look like for this composition for them on the offensive side. On top of that, you need something, and you need to have something quickly. Because at the moment, it does look like Rankers are just kind of running it down. And when you're getting moments like this with lineups with a Sheriff, it just feels like you can do no wrong.
It's going to be all classics for the side of M80. It looks like they don't want to take any risks, invest a single thing into this. Sato heated up a little bit at the end of that first half is going to need to continue that form and even be better on top of that. Someone on this M80 team needs to start playing lights out if they have any chance of getting back into this. And I still am just worried that this comp is not good enough compared to rankers to even get back into this anyhow.
Yeah, and again, figuring that this result continues to go the way that it's trending at the moment, you really can't put a lot of blame on M80. Like, they're still trying to figure out what they want to do. You know, since adding Sato to the mix, first iteration of this competition didn't work out well, and whoa. How is Kane still alive? He was affected by every piece of utility, and now the follow-up from Ion is looking good. I mean, again, it is just classics, I get it, but wow, I mean, that was looking like a free first blood for M80, not the case. And now you've got a 4v2. Yeah, and the classics just are not going to do much here.
Just Pow trying to walk in through Art and shut down by Eggster. So far, what we've seen from M80 is just trying to go for the Sky flash play around the corner with the Haunt over top. So if someone from the Envy side is pushed into A main, ideally they get flashed and then they can't break the Haunt because they're blind and they're getting pinged out, but it just hasn't happened yet. It looks like the M80, like the M80 standard open over on that side of the map. They're going to have to go on a major run.
Yeah.
I mean, up until this map, they've looked like the team that has had the best shot of actually beating rankers that we've seen so far, but it is falling to pieces.
Yeah, it really is. Trailblazer out, trying to get pillar control. But it's denied, and KaneZero is still holding on an angle. Guiding Light coming through that will land, but it doesn't make a difference, at least not initially. Eggster stuck, and will gate crash back, but at that moment, M80 showing aggression through mid at the same time, now have full opportunities to get on to B, as the spike will be collected by Sato, and they'll make their way on.
They really just win that by virtue of the gun diff. I hate to say it, but I think if the Envy team had rifles and that played out in the exact same way towards B main, I think they just win that out. Like, the utility from the Sky wasn't doing much. It didn't blind them up. They were set up in crossfires, but Eggster just has a Marshall. He can't get a kill just swinging off of that.
Yeah.
If they had rifles, that would have been pretty dangerous, but M80 are able to convert, retain most of their weapons, unless Ion pulls something off here to do some economic damage.
Doesn't feel likely with a Ghost Stinger combination, but you never know. And he may just wait and sacrifice his life to the spike. So a 5th round comes through, and again, I think that, you know, in terms of kind of getting an answer for our questions about the Sky and the Fade, just overwhelming with utility early. Get some of that key ground right away, and then find ways to execute behind the limited amount of flashes that you still have. So I think it's just really pivotal that Caillou stays alive as long as humanly possible in these execute attempts. Because if you can use the Trailblazer to clear out things like Pillar, flash behind that, then you should have advantages in being able to get to the front doors of these sites. I think the question is going to be, how do you deal with rankers trying to throw a lot of utility your way, especially if they continue to play aggressive at the barriers?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose as well for M80 with this, because they want to be running the Jet here, they feel like they need flashes elsewhere. They don't have the Yoru, which has just proven to be meta-defining generally across the board, but especially on this map. Like, again, I'm just going to take it back to the Masters final, G2T1, but both sides run Yoru on this map. Tons of teams do at the moment. It's just been so strong. Anyhow, this is a crucial round for M80 in that they could break the economy of the Envy team.
Oh, and I love this. Again, you see the Prowler out. You've got 3 members there. Just force it. Push through. So numbers advantage now for rankers, and a key component of the executes off the table. Retraction back over towards A-Link, though. Ion does get caught, so that little push up through mid works out nicely. Defensive shear has also been procced already, so 4v4, but KaneZero, behind the alarm bot, tries to get aggressive, has the Bucky in the back pocket as the right click misses, and that will push back this rankers defense.
In the meantime, we saw Sato proc the shear over towards B, so they won't have to contend with that when they go for the full execute that they're gathering up for right now. He's just hoping someone walks into his crosshair. Flash out from Eggster, offering a little bit of delay with the vines.
Immediately into the back line, with the follow, the little flash and dash to B Halls. Works out to isolate onto Inspire. Cainzera still has
30
the knives
seconds
up
left.
and ready, though. Is there an opportunity to try to get a reset here? Oh, just flat out misses. Poppin following up, was able to take down two, but not quite able to transfer for the third. And M80 staying alive here, stringing them together.
Yeah, they worked the map really nicely there. That's been the case really across the board. They've had some really impressive attack side calling. I like that they were able to work B, get a lot of that important util out early, especially the wall. And in the meantime, pressuring towards Art, keeping attention there, and then rotating into that full hit was really nice. And that play back hauls where they get the flash from the sky right here into the dive with the shorty. They break that economy of Envy.
Oh, and we're going to get just a rundown at mid.
It's ambitious.
Yeah, it is, but
perhaps too ambitious.
Sheriff Stacks, you're hoping for a little bit of friendly fire there. Oh, and Poppin gets read by B-Dog to make matters worse. So, M80's likely to get their 7th round here. And I imagine Rankers are probably going to at least take a timeout after this and try to talk about this. Because, again, it is pretty telegraphed, like, of what M80 are going to do. When you've got a Sky and you've got a Fade, like, the utility is going to give you an indication of what's happening on the map.
Inspire trying to get in the smoke, but Sato is so ready for that. This would definitely be a great time to get the timeout in, clean for M80, and they needed that to start building the economy up. A couple players still on low cash, so they needed a clean round. I mean, it's even funny to think that back last year, this Rankers team were dominating the Challenger scene. They didn't even have a coach. They were just running it down on teams.
Yeah.
And now this year, they're like, wait, we're actually really good. Let's get a coach. Let's get an org. Let's take this more seriously. We can actually win Ascension.
You see the potential for sure, not just in their first 4 maps, but also I think in some of the adjustments and adaptations they've made here in this one. I don't know. It also kind of makes you sweat a little bit. Like, this is your #1 seed playing up against one of the bottom seeds in the playoffs, and M80 is giving them a workout after, what, 2 weeks worth of reps with Sato at most?
That hasn't been long.
No.
At all. And that also, though, I mean, it is such a detriment when you're thinking about the map pool, too. Like, how many maps have they really been able to put serious time into feeling like, okay, we've mastered this one and we want to get it in the pools frequently? Like, is Pearl one of those?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, they might just still be throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. That's why they're maybe running this comp. They're not sure of what they want to do 100% just yet.
Oh, this is a pivotal piece of contact right here. Oh my goodness, Cainzera, a rare whiff. Okeanos secures first blood. Prowler to follow up, that will guarantee a main. Defense has to make a choice here, and it's going to be a gate crash back to middle. Looks like Rankers are predicting the A hit.
This is a round worth 2 if M80 win it. Nightfall is going to catch Ion. Cosmic Divide as well. They are dumping everything they've got into this crucial round.
Yeah, Seeker's flash also being committed. Rankers getting some counter information though, but Eggster, I mean, everyone feels like they're flashed the moment as we swap POVs. Hunter Spirit trying to hold the front lines. 14 seconds worth of time. Caillou just able to find an edge away from the Vortex to get the plant off. Ion shut down as he tries to make the play through, and that's going to be Bao cleaning up the final 3 eliminations. M80 now up to 8 operators saved, and like you mentioned, the banks are broken again.
Bao has some sharp aim. Love watching his point of view on some of those kills. I mean, we saw it from everyone else, but they were just getting deleted the second they went through the wall. He is so quick with the reaction, snappy, moving the crosshair. Rankers now feeling the pressure. Now they take that timeout, try and cook something up when they have the bad buy here. And then after that, focus on the full buy round where they're going to have crucial ultimates to play with. M80 just expended everything that they have. Bao got enough kills to get the lockdown ready, though, which is nice. But Oki, B-Dog, the Seekers as well, they all ripped their ults. So it's a chance for M80 on their next buy to win by virtue of the ult economy.
Yeah, very true. And it's just the amount of just contest that's coming through. I mean, I swear to God, why when we watched that execute, it felt like everybody was flashed. Like every POV we got
No, it was insane.
white screen.
I mean, like from our point of view, like Egster was actually fine in the corner that he was playing in, but there was so much going on that he just thought he was in danger. Like, there's a molly, is it on me? It's like an inch away from me, and he was actually okay. But then he just swings because it's like there's too much happening. He was overstimulated and just went out into the open and died. I don't blame him though. Like, how do you keep track of everything?
Scout just.
Trailblazer clearing out pillar at B. Zera spins C. Yeah, and just all you need is a shoulder. Saddle rips it off. First blood goes the way of M80. Again, heavy firepower advantage for them naturally, but now into a 5v4 where really you're looking at Egster has to hit some sort of a random sheriff shot to try to keep this thing tight. Other side of the map, you do have Ion by themselves. Same situation there. There's just not a chance for this defense to stack and rotate.
And much like Abyss, we're seeing the M80 team lean into Sato's operator on attack. It's good against rankers playing so aggro on defense. And also, both Abyss and Pearl, two of the best op maps in the game. He's really been finding value with it.
Yeah, big time. There comes the execute. Extra back on north site. Ion deleted by the Nanosaur. Reveal is out. That's enough for the team shots to eliminate one. But Extra's in trouble here. Follow-up flash coming through. Aldrin also committed into the site as we're still waiting for Inspire to rotate over. Just a stinger for them, though. And Exter is continuing to be chipped away at on the pit. They're happy to let him stay there for now. Poppin will drop. Exter falls. And Inspire with a stinger doesn't have to deal with the small little bit of healing that's coming through as Bao gets back to full HP, 1v4. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
It's hoping at this point that he can get one and then die, and then he'll have his Steel Garden for the next buy round. That's really the best outcome in this situation for him. But basically no chance of that, just going to go down to the spike.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, again, for M80, it is one of those situations where it is just, you just throw all your utility at the front. Try to get your numbers advantage off of whatever defenders are playing from inside the site. For the most part, it's worked out nicely for them. A couple of moments that have gotten a little bit scary, but largely speaking, the double duelist defense has been a little bit bullied here.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the round that rankers were really preparing for when they called the timeout prior to that eco round loss we just saw.
Yeah.
Where they have the Cosmic Divide, they have a Dimensional Drift. Those are two really excellent ultimates for retaking a site. So we'll see if they maybe try to lean into that. Zero's got an op actually, and he's just walking out of mid doors.
Oh, and Sato's on the other side. Who sees who first? Zera, shot goes a bit wide. Defense backs away. You also got to keep in mind that on top of this, there is a lockdown at the ready for Bao. So how do you clear that out if you're rankers? Aldro deleted early into this round as well on top of that. So again, M80 will have the opportunity to use some of this Sky utility to clear space.
Here.
Getting into Blink right now. Prowler gets some valuable information from that A to B link, which is now needing to be picked up by Poppin. Defenders getting a little bit more spread around the map. There's a lot to cover.
Star and Smoke placed over towards B main. The island defender is Inspire on that side of the map. Egster is on his way back over. Oh, and there's the shear that gets popped. B-Dog just going to back away from this, and the spike is actually making its way over. 30 seconds remaining, and ooh, this could get dicey in terms of the timing.
30 seconds left.
Gathering up for the B hit, M80, but yeah, two other players on that rotate. They are far away, and there's three defenders here for rankers.
Egster has to stay alive. He does better than that. He catches one. Pop it in the corner. A little double stack with Inspire. That will work out. And Egster, off of his own flash, catches another. Defensive Cosmic Divide is going to be committed. Oh, and the shots from Egster are beautiful on the Caillou. No chance whatsoever for M80 to get into sight. A lot of it just coming with the heroics of Egster for 3 in the round.
He stepped up in a situation where M80 were feeling the pressure of the clock, being forced to scale into the site in an awkward situation where there were only 3 of them there. They just played the round too slowly towards the end. Caillou and Bao miles away. And now they're feeling the pressure. They have to take the timeout as the Envy side creep closer to the map win. M80, we're on a 5-round win streak.
Yep. And that just, honestly, that just felt like a failed execute. Like, you pop the shear, you get the smokes. Well, the stars are placed over towards top tower and bottom tower at the tunnel. They're just pulled back. So they're short-fused nebulas. So you're thinking that you're just going to flash and use a prowler or something behind that to get into B, but they kind of just get bamboozled by the defensive cosmic divide that comes through. It's like so much of that utility is spent just to make sure they can get through the barrier that I don't even know if much of it actually affects B halls at all. So it just kind of feels like a miscue on the execute there from M80s, which we haven't really seen to this point.
See what M80 can do out of the timeout. That dimensional drift was also saved from Extra, just didn't even need to be used here. They got the cosmic divide out at an opportune time. It's crazy too that still KaneZero's at the bottom of the scoreboard. We just never see this. Like, the minimum average ACS he's put up in a match so far in Challengers has been 300. And right now he's below that at 260 in the series so far. But the rest of the team have stepped up.
Once again, Trailblazer clears out B long. Spike going to be left over towards B lobby. But Rankers have gotten some good intel over through A main. They can rotate the gate crash back over for Eggster. I fear if you're M80, you're just trying to get a little too cute. Like, you just have to trust what your normal execute protocol is here.
They have the lockdown to try and force these two anchors away from the B site, and there it is. Obviously, there is still going to be that gap in halls, but Bao can throw a molly into the corner to force that player out. Extra feeling the pressure, has to teleport away. They should be able to get a pretty free plant here.
Oh, stop
Inspire,
it.
just pure spam.
Oh, and how much of a difference maker that might play.
Yeah, and the dimensional drift can come and spot everyone out, get the information for this man advantage retake.
Absolutely the case. Steel Garden going to be called in. Jammed up. Eggster with the shorty able to find the clearance at B halls. Bao now on the pillar. Next one up. You've got Alert coming through over to the middle of the map through B-Dog, but he's got to come through quickly as eliminations are continuing to stack up here for the Rankers. No angle for Caillou to stop the diffuser, and in the same breath, B-Dog drops on the play through mid. Rankers a key round win. Now up 11-9.
They're slowed up, can't get the spike down at the opportune time, and then Inspire just spamming through, connects for the first kill, sets them up perfectly to get back in on the retake, using that dimensional drift. That Extra wins the shorty duel and back halls popping out of it. It just feels impossible for any team right now in Challengers to get over the finish line against these guys. M80 have tried so hard. They've made it so close. But it just feels inevitable. The talent on this Rankers team is too insane. They just always find a way to get over the finish line.
Well, now we've got pockets being expended. KaneZero is taking a considerable amount of damage from this turret.
The turret's putting in work.
I'll say. And the longer that was firing off shots, now all of a sudden you've got full flood in towards A. Ion still holding over towards Secret. Gets timing. Oh, and the Razor Wire will clean off the elimination onto one. Follow-up is decent. KaneZero sees one over the top, but clean shot from Okeanos, but it doesn't get through the presence of Inspire, who's working for potential A's here. They're trying to put this series to bed and move on into the playoffs. Still need to clear out space. Popping with the Odin. Gravity Vortex pulls him off from the diffuse for now. Is there enough time here? Bao with the shoulder coming out. He's going to take down two, leaving it just to Inspire, and B-Dog shuts it down. We go on.
They're not out of it just yet. Inspire could not have set Rankers up anymore to win that out with the 3K. The trades were so swift. But the utility from those remaining two M80 players was solid, just using the gravels to further delay, pull players off the spike after they were tapped, and popping just a little ambitious, trying to get this shock dart into the corner, not having the gun out, and it makes it all too easy for Bao to put him down. M80, they've got a real chance now. Getting close to ult. Extra pushed up. Cleared by the Prowler. Doesn't want to give up this angle just yet.
Oh, big first blood from Sato. And M80 aren't done yet. Ian trying to hold the ground. Shut down. No T's left uncrossed. I's left undotted. Nightfall just to make sure they can get entry in towards A. And Rankers in a bit of a financial pickle are going to have to back away and just try to save.
They've got no other option. This M80 team, they are resilient. The game really should have been over. Bao stepped up in that 2 versus 3. B-Dog as well to rally them back. And it's all going to come down to this last buy round.
Wow. I mean, we have been treated to a thrilling matchup here in these 3 maps. Everything has been down to the wire.
If you're an M80 fan as well, win or lose from here, you've got to be excited about the prospects of this team. They were waiting weeks and weeks and weeks for the visa situation to work itself out and get Sato able to play with the squad full time. He shows up, tough first match for them. They barely make it into playoffs. They're in the 8th seed. And now they've pushed Rankers, who went 4-0, clean sweep to the absolute limit. This team has a ton of potential. And they've went for a different roster building strategy after retaining, you know, that core that they had for a couple years with Xander, Nismo, etc. And they've gone, picked up some upcoming players in Caillou, Bao, and damn, do they look good.
Well, here we go. 1 round to potentially determine it all or determine if we've got extra innings. What's at the ready? Just knives for now. And really, nothing else is tremendously close. Everything is at least 2 ticks behind that. So this is going to be just down to strategy building. You know, the question there will be for M80, again, how deep does the playbook go? Are you able to trust some sort of an execute just off of basic utility and the raw gun skill? On the other side, I think you need to understand that if you're M80, Rankers have tried to challenge you and taken these opening first blood battles pretty regularly. Like, they're not scared of jumping up, trying to find just a wide peak angle to make contact happen. So I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of considerations here for M80 to try to get this thing to overtime, but there will be 2 scopes in the mix as well, and that has determined a lot of these rounds at this point too.
Kane0 has really leaned into the operator on defense and just hasn't found the value that Sato has. He's going for these aggro peaks early on in the rounds, not finding the shots. Can he do that on the last round to get Rankers their first playoff win, move on in the bracket to the semis?
Well, Trailblazer Guiding Light will take some B control away from Rankers. You've got a double stack setup off the operator with Kane and Poppin playing together on this cross through mid. I swear to God, if M80 just for the first time just try to raw walk up into art like this and get picked, that would be the most unfortunate of circumstances. But instead, they're going to go over to B's direction, and Caillou has already gotten so much space forward. Pops the shear, and now here comes the hit through connector at the same time.
They're trying to run down, timing this for when the shear wall goes down. Sato, Caillou can pop out of this with a flash.
I think he would have to, but Poppin, he's actually able to catch first blood. That's on the late play through mid. Knives, not gonna land for Sato. Oh no! What an absolute whiff.
And
You're still gonna get the spike plant, but it's a 4v3.
Yeah, Inspire was just baiting in the corner. Kane0 operator walking forward. Will anyone peek into him?
Aldrone gonna scout out 1 player D. Kane's there, trying to push on, but no, Caillou not gonna deal with it. Seeker's earned and now immediately popped. Okeanos following up with 2 as he picks up the operator. Okeanos secures overtime with 4. Finds the fallen op and makes perfect use of it. We've got extra innings here.
That is so insane. M80 rallying back. They were on that 5-round win streak. And then Rankers, who just had a huge lead at the time, they find their 2. They have them on match point. They have them in a 3v2 situation that M80 clutch out, and then clutching out in the 3 versus 4. Oki going crazy with the op. That is stunning. This team is so good, and they haven't even had that many weeks of practice together, with Sato finally arriving, able to be with the team as a starter, and they are already this good. No team has been able to push rankers like this.
Glass cannon build for Sato on this defense. You talked about his presence with this op on the defensive side of the spike. Aldrone is going to scout this, though. Tag is out, so Poppin will make sure they get some presence over towards B long. That's going to be followed up with Eggster tossing a decoy. It'll rotate one defender over, but this is going to be an A execute.
M80 still have 3 players towards B, which is going to leave the M80 players towards A really only with the hope of, let's try to get one and get out and then play for retake. B-Dog actually wants to stay in dugout, flashed up.
Still alive, though. Ion with the plant. Support on the way, quickly. Most of it through secret. Haunt just to make sure they can catch an angle. Bow on the cross with the double stack, followed up by Caillou. Trailblazer trying to get some information. Bow makes good use of that. And the follow-up, Bow! Collapsing on the 2. Post-plant still holding. In particular, Ion on site has done well. May catch Caillou off the reload, but no! Not going to happen. Now it's just down to trying to isolate these last 2 Rankers post-plat defenders. Caillou catches another, and they know where Poppin is. Here comes the flood forward. No chance for Poppin to stop the defuse. B-Dog finds the elim, and it will be advantage in overtime to M80.
B-Dog staying in dugout there, that position was crucial because the Rankers players just couldn't push deep sight. They couldn't get control of anything, so they all just get stuck on default together. The C's connects onto them. They can't avoid it. They're absolutely overwhelmed. They feel like they need to get out of that spot, but they go right into the crosshairs of the retaking M80 players. Kane trying to find a timing to take the duel from stairs, but goes down again. He just can't get anything started in this game. M80 have shut down the star of this Envy team.
Eggster once again, backside pillar, has not gate crashed back yet. Often when he gets that contact, he gets out of there. Wait, Bow's found first blood through mid. Oh, the flash pop, though. That is brilliant from Eggster. Shuts down Sato, who did have the op. And that will stay on the ground for now. We'll go 4v4, but the middle of the map is an issue for Rankers.
They needed that pick from Eggster bad, and he comes up. M80 slowly rotating back through spawn. Taking their time to get towards the A site, where Ion is entrenched over in dugout.
Recalling my bot.
The issue here for M80 without Sato being a part of the picture is how do you force deep pressure on this execute? Ion's going to feel pretty safe here, I would imagine. No more flashes, no more trailblazers for Caillou. Ion, can give away his position just a touch here by spamming. Team shots through the wall, dealing a lot of damage. Off the reset, though. Here comes Kanezera for the help. Trying to isolate over towards this dugout position. And whoa, Okeano's good for 2. How clutch has Okeanos been? Now it's just down to Inspire. Low health pools, though, for Okeanos and Caillou.
He does dodge that Nightfall, so they're probably not going to think that he's coming from Flowers right now.
First contact is all that's needed. Okeanos comes through massive again. 4 in the round. And M80 going to stop the undefeated spree from Rankers or Envy, whatever you want to call them. And the improvement with Sato now cemented as M80 have defeated a major opponent.
That is incredible from a team that hasn't been able to play with one of their starters for, what, more than a few weeks at this point, up against the Rankers team who have not lost a match since their debut, and I believe only lost 4 maps and won 34 before getting into this game. Insane that they've finally been stopped. The first seed against the 8th seed in the playoffs, and they have to fight through the lower bracket. What a showing from M80, and what a showing from Okeanos, who at the very end of that game came up with huge multi-kills in multiple rounds. They clutched out that 3v4, the 2v3. You feel like watching that. It's over for M80. What resilience on display.
A little bit of hero ball. Okeanos, though, calling game a couple of different moments in this series. The big news, M80 coming through and making Roy look like an absolute cerebral genius. We love and hate that at the same time. Huge upset, though, and that's just our first match of games here for North American playoffs. Do not go far. We've got so much more to come.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you get like a sugar rush.
I would shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something. What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal warm up. So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers. I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going to the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some depth matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Incredible series to be kicking off our playoffs. I did not know at any single moment what was going to happen, just that we were in for a roller coaster. And in the end, the one thing I didn't expect most happened. Roy ended up being right for once on the predictions. Congratulations. Give it up.
Yes.
That's an M80 victory for you.
Yes. Come on, give me my flowers, Vans. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, talk to me. Yeah, see, I never thought I feel like I just won the match, but I'm just on the day.
I've been made a clown.
Yes.
You got me. Your
it.
Your theory about first org jitters was true. And
Org
I'll have to
debuff
start.
theory.
Yeah, I'll have to start using that at every analyst desk that I do now for any new team that gets picked up or any new player that gets picked up.
I love it. I love it. But no, let's get serious though. This was an insane series. I mean,
yeah.
I think there was a point where like we just thought, oh, okay, this is just over. Rankers just look way too good on pro. Like what the heck's happening? What is this composition here for the M80 side? But then when things started to get a little bit close, we're seeing like a 10-8. We're seeing the score slowly just get taken, getting brought back. It's getting brought back. And when we went in OT, we're all like, oh wait, this is a real deal now. And for them to come out on top, giving Rankers, giving Envy their first defeat, it is just a massive statement and probably a huge boost to their mental and their confidence going forward as well.
Yeah, if I want to think about agent compositions too for both of these teams, without even thinking about the questionable Sky that we had in the beginning, but more onto why do we see Kane Zero on a Jet instead of playing an ISO? And I feel like it's Envy. We're just anticipating M80 to still play this Neon on a Sato on this map where they played it last week, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So now you have a Jet that could play like this elevation on top of the boxes. So you could try to get the picks off the Neon between the Neon walls. But then Sato comes out with a Jet, and Sato still pulls out the attacker side Jet. And you're still posted up on angles where Sato's going to win those moments. And he's been a pivotal point for those entries for M80 to be able to play like the plant and then delays and then fight towards the utility in the end. So I love it that both teams kind of came overly prepared for this third map, and the chess game went in favor of M80 in terms of that prep, thanks to that.
As well for M80, I mean, you highlighted Sato and this Jet. Yeah, fantastic. But even across the board, the impact from everyone on the team. I mean, there was discussion about the Sky going into this, but some really big moments, especially later on in the game, to really set the rest of the team up for success. And then Bao and Oki, I mean, Roy, without them, we would already be on to the next series, in my opinion. Like the performance they were putting up, not just here, but even Bao in that last map. Oki's just been lights out. Like huge round of applause.
I think the Oki shout out is massive because going into playoffs, I'm pretty sure he was like near the bottom of the scoreboard. So that just goes to say that bro is just an overtime warlord. There's really not much else to say. Dude. Bao was the one really doing all the legwork throughout the first 24 rounds. And as soon as we got into OT, it was just Oki.
I just remember there was some part in the game and you're like, yo, Vance, who's popping off right now for M80? What's going on? I was like, yo, there's definitely Bao. And then there's also Oki. And then we looked at the scoreboard and Oki was like 11 and 17 or something. He's like, he's not even fragging. But then suddenly he drops like a 4K in that round number 24 with an operator of all things. And then on a 2v2 towards the end to close out the map to combine another 4K to be able to win that series for M80. But it also isn't for... It wouldn't have happened, those rounds for Oki, if it wasn't for Bao as that KJ. That's another compositional change that came out of M80, by the way, because Bao before was playing a little bit more of a delay as a controller, as the Astra earlier on. But now as a KJ, delayed well enough, used his util accordingly, and also in those post plans found great timings on those one and done swings that capitalized into like a 2K, 3K that really helped M80 get to across the finish line in this OT.
Yeah, the impact of those two is just absolutely incredible on the match. And this M80, this is just looking better and better each time we see them play. So their run in the upper bracket continues, and Bao is now on the line for the post-match interview. So let's go hear their thoughts ahead of this series. Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
That is the win up against the #1 seed. That was such a close match. What's going through your mind right now?
I mean, it's a pretty easy win. We choked some rounds, unfortunately, on Lotus. And we got to a rough start at the beginning of some of our matches, but close it out here, you know. Just excited to see our team like finally get potential with Sato playing now, because before this match we only had practice with him for like 2 days, so it's good to see that we're performing with him now.
It's really exciting to see this M80 squad just scale up more and more with each game, with Sato being more and more integrated. But I want to circle back to easy win, because looking at this, we went to all 3 maps. This was a crazy one. You were down on that last one of Pearl too. So you say easy win, but I want to know what actually happened to get that turnaround to be able to close this out.
I mean, yeah, they started off well. They were snowballing us on a lot of these rounds, but I mean, we just all kept a good mental. We knew we were going to come into this match winning. So we just had to keep up our good comms, good mental, and then we just ended up winning. Just as simple as that.
Sometimes the best solution is the simple one. So back to Sato and the rest of the squad. We get to see Sato be able to play more. We're also seeing composition changes coming out more and more from the team. And we got to see a more aggressive look with the double duelists earlier. Then we get to see these changes on Lotus and Pearl. So I kind of want to know if this is something that's you're kind of rediscovering how the team wants to be playing with Sato, just little changes as the meta. Like, what's that all like?
I mean, with these new changes to the meta and stuff, we were just trying to play to our comfort on most of these maps. So that's why we ended up changing a lot of our comps. And then, I mean, we want our superstar Brazilian player to, of course, have like his comfort character. So we built around our whole team as a whole and their comfortability on these maps, which is how we ended up with these comps and why there's so many comp changes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think that comfort's definitely there. Being able to see step-up performances across the team, you and Oki especially, was top tier. So last but not least, last time I had spoken to M80, I'd spoken to Caillou and said the team was about a 60% chance of where the team would be. I want to know now, with this win, where you're thinking this full power of the team is, or is there still a lot more M80 we haven't discovered yet?
There's definitely a lot more M80. Like today, we did not play our best at all. A lot of these rounds were sloppy from us, and we're going to be better in the future and hopefully win off playoffs.
Looking forward to seeing you again. Bao, congrats on the win. Enjoy the rest of your night, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you. What a crazy game to be starting off, not just the day, but the playoffs here for Challengers. One more on the horizon as we are going up against Cubert Academy after a short break. Kidding about a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America for our playoffs. One team, M80, moving along in the upper bracket after ending the 17 series run by Envy. Crazy way to be starting off our day, and I cannot wait to jump into this next series. It's going to be Cubert Academy going up against QOR. Two teams with very different stories, very different futures, and I'm excited for what's going to be happening here because starting off with this Cubert Academy team, I mean, I don't think that this is any surprise to say, Roy, but heading into the series, I think this is the clear favorite.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going strictly off seeding, I would 100% agree. I think this team is definitely the favorite. They're one of the few teams that have ended the regulations with 4-1 record. But I think despite their record, we do have to talk about the fact that they haven't really played a lot of the top seeded teams on their way here, and they, as well as their performance has been a little bit less than our expectations. I think we see the names, we see the roster on paper, we see who their coach is, and I think all our expectations have been super high. But that being said, it's been about 3 weeks since they've played matches or they've played officials. So I believe truly that this team has gotten a chance to kind of just tighten up their edges. That's really all they needed. Their macro game looks good, their strategy looks good, their compositions look completely good. It's really just been like these little fine lines that have sort of not allowed them to be the high level team that we've been expecting. But I think these 3 weeks should have done them pretty good justice, and hopefully they've tightened up.
But you're telling me that they haven't played the best teams, but they still had to play against rankers, which is where they got their only loss in the Swiss stage. But they still had to play against a trust and plug, by the way, that has gone on such a deep run towards the tail end of it in that week number 4, and then they also had to beat M80 as well. So there's still a good. I mean, are you telling me that the super sub of We Did wasn't enough? Are you going to discredit that it was going to be an easier win for Cubert Academy to play against a weakened quote unquote M80 with We Did?
Listen, if you're going to put emphasis on seeding, then we just have to assume that M80 is one of the worst teams heading into playoffs. No.
I mean,
not after their win.
Getting all topsy-turvy over here.
It's close overall, right?
That would have been really funny if they lost, and then we'd be having a completely different conversation, wouldn't we?
We would have. I wouldn't have been made a clown of myself, and then we would be living in a different timeline. But it's not the timeline we're living in, right? We're still in the M80 that looks quite good. Even if they're seeded number 8, that's probably like, hey, what? Masters Bangkok. T1 was seeded number 8 by some players. There were some people coming through into this event and still won the whole thing, right? So it just comes to show that in this playoffs, though, with the team and the brackets that we're able to see on top of show, how close all of these teams are. So again, you're going into this Cubert Academy versus Core matchup where, yes, it's a super team still with Cubert Academy, where you were just mentioned before, like Wyatt mentioned on the broadcast, where you have, you know, a couple of players from that M80 roster like Nismo joining into Cubert Academy that has been the only one that kind of like was left out, that hasn't gone into partnership where everybody else kind of did. But now he has a chance here to still show that he has what it takes here to join here, at least into the Sentinels Academy roster, and hopefully through this type of system that is built by Sentinels, he could still prove his worth and still have a shot to move up, maybe not necessarily with a team, but to be able to pick up, or this team rather, but to be picked up with another team.
Yep. And I think their last win against M80 is really what solidified Cubert in my mind as a team that is most definitely on the uptrend, and we have definitely not seen their ceiling, specifically just how clean it was and how much more refined they've looked throughout the season. And again, I'm really, my expectations for this roster has gone even higher than what we've seen so far. I really do believe that the level of play that they could be playing at, we have not seen yet. So I'm really expecting to be seeing that come out in playoffs where it really matters.
Yeah, when you have this amount of just top tier talent all come together onto this team, even if it was maybe I say a smidge slow to click, like they weren't also winning stuff at the beginning, right? But even if it wasn't the ceiling that we expected, still great stuff. So I'm excited to see how that just heightens up here in the playoffs. But now opponents for today, and looking at a very different story, we got to talk about Core. For Core, this is one of the last teams to qualify into the playoffs here. And it's one of those teams, too, that definitely had changes heading into the season. You have Timotino, who's slotting into this team, this high potential duelist. Darkus is someone who we've seen in Challengers before, as well as Snarly. Like, there is a lot here. Just when you're looking at such powerful teams within the season of Challengers, Core have had sometimes a little bit of a tough opportunity, but there is the potential here. They have those legacy players. They got the new stars, Vans. I'm excited for today.
Legacy players around Snarly and Nerve, and also still have the same coach as Ocean, still has this very smart mind to this game. And even Logan coming in with Darkus and Timotino has added a lot of good chemistry here for this team. You'd think that when they lost the other players from the last season going into now, that maybe they would have been a weakened roster, but they've been looking better and better from week to week. And Timotino still has, you know, an opportunity to show that he has what it takes here to fight in the challenger scene. He, again, was one of the superstars up-and-comers back in, like, the Quebec-Montreal scene. And then now that he has an opportunity to play within the VCL, it's nice to see that there's actually a lot of Quebecers as well representing a lot of teams, just like Nismo is on the other side of the coin here with Cubert Academy. But overall, to go back to the point of Core, I don't think it's going to be an easy walk in the park for Cubert Academy going into this game, just because Core has a lot of great minds in terms of coaching staff in IGLing.
And I do want to point to our attention to the quote as well, right? Because it kind of touches on the point that I'm about to make right now, which is this team is most definitely on the uptrend. Yeah, despite their 4-3 record, their first 2 losses were the first 2 matches that they played. It was against Sad Esports. It was against Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, yeah, they were not very inspiring losses, but ever since then, ever since their match against Shopify Rebellion Gold, they've really turned things around. We've seen them play at a much higher level, taking down Trust and Plug, since you love them so much, Vansily. Obviously,
they're
losing.
So good.
I agree.
Don't like them.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
You like them too. You're just saying.
I like them too. I just like to make you feel exactly. Yeah, it's just a Vansily hatred side thing. But yeah, and then their last match against Nightblood Gaming, who, in my opinion, have looked very good towards the end, Nightblood Gaming. And then the fact that Core came out on top looking pretty decent in their match against them, I think overall, this should be a pretty good match. At least I'm expecting it to be.
I still think that's very confident words when you're looking at some of the teams that we have here in the playoffs to say us on top or an even matchup. But I guess you do have to have that confidence with the team. And when I look at players like Darkus, someone who we've praised a lot throughout the season, and being able to set up the other players on the team so we can see someone like Timotino thrive, I definitely think that there is the potential. I'm just intrigued with how much work they've been able to put in, especially since they didn't have quite as much time to maybe re-prep heading into playoffs in comparison to some of the other teams considering the run. Like, looking back at their match history, another one of these teams that they have these reps because Vans were forced to fight right up until the very end.
Yeah, and at least for the fights that they're playing in these series for Core, their strongest map that we usually have here in all the games that they've played have been on Haven and have been very, very one-sided in their favor. So this is actually quite good here for QOR. I mean, the tenacity around this team, if you're looking at the losses that they brought, the first one, as Roy mentioned before here, the loss against SAD and SRB. But the loss against SRB, one of them was also on Haven, where it went into like this double, triple overtime, if I'm not mistaken. So again, it comes to show that you're looking at, you know, what are these top 4 teams that's supposed to be going into Ascension, just as Shopify Rebellion Black, M80, et cetera, et cetera. But you have teams like QOR that are just riding well this storyline of the underdog and riding it quite well because they're able to make it very challenging for the teams that they play against.
Yeah, with the match history, it's definitely a very different schedule than what this Cubert Academy had. But if they're able to improve on it, and if with these reps just feeling more and more confident as a team, I'm intrigued with how this will go. And I think that the reps might have been a good thing when I'm specifically looking at this one player, someone who I already talked about, but Timotino, because going into this is definitely the least experience of the 2 duelists. But even when you highlight him in that last series, the series to get into playoffs, Timotino had a wonderful performance. So it's someone that I think we can just see more and more from. So hopefully we've gotten to that point here, Vans, where he's a little bit more unlocked and we can see a great head-to-head against one of these star duelists in the league.
And it's a tough matchup to play against, too, against Redux, right? Because on the other end, Redux has been like the prodigy for Sentinel's first Cubert Academy going into the season, or even when he was talked about in last season when he was playing with OXG. But he just kind of got overshadowed by every other duelist that were kind of playing under this Envy banner, and we kind of just leave him to the side. So Timotino is going to have his hands full if the game plan for QOR is to go toe-to-toe against Redux. You're hoping that there's going to be a lot more utility around Timotino to get a little bit of an edge and an upper hand here in these duels against Redux. But overall, I still think that Timotino is a great player that seems to be very flexible around a Raze and a Jet. Haven't seen him too much going on into other duelists yet, but is still a very, very good selfless duelist that is going to be able to create at least a little bit of space for your team, but not necessarily able to stay alive every single time in these moments.
And I think that's a very important distinction between these 2 styles, right? Because I feel like Redux's entire team structure is kind of built around him, setting him up, getting him to really good spots, whereas QOR's strategy doesn't overly rely on Timotino too much. So there's a bit of a setup discrepancy. Obviously, Timotino is still getting a great utility and overall being set up, but the entire team philosophy is not around Timotino. It's around the entire team. And statistically, it supports that with all the players being so close, like condensed and stat spreads. But that being said, there's one thing to also keep in mind between these 2 players specifically. It's the fact that Redux has only really shown 2 duelists. It's the Jet and the Raze. I think, Vans, you were saying that. But whereas Timotino's flexed into almost every single duelist, including the Yoru, which seems to be high performing in this current meta.
I mean, for Redux, though, even if it's the 2 duelists, they've been so good. So being able to play these comfortable duelists and thrive, I'm excited then to see how and if that'll make a difference then going into the map picks and bans. Because do you think that maybe the duelist is only playing a couple of different things, maybe try and take advantage? First pick up of the series, QOR Vans, they're going to go to Haven.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about before, right? Their strength, their bread and butter going to the Haven and usually playing a very, very standard composition in this one. And even if they're playing a standard composition where it's almost like the Ascent style where you kind of know how to play around like a Breach and a Sova, they're still able to get some very one-sided victories against all of their opponents, with the exception of Shopify Rebellion Black, where they lost in like that quad OT that I was mentioned before. So it just comes to show that they're very comfortable and know how to maximize the map and the layouts of this map to allow here to get the best value for the team. But again, if you're looking at last week, it wasn't around Timotino getting, or the last match they played on this map, it wasn't around Timotino, but more around Darkus as his initiator really helped them out. But I'm actually quite surprised here, Roy. Sorry to cut you.
No,
and
ahead,
I'm gonna pass it over to you now. But there's 2 maps that we haven't really seen from Cubert Academy yet, and it's still not being played at this point. Crazy.
Yeah, their map pool is quite hidden, but going into Split specifically, because that's what we're going to be going into as the second map, I mean, that makes complete sense from my perspective. They showed it against in their last match versus M80. It was an absolute stomp, 13-6. They had a pretty interesting take on the meta, running the Sage, an agent that we haven't really seen played that much. So I'm curious to know if they're going to be keeping that composition since it's working, or if they're going to be swapping to something else that maybe they found is working better for them. But I feel like overall, this is slightly in favor of Cubert Academy.
Oh, dude, now I have to go in predictions with when Roy was right, he had to fucking, oh, sorry, Swore. He had to flame me. But then when go into Sierra Dawn, and if she gets it right, she's going to have to flame me again. I don't like being on this desk, man. You guys are always against me.
We have him crashing out, Sierra.
Actually, I think that's the first
yelling at clouds crashing out.
first fine of the season goes to Vansily crashing out over predictions.
Yes,
You hate
they
to see
cannot be
it.
any better.
I mean, for myself here, I just look at the series and the strength of Cubert Academy. I don't think you can deny that at any single point in time. That is nothing against Cubert Academy. I just look at the very different stakes getting into this. And when we look at this Cubert Academy, it's a team that can't ascend. It's individual players that are looking to then maybe get picked up. Whereas for Core, well, this is a team that has to be working together for any chance to get these points, to try and find themselves in ascension. And I think when you turn that pressure up, sometimes the teams crack, sometimes you get diamonds, and I think Core, they definitely have that talent that we could see some great stuff coming out today. So I'm excited for it. So let's get into the agent select, see what's going to be happening on the very first map pick. I like this map pick too, because this is Core's bread and butter, but Cubert Academy had a rough showing on it last time they saw it. So Roy, they're switching the comp all up.
Yeah, and that's the power of having 3 weeks off, right? So you can really switch up the script going into playoffs. That is an insane composition to be pulled out. We haven't really seen anything like that specifically. We've seen some variations of it, but I mean, the Tejo breach makes complete sense. The duelist being Neon is a little wild considering it's pretty much a Cypher meta right now, strictly on this map. And so I'm interested to see how the Neon and Cypher interactions will go. But to have a Vice as your only Sentinel on this map is most definitely going to leave some gaps. But the stopping power that you get in return could pay a lot of dividends.
And that's where you have to underline. I want to underline what you were mentioning, Roy. The gaps here on the attack side of Sentinel's Cubert Academy is where they start off as. So having a Vice not being able to throw like a recon dart, owl drone, or a camera towards middle, that is something that Core could take advantage of in the very beginning if they want to start dictating the tempo of this first half.
I'm excited too to see a different duelist here in Challengers for Redux. So I know the Neon's long pass for him, but bringing it back for this map, let's head into it. It's time for Haven and go over to your casters Wyatt and Shift to get us started.
Bold indeed. Not only the fact that you allow Core to have what has been their tried and true map throughout this Swiss stage, but to jump into it with a brand new composition. This feels like one of those hold up, let them cook type moments here, Wyatt.
Definitely. Pretty crazy comp, but I like it. And it does have their players on some comfort roles to some extent. Like Nismo has played a million rounds of Breach, was playing it constantly with M80 last year. Redux's Neon in the past has been good. Scuba has been a solid Omen forever. This Cubert Academy team to me is the how have these guys not been in VCT Americas yet at some point team. Like it's literally the Challengers All-Stars that just haven't made it into VCT for some reason yet.
Yeah, very, very true. On the other side, though, this Core Gaming squad has been tested a number of times throughout their Swiss stages and their matches in it, but have provided an entry into the playoffs. See if they can match up against one of the league's best. Lots of information for Timo. Backs off the initial sensor drone, and Cubert are just going to back off as well and try to refocus. Snarly likely to meet some of this resistance. Depends on how much he actually sees with this cam, though.
Definitely a lead spot T-Dog, and it's broken straight away. Cubert didn't want to commit through that dark cover that came down B main. They wanted to slow the pace of the game. Core going for a re-clear towards Super right now.
Nice.
Yeah, might be able to catch off a couple players here.
Yeah, it's a good proactive dark cover being sent forward by Nerve. And yeah, that's going to confirm the information. So hoping to get queued up. Pinch, though, is on the way. Timo should be good for one for free. He doesn't even need to be revealed yet. So you know this entire hit has made its way through long. Problem is, Cubert have gotten on towards the site. Can they actually hold it, though? That's the follow-up question as Redux is in trouble over through the stack. Help on the way, though. And this is a bold idea, but it might be required. Cubert trying to get some exit through C-Link. Or pardon me, A-Link.
Fight elsewhere.
No, not going to happen, though.
No, just not enough. Those two players in Sewer really held it down. I like the guided salvos that T-Dog sent out. It was giving free access to the site for everyone going up long, but he tried to take a fight. A little ambitious, goes down in the 1 versus 2. And then from there, the positioning is just so awkward for the rest of the Cubert team on site. They're just getting that retake coming in on them from multiple different angles, making it incredibly difficult. Good start for this core team, who are certainly coming in as the underdog, but have displayed some really good maps so far.
Good stuff. Good proactivity from Core. Causing a little bit of issue there for Cubert on that initial approach. I think more so just the fact that you trust that Timo can hang and get the read that, yeah, that hit towards B was nothing but just a show of force. Drone once again coming through. Oh, and this is trouble all of a sudden for Snarly. Caught into a corner. Salvo out behind this. Darkus has provided a double, though, in through Garage. Redux in a little bit of a mixy battle up top towards the platform. That works out. Nismo shuts down the rotation in. So numbers decent here for Cubert. 3v2. Weapon has been collected. That's Redux on the Outlaw for his third elimination as the spike will get collected.
Oh, yeah, Nerve caught. Awkward timing with the reload. Exposed out in the open. Logan has the Guardian. Could try to spam through the default box if he wants, but is holding the angle.
Spike down, C.
Recon Bolt immediately destroyed. Knights gonna swap over to the Outlaw. Spike in hand, 45 seconds to play with, trying to see if he can bait Logan out onto a peak. Not gonna happen. Logan holding his cool, even still. Third time the charm? No, it's gonna be the fourth. Finally, the stick comes through, and now we reset the 1v1.
I'm trying to see, too, if at some point here, Logan's recon dart is going to cycle back up since so much time was wasted.
It will be close. 8 seconds, and he's already cleared out a couple of the corners. The more space he clears, the more likely he is to know where this recon bolt needs to go. Knights playing long, though. Hey, takes a straight shot with the Outlaw, but doesn't make a difference. Logan still finds the peak, and Cubert will find their thrifty win here on the anti-eco.
That is crucial from the one rookie that is on this Cubert Academy team, was playing with rankers at the end of 2024, was looking like a real prospect. These experienced players have brought him in to be that young upcoming star that they've got. Already paying off here in their first playoff match. What an eco to win.
And I think a lot of it is just, again, the delineation of space. You know, you get that initial hit, it looks like it's going pretty darn well, but more importantly, I think it's just on Nismo stepping up and making sure he can cut off that cross through B Link. So
yeah,
good awareness from Cubert.
Oh, they are heavily focused on A. You can see that they placed the Vice wall, the trip behind them, and all of them are just gathered up, waiting out to see if any players from Core get adventurous on that side of the map and try to push forward. The issue is they don't know that Darkus is pushed down mid. And because of that, he's called for the full rotate. They're running into the stack. It is possible that we might just get back-to-back ecos.
Yeah, the setup is correct. Paranoia is being held onto by Nerve right now. There's the execute utility. Drone deleted. Redux fast light up. Has not committed through this, though. They survive and stave off the Paranoia counter, but now they're going to run into Darkest. Fault line already queued up. Now, does he have the timing for it? Oh, he sure does. Headshot lands, but Cubert find the kills they need over through A long. That pitch setup doesn't really fully come through, and eventually they deal with Darkest. Numbers advantage, too strong. Snarly's been seen towards A, and the quick rotate to C is underway.
I love that attempt from Core, though. They were a mere few HP points away from taking down 2 more players there and getting an eco of their own. Realizing that Cubert were going to try to fall back into the stun that just connects on everyone, and then Core push out of the site into them. They take matters into their own hands. That was a really cool idea, a great attempt on the play. And it could have resulted in a round win. Redux is 5 HP, T-Dog 40. Damn close.
And that's now a second round in 3 where we've seen Core just take away the map almost immediately. Maybe some knowledge gained off of Cubert's attempt on this map that they like to play their offense pretty stacked together. It's allowing for some space to be gained very quickly by Core. Snarly just seeing if you can find and maybe toggle out an elimination or 2, but likely they will just fall to the detonation of the spike, and this will come to a Cubert follow-up. And they'll go into a pretty pure-on bonus here with 2 rifles still retained.
Yeah, and to your point about them, flanking, pushing down areas of the map on defense, it's also what Roy mentioned on the desk before we got into it, about how the Vice doesn't give you as much information as the Cypher. We're normally on attack. You'd have that trip over at the C door, one behind you on A, etc. But you only get one. And so there's going to be opportunities for players on defense to push through more of those extremities, take more space, be more active flanking.
They're setting up for that again too here, Wyatt. I mean, you've got already pressure at A long. That's Timo, who's already won the angle. Follow-up recon dart reveals nothing at A. And look how quickly this walk down A long is going to be. So again, Logan can move back. He can rotate through and towards, not even through mid. He can go the long way around. There's a spy cam inside of B. But again, the execute's already on. Flash coming through. Redux just completely breaks the camera of Snarly, but Nerve responds. Flash on the secondary attempt works out. And that will be the spike site taken by Cubert.
Perfect execute. The missiles from Tejo destroyed both of the kill trips that were on site, making it easy for the Neon to get in deep. Cypher is the bane of Neon's existence, but not when the trips are removed in easy fashion.
Timo needs to catch one here for free and then put a little bit of pressure on this Cubert post plant that's playing forward. Darkest, no more utility, close to a fault lamp. I don't know if he can wait for it. Doesn't make a difference. He just peeks out. No one's watching Garage at all. Hello? And Core again. Utilize the flank, find one for free, give Cubert no ground to stand on, and overwhelm him.
Things just devolve after Timotino flanks, the Vice Wall is there. He just updrafts over it. No one is watching towards long, so he gets that free kill. And then you have 3 players playing default on site. Okay, we're gonna get, the retake is coming in now from 3 angles and behind us. They get crunched. What a retake.
Yeah, I'll say.
We're looking strong right now. I know it's early days, but this is a team, for me at least watching them this season, that have been really swinging. Like, they had a great win against Nightblood in their last match. Before that, though, they played Blue Otter, and it was absolute chaos in that game. They are really swingy, but on a good day, they've got serious talent.
Yeah, that's without question. And now, again, look at the space that Snarly just walks down. Playing inside a cubby at C long, spy cam to watch his garage if he wants to. And it may just be down to if Logan catches any information whatsoever on this A long play, you could quickly come through, use a dark cover to stall out this hit, and have numbers again for Core to respond to this.
And multiple players watching. Sure, right now, Logan just jiggling for the long info. Stealth drone going to come out. Doesn't look like anyone can break it. Actually does get broken straight away. Timotino. Steadfast up top.
The fast line's already gone. Dark cover again in the way of this execute for Cubert. And yeah, here's Darkest already in the rotation over. He's got the Rolling Thunder. No one checks for Timo. Up top, he shuts down Redux before the overdrive can be into play. Logan's still holding onto the site, and there's the Rolling Thunder. And wouldn't you know it, look at Snarly. He's already pushed up to take away the C side of the map, and Cubert, once again, have to essentially commit to playing for this A execute.
Yeah, they have to be so concerned. They don't have a close trip in A lobby. They just have to walk back into the crossfire.
Deep flash comes through Logan on the cross. Oh, misses a key 1v1, and the follow-up is also a bit amiss. Nerve shut down. Clean take of the site on the second chance here for Cubert. Razor just to make sure that there's no immediate contested. Scuba's teleported up top. Okay. Doesn't go as according to plan for the first execute attempt onto A, but the follow-up is really well done. And to be fair, there's also a couple of critical missed moments there from Core.
Yeah, that is just a moment where the talent on this Cubert team individually brings a round win into fruition. That just simply shouldn't have really happened. I mean, yes, it was a 4v4, but hitting into the site there, already having used the fast lane, they can't cut off these angles. They should have gone down to the crossfires, but hitting some excellent shots just gets them the win.
But this has been tighter than you would expect, I think, friends. At least for now. Weapon advantage for Cubert, still pretty potent here as we jump into round number 6. And I think the biggest key is the Rolling Thunder's already off the table as well. So Core are just hanging around with a Hunter's Fury for the time being, whereas Nismo's close to having his Rolling Thunder is also a Steel Garden 1 tick away from being earned.
That's also insane. The Timotino finds it. I didn't realize he was the one that killed Redux on the entry there, by the way. I thought that was someone backside. You just tapped him, stunned. All right.
It's the way it be sometimes. So yeah, broken economy here for Core Gaming. Hunter's Fury still going to be called through. Tags onto a couple, but no eliminations with it. An expensive usage. And now Snarly with a Guardian is going to have his hands full. Defense not able to rotate quickly enough to establish any opportunity to contest, likely. And yeah, that's just going to be enough for Snarly to try to get out of there. Logan, follow-up shock dart, trying to delay time for this long flank to develop through the offensive spawn.
That is the power of having the Neon making such a fast pivot into the C site after drawing all of that valuable util out of the defenders at A.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, I just don't know how you force this retake through. You're going to have to win out some gunfights here at Garage. Snarly able to use one, but time is ticking away here. Knight still planted backside of sight. Not clean though. Darkest, that's a big elimination. How do you clear out long though, just with Sheriffs and maybe a couple of weapons? Well, you do it like this? Are you kidding me? And their Nerve's gonna be able to hold this. Is there enough time for Scuba to follow up off of this? You gotta stop the player on the defuse. He's not gonna get there in time. And it's been a map decided by Thrifties to this point. We're tied at 3.
2 already. That just can't be happening. They got long range to take the fights with the better weapons too. But it was irrelevant with Core hitting their shots, Sheriff, Guardian getting the work done. That is pretty crazy. You know, at least for the Cubert side, their economy has been stable so they can get right back into a big buy round. One where they have a lot of high-value ultimates to play with, by the way. I could easily turn the tide.
Wow. Here we go, quick action. Yeah, Redux this time. Good on the first blood. Knives are still out for Timo. Armageddon gonna cut right across the front side of the site. Oh, big 1v1 on the lurk though, goes the way of Cubert as well. And that's enough for Cubert just decide, okay, we've got a 5v3. Let's just make sure we're not running into some sort of a stack up at A. Let's use this clock to try to spread the defense out.
Yeah, Core are reading it though. After that kill, they immediately left A. They're predicting that that re-hit will not be coming. If Darkest can find Knights here, which doesn't look likely, that would have been pivotal.
Yeah. Follow-up also pretty darn clean. Nerve giving him a bit of a workout, but largely comfortable for Cubert after the initial approach over towards A. Or towards B, rather, I should say, kind of finds those eliminations onto Core, just not allowing him a chance to rotate around the map.
Core is sent right back onto a tragic eco. Snarly with enough cash to get a hero rifle. That will be about it for them. The round openings from Cubert have been pretty sick, though.
Oh, yeah.
Just setting up Redux into these nuts forward positions that only a Neon can get to.
Here we go, once again. Lots of utility spent over towards A long. Sheriffs and the Vandals, all that is going to be tallied here for Core Gaming. And it's another quick hit for Cubert. Fast lane this time could allow him to get a little bit deeper in towards the backside of the site. Paranoia coming through. One Thunder, though, for the offense. Oh, and Core Gaming are just stuck. They've just got nowhere to go while they're on top of the site. So, quick clearance comes through. Should allow a plant. And beyond that, the Paranoia also catches onto Logan in the corner at Sewer. So, that will be a pretty clean round once again. Dark is still fighting, but again, weapon superiority reigns supreme for Cubert.
Cubert team are not here to play games. They commit the rolling thunder just to win this anti-eco. They do not want to give Core an inch, especially not after getting eco 2 rounds ago. Can't really blame them.
Yeah. Well, Snarly, okay.
Careful now.
Pushing off some of the aggression from Cubert on the exit from A. And actually, if he finds this 1v1, he may have a chance to hop here. Knights is nowhere nearby, but no, Snarly doesn't clear out hell. That's enough for Cubert to extend now 5-3 up.
Not as clean as they would have hoped. They do lose a few guns, but even still, their economy is rock solid at the moment. And the Core team will be fully investing. A Cubert round win here would put them in a firm lead, a round that should be worth 2.
Okay, so what we've seen kind of in the last 4 rounds, Core is getting contested on this ability for them to dominate the map right from the get-go. They're not getting these long lurks through for pinches. Cubert's not getting stuck in position before they can fully get on for a post plant. So if you're Core Gaming, do you try to modify and try to get that tempo back up again, or are you going to respect the fact that Cubert are really throwing a lot of utility early into these executes and just trying to play more on the lines of retake?
I mean, I would like to see them try and find some timings to refight after a lot of this early Cubert util has been used. They're continuing to be caught by it. Like in that replay we just saw where Redux goes for that early dash up a long and that came after there was a breach fault line. Like there are timing windows where they can refight with some counter util just after Nismo uses some of that breach util, after some of the stuff from Tejo comes out. At the moment, though, they're just playing in positions where they're being simply caught by it. It's so tough to anchor against everything that Cubert has. They gotta find those windows for aggression.
Well, looks like they're gonna try to get Timo on an angle with the operator to start. Dark cover in their way. Fast lane already thrown down C long, mostly pushed off, and ooh, Timo's gonna have an opportunity here. And there's still an I think beyond this, Darkest is still in a spot to throw a fault line out in case things get nasty. But Tino's been seen. Just a little shoulder check's all that's required. Salvo comes down to clear the angle. And Cubert will get some position around A-Long and Stewart.
Able to cross. Timo wants to refight, but they're doing such a great job of controlling A-Long at the moment. He is so aggro.
And look at the close hold on this corner at A-Long. Oh, and the Steel Garden. Not what you want if you're Core Gaming. They do get back in towards site. Fault line trying to stall things out. Paranoia for the defense also. Cuts across the front side of the hard point. Or, pardon me, that's the spike site. What game are we playing? Timo, oh, he gets one from inside the site, but flat out overwhelmed. 3v1 situation. Snarly, the last one left.
The utility from this Cubert team is so regimented at the moment. The way that they control that positioning in A-Long, just forcing Timotino back into the Steel Garden to remove the AWP from his hands. And then that second wave comes in to hit the site. It's so comprehensive.
That's been the story, hasn't it? I mean, first take, not necessarily clean. Follow-up, perfect. A lot of these battles that have been happening in front of the site, Core got to be feeling pretty decent about it. It's just being able to hold and kill enough time for the defense to rotate over to help on that secondary approach that hasn't really been there. So off the timeout. Things looking decent. Oh, gosh. Neon things. Snarly's like, I don't want any.
Oh, no.
Get me out of here. Oh, you'll catch one, but that's just the definition of neon things right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough to play against the Neon. Pretty good agent, as we've seen. Core, again, though, they're pushed into these positions where they feel like they have to anchor the site, but just doing that against Breach Stun, Neon Stun, Tejo missiles. There's just so much. I mean, what can you do here? Simatino just getting flashed, getting stunned, another flash after the fact. Like, it's so overwhelming.
The thing about it is, that's actually a really good replay picture of it. Again, like the players on site have done okay at doing their job of stopping whatever they possibly can. Again, Timo finds one there, but it's just no one can rotate in. Like everyone's stuck at A-Link. But pause on that conversation. Stealth drone called through. Nice paranoia in combination of this. Allows Timo to actually out-trade the hit. He's stuck in a corner, or is he? Finds Nismo before the inevitable trade comes out. And you've got numbers now for Core. Still just on Sheriffs, though, in this 3v2.
I'm sorry, was he full stunned and nerfed?
Unreal.
I mean, they win another eco. Half of their 4 rounds have just been ecos. I was a sick setup to get Timo in pocket with that paranoia that you called out to get the swing. And I'm sorry, I think he got that 3rd kill walking out stunned. Purely a cosmetic ability. I mean, like, how many times have we seen? We've seen him get a kill stunned twice already in this game.
Yeah, at least twice, yeah. Oh, this is just unbelievable hero moments, yeah. Completely suppressed up. That paranoia connects on everything, though, and then, he is fault line, still walks out, dude. Still walks out in 1 tap. Unbelievable. So now down to within just 2. But how do you win a round off of actual full weapons? Because that hasn't been the case yet. False pass lane going to go up. Defense trying quickly to get over here to help out Snarly, but he's flashed out. Armageddon also through the back of the site, trying to reduce Core. But this has been a really solid rolling thunder, trying to isolate the site, but Redux sliding with the finger guns through. Not able to stay alive on site, our Core's defense. And it's just going to rest with Logan and Timo in a 2v5.
These site anchors are just being put in the hydraulic press. They can't exist on the sites.
What?
Wait,
Timo, he's going to be able to dash out through. Timo, he's found 3. Now the reveal! How have they pulled that off? Timo gets 4 in a 2v5.
How on earth? Was that just spam through the dark cover to get the first two?
No idea.
He breaks the angle for Logan to get in, pops out, gets another two. What the hell, man? These guys are just thriving in the madness of the ping up, but Knights was just so weak.
Unreal.
This has got to be so frustrating for Cubert. Dapper is currently slamming his head into his monitor, watching two anti-ecos fail.
And a 2v5.
A 2v5? Oh my god.
Unbelievable. Drone gonna get clearance deep through garage here. Cubert not gonna push through that position, though, knowing that they're gonna have Core's attention pretty much locked onto the C side of the map for now. 4-man rotation, though, further side of Cubert, making their way towards A. It's just Logan who's here. He only has the Owl Drone and one shock dart for the time being.
Silent right now from the Cubert team, working up towards A, no noise made, and then they're just going to burst onto the site with everything they've got.
Just got to get one. That's fine. Oh, and look at Timo.
Oh, he's different.
Quickly back into sight, gets two with the knives. That's the spike carrier down on top of that. Timo's having himself a freaking map.
He has taken over the server. A little quiet to start, but the past few rounds have been utterly insane.
Cubert trying to collect the spike. Dark cover comes out after shock thrown. And the site has been completely encapsulated by Core.
I have the spike.
Scuba able to get the spike, but no ult means no rotation away. They still have to find their way in towards this A site, and here comes the attempt. Now the dark cover starts to fade away. Knights, do you move first? No, it's going to be instead Azeon to Scuba, but predictive fault line allows Timo to catch three with the knives and save the round again.
Beautiful stun. I mean, I think you could firmly say that the Cubert Academy had a better overall game plan for that half, but Core individually are crazy right now. 2 eco wins with 1 million sheriff headshots. Back-to-back rounds, Timotino goes stupid. This swing with the knives out, free one with the stun. But the 2v5 4K was just sickening.
Goodness gracious. So 6-6 the half.
Stunning,
I don't even know how to react.
I'm stunned.
All missiles away.
I have absolutely no idea. Salvo quickly through. It's going to allow T-Dog to catch an early orb through A long and also, of course, own the angle. Logan just crouches underneath the spam shots, and now they're going to get in the sewer with that reveal also in the play. Redux forced out from behind the boxes. A couple of tags come out, and things will now start to develop over towards B as Timo has found first blood in the site.
He is not slowing down. He wants to play in smoke 2, forced back by the paranoia. Flank from Knights.
Knights only able to find one, though. Yeah. And again, this is a post plant that is fine playing this through window at the moment. What do you have to try to crack this if you are Cubert? Not much, honestly. No smokes really available whatsoever. Just that last dark cover. Salvo to try to flush out the corner. But still, Timo finds his one. And the numbers should be enough here for Core. Shock dart also part of the play. Softens up this defensive touch. But wait a second, both core members are stuck in the corner! Oh no! They put themselves in the worst possible position, and that's enough for T-Dog to hop on for the defuse.
Just barely, with 10 HP. Cubert using what little util they had to force players out, and then when they had to retreat, tucked away in the corner together. They had such low HP themselves. Pretty tragic pistol to lose for a Core after Timotino gets 2 first bullet one-tap kills.
Unreal. You thought Knights was going to be able to win the round right there, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Cover going
Oh, they just get pushed into that corner, though. So unfortunate for Core. Knights. Oh, he's going to feel contact here. Transfer over after this very quick dash from Timo. Doesn't fully work out. So now you've got an opening here on the C site. Paranoia cuts across as Scuba will be forced to exit. They've got a lot of tools for retake, though, in particular the ability to just fault line and get Redux in is what you're looking at.
This is all on Timatino. He picked up the Bulldog.
Oh, Nismo, just get blessed, why don't you? Perfect angles on it. Core going to step into this dark cover, see if they can just out-trade this, but no one's home. And they're going to wait. Salvo at the ready. You also have the special deliverers you want to clear out with corner, and here comes Redux, just trying to get as far into the site as possible. And they've cleared out quite a bit, but you don't know if this is a post plant over in towards garage or is it deep at long. Well, now you figured it out. Redux going to find both, and that's enough for Cubert to go up by 2 again.
That was some great retake utility there from Cubert. Again, just displaying how regimented they are. You know, despite being in that 4v2, they did not take a single risk. They waited for the cycle on the guided salvos to come back up. They clear everything out, just route those 2 players into garage. Total control of the situation.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And again, this moment right here is the difference maker, because I think if you were able to survive, even with one of those 2 players, realistic chance that Core could hang out of the site, but not the case. So now you've got the bonus for Cubert, full purchase, including an operator for Darkest, of all things. That would lead you to believe that this is going to be a commit in towards C. Timo looking to be the first one forward. Dark cover just going to be respected for now. Clouds to follow behind that. No spam, though, from the defenders, and Core are going to just back off for a moment.
He didn't get the wall out either. Messed up the jump. So now Cubert, they don't have to be worried about the C site. They can rotate elsewhere. And that's what they're doing. You can see at the top of the minimap, Nismo's on the way to A, where they've already got 2 players stacked up.
The longer this takes, though, the more you start to favor Cubert's defense. Aldrone just to put some pressure through A long. Deleted by T-Dog. Scuba still staying covered. This contact could be everything, though, as Scuba's looking for something up top. Instead, it's Nerve down low. Teleport comes through. Nerve has the perfect angle. That's good first blood, and now you can execute on it.
They cut noise, took a while, and the rest of Cubert rotated away, so it's all on T-Dog to try and find a couple.
Holding behind the fast lane for now. Core, oh, not able to get the shots on the T-Dog initially. He's actually still alive inside the site. But now he's just going to be down to Knights. Trying to rotate in, and Snarly will find the elimination. So Cubert trying to get cheeky down A long, doesn't fully work out. Logan, the only one who drops as Core respond to the bonus.
That was well done by Nerve, catching that timing, contacting up A long. And then off that kill, the rest of the team rotate back. Cubert, they were really antsy in that round. They wanted to try and find the moment to really stack a site hard with the worst weaponry, but it ended up just leading them astray, feeling like after there was that noise cut that they were going to re-hit C late in the round. But ultimately just did not happen. Still want to see what Darkest is going to do with this AUG, by the way.
For real, yeah.
Weird pickup on your breach.
All right, now he's just holding over towards mid-window. Razor Wire going to get popped at the front door of garage. Knights now just left with the Rose over garage if he wants it. Dark cover gets placed. Aldrone to follow through, and this is going to be a walk in towards garage. But Nismo could try to set something up here. Depends on the timing through this cyber cage with Knights. Does sneak across. Oh, and the timing of the flash is perfect. Armageddon also going to get called in. Knights able to take care of 2. And it'll be a very early 5v3 here for Cubert.
It was a great reaction time onto the second player. Great crosshair placement as well.
The T-Dog gets seen in this corner. Oh, well, now he's down. Yeah, just to make sure of it. Triggering the shear as well at the same time. But Core are a bit stuck. Nerve able to sidestep the Razor for a time. That does get triggered. Drone can be called in, and yeah, Cubert are going to have full information that this is going to be a rotation through garage into C, and they're going to let them get on the site here and then play retake by the look of it.
Yeah, definitely. Nismo has his full kit available. Used the Aftershock just now, but still, fault line, double flash to get back in. T-Dog has the missiles. Redux has a stun. They have so much to work with.
The neutral flash, Paranoia already queued up by Nerve. Darkest, he's just not a part of the picture, unfortunately. So you got to try to get this thing 2v5. Wait, Nerf gets a lineup. Nerf's gonna find a third. Hello, are we calming him out in the corner? Knight's down next one up. He will drop his Nerf, secures 4. Now it's just down to Darkest though, and he's got an up. Scuba's still holding on the angle. Gets it to halfway, but Darkest connects and Core Gaming steal away another round.
We got the op value. Just holding on to the spike, waiting for the dark cover. How the hell did they win that, man? This game, if you take away the heroics, which you can't do because obviously these players are crazy, but if you just try to think about it like, wait, what if Nerve didn't get a 4K? What if Timotino didn't win out a 2v5 with a 4K? This would look so dominant for Cubert.
Yes,
the form is insane individually.
Wow.
Not ready yet.
I want to say it's like business as usual for Core, but it's not. This is dramatic, to put it plainly. So 8-8 to count. Cubert's economy broken again with Stingers, a Sheriff, and 2 Classics. Op still in hand for Darkest, trying to watch over the cross and toward Garage. Scouted out Knights, but cannot connect, so we'll stay 5v5 for now.
Nismo just trying to cross into the corner, put himself in a position to maybe just go 1-for-1 with the Classic if he can. Get a little max damage, right click up close.
Yeah. Oh, he may just get a 1v1 here. There's the Darkest. Check this. Hi, guy. How are you? Okay. Cubert gonna step up though. Have a couple of members on the site, including some Stinger players. Paranoia is good on the counter though, and Timo makes good advantage of that. Redux finds one in response, trying to dash across the fast lane. Not going to happen. Just down to Knights with a Sheriff 1v4, and looks like he's just gonna sacrifice his life to the spike here.
Yeah, well done from Core. That Paranoia just got massive value. More free kills for Timotino. Pretty clean for Core. Economy's not terrible in this round, but nice to get it building the latter half of this game. Get Logan some more cash. He's pretty low.
Yep. Wow, what a map of heroics though for Core Gaming.
How many stun one-taps have we seen in this game?
A lot. I think every single one of them,
not
honestly.
a real ability. It's not real.
Not when you have a Sheriff or a Guardian in hand. It doesn't really make a difference, does it? And instead of dying to the spike with that elimination, Knights will instead collect the Vandal, bring that into the next round.
Operator going to be picked up by Redux now. Let's see where he opts to go ahead and play with that. Obviously, when you have that on the Neon, it's nice to be able to take a shot and then reposition elsewhere so quickly. Catch a different player off guard. Still have the op on Darkest too. The rare breach op might have an on duel in long.
Why not? Redux going to be stunned initially. Alger on the way. That will
They both
reveal
whiff.
him. Oh boy. Lots of damage tallied. Redux still in trouble. Going to back away as instead of him, Scuba's going to pass the baton and get on towards site. Oh, this could get messy. Steel Garden going to come through. Redux trying to follow up on this, but it just doesn't matter. Core just walk right in, find 2 eliminations by way of their secondaries. And now it's just a 3-man stack for Cubert that remains in a 3v5.
I've seen Core play some silly games of Valorant this season, but this is some real silliness. How does Snarly get that kill, man? It just can't be happening. I think that was another stun kill, by the way.
It was stunned and guarded, yeah.
And like mid-air jumping. The game is fundamentally broken. There's something wrong with this game. That can't be legal. That can't happen.
Let's call it a ping diff. There's map
My ult's ready.
finds one, so he'll keep the operator in play as they will have to back up and save, but
more op
this is
breaches,
madness.
please.
Yes, more, yeah, it's new meta here, Wyatt, new meta.
Yeah, Cubert, they desperately needed this save. If they had lost everything there, that would have almost surely been a round worth 2.
Trust me, they'll know what hit.
I don't know about that in
Mental
this game, though.
I mean, yeah, that's a good. Honestly, that's pretty fair. Eco rounds are fake. Stuns are fake. Is Nismo going to keep opping, or is he going to give it to Redux? Oh, he's definitely going to keep opping because Redux has his ultimate. We got the double breach op in the next round. Dapper's calling the timeout for the Cubert Academy. It's time to stabilize.
I'm just at such a loss for words. This has been one of the wildest havens I think I've watched in a long time.
And I just heard my cat knock something down and then start meowing and running. So God knows what just got broken in my living room.
Got zoomies
It's
all
chaos.
over the place here,
Yeah,
Wyatt.
there's zoomies everywhere. I don't know what's going on, man.
Keep in mind, we've got split after this. Based on how this Haven's going, I just even don't know if we could even come close to predicting how that map's going to fare.
This 4K was ridiculous. I need to see that kill from Snarly again at the end of this replay package. No!
We missed it.
We
Damn.
missed it. All good. Oh my lord, man. What a game of Valorant.
What a game. Okay, Redux is going to actually get the op, at least to start. Nismo just going to trust the classic Rolling Thunder combination. Okay. Oh, okay, he's got himself shotgun to play with. All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and they do throw it over to Redux. See where Nismo tries to post up. Just close B right now with that judge. He's wanting to get some info outside garage. That flash doesn't connect onto anyone.
My camera is destroyed.
For the first time, we're going to see Cubert salvo dart cover to get T-Dog through a main. Immediately pushed back though by the Owl drone. He'll throw out a drone of his own just to make sure there is no immediate follow-up or push. And that gets him the angle back again. Orb collected. That was a bold grab, but T-Dog gets it and gets out.
Yeah, definitely taking a big risk there, trying to reposition now into sewers. Core gather up for this A site execute. No ults to play with at the moment. Here comes the dark cover into heaven, right into the off though.
Yeah, bolt to follow just to make sure there's no follow-up. Nismo in a perfect position with the judge. Exit kill also good for T-Dog. Salvo to follow, and oh boy. Core are in some trouble, but Teemo's still alive. That might be enough to do anything. It might be enough to do anything. They're gonna get C-site control here. They've got long. They still got a follow-up, but Snarly takes over garage. This is still winnable.
And it shouldn't be. It simply shouldn't be winnable. There's such little time.
Oh, mercy. I thought Teemo was going to catch the timing to catch Nismo out.
10 seconds.
Man on the way. Snarly holding. Scuba teleporting across, but does not challenge the immediate contest on the spike. 2v2. Here's the double swing coming out, and Snarly finds two! What are we talking about?
There is no way. You are joking. Cubert played the round so well. They force Core over to C. They still have to go through the Vice wall that they didn't activate yet in the round. They're in a 5 versus 3. Of course, Timotino somehow wins the duel in garage. God knows how he did that. Had no angle on. I mean, come on, man. And then he gets a second on Arena. What can you say? It's just.
I don't know.
Individual play out of control for this team. Cubert are absolutely, they are playing really well with all of the utility. They're working the map well. It's just they can't win a duel. And these guys are incredible.
This is unbelievable. 11-8 the count. Zeroing out much of the bank account here is Cubert on this purchase as well. So you got to have it. And it just doesn't feel like anything is winnable as a guarantee right now for Cubert, unfortunately. His core are going to start their walk down A long. And that's likely where this X2 is going to be at. Now, I will say Cubert is perfectly set up for this. Just comes down to the timing. Nismo pops over, sees a lot. Salvo follows with the fault line. A little bit of damage, but everyone stays alive. 38 seconds to go. Here we go. Armageddon to also put a little bit of deterrence in. Logan will get caught.
Yeah, Cubert have to win this out. They're stacked up on the
30
site.
seconds
But
left.
Core make a nice rotation. Time is low. They're trying to get into B, but the spike is still so far away.
Wait, are they going to... I was going to say, did they try to find a stray kill onto Scuba here off this rotation bait and then just try to join them off of the A-Link play? Now you have to commit to B, though, with that fall at Sewer.
This should be unwinnable. This should be
It
unwinnable.
should be. But they're going to get a plant here, Wyatt. I mean, there's not a contest for it.
Planted.
Stop it. No, no,
No,
no,
no.
no, no! Stop it! There's no way!
Shouldn't
From a 3v5
be possible.
to a 3v2! Timo doesn't know the word lose!
Do they force this? Do they save?
Enemy remaining.
Stop it!
This shouldn't be happening. Cubert have the advantage in every single round. What the hell? 5v3 and they beef it. I am stunned. Their mental has to be destroyed at this point.
Oh my god. This is chaos.
I'm losing my mind, man. I'm actually losing it. And I can only imagine how the coaches for Cubert feel watching this happen.
Pulling hair out.
Oh, I mean, like their early round game plans, perfect. We keep finding advantages. And then in the post plant, just losing 5v3s, 5v2s. Insane.
Unbelievable scenes. Light armor is pretty much across the board here for Cubert, trying to extend this map. A map that I think they're going to be feeling like we should have won this rounds ago. Aldrin coming through, crossfire setup here. Redux for 1, Redux for 2. Again, 5v3. This should be unwinnable.
Now it should be especially unwinnable. So unwinnable. They would never win this 2v5.
Timo's not alive, so I feel better about Cubert's chances here.
And that's a fair point. The only other round Snarly did kind of go, but this is winnable. No. He would never win a 1v5.
Not with this time. I just almost want to keep funneling the storyline that he doesn't win this, just so it's more dramatic when he does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. This 1v4, he'd never do it. This is impossible. It actually is impossible now.
Yeah. Okay.
They've done it. They've done it.
Pop the confetti.
they get a two-man advantage. They convert it into a round win. We've done it.
I'll wait.
They still have a long way to go, though, especially with breaking the economy of Core.
Now we wait.
They're going to be running into buy round after buy round.
One enemy remaining.
Holy cow. Okay. Redux, Overdrive, Guardian combination. Everyone else on full weapons and mostly full armors. Rolling Thunder, one away from being ready for the side of Core, plus the knives. Immediately pulled out here for Timo. And he's just going to get a walk down here. I mean, oh boy. There's the Cloudburst. There's the flash. Diving on towards the top of the site. Razor finding a way. Okay, Timo's going to drop. They don't fully clear out the corner. Scuba stays tucked, and Nismo shuts down the follow-up, so this will work.
And surely they don't win this 2v5. Surely this is an unwinnable situation. These site holds have been good from Cubert.
Yeah.
Like when they're anchoring heavily, they've had some pretty nice showings. Scuba shutting down Timo, just could not find one of those anchors to actually take a fight against. Some good counter util.
Scanning ahead.
Recon bolt deep, immediately destroyed. Fault line follow-up. Aftershock to make sure no one's in the cubby.
remaining.
Yep, okay. For the 17th time, we will say the same words. Should be unwinnable.
And it is. Okay.
A team like this.
Cubert are stabilizing. I mean, also, if Cubert win this map, Core are going to be flattened mentally. Like, you've done all this, and then Cubert still win? That would be devastating.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate right there for Timo. I mean, he has the perfect dash up, and I'm not really sure what the cause for concern there was for Core to not step up with him, because it looked like the flash was pretty well placed, but no one even looks over towards Plat. It was, I think, Nerve who was right there with that play, just never really stepped up into it, so no chance for Timo to do much damage with the knives. And now there's a chance to talk about it. Darkest again, though, sniping on offense, why not?
Yeah, why not? He's got the Rolling Thunder as well. Logan 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. We may be running into the classic Valorant situation of you're trying to make a comeback, but eventually you run into all of the big ultimates, so you still lose anyway.
Yeah.
That very well may happen on one of these last 2 rounds. I mean, matter of fact, it would have to probably be this one, though, because Core are fully investing. They're buying down to nothing. So they're going to have to win this out. I mean, listen, that being said, though, they could definitely win on an eco.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not counting that out.
Me neither. Oh, we're gonna get, again, that same kind of setup here for Cubert. Likely a salvo in towards a lobby. Redux looking to get at least some control at a long. Countered out. Dark cover from Nerve. Couple of spam shots. The salvo actually does not get triggered immediately. T-Dog still holding on to it. But Darkest is going to work on clearing some angles in towards B, and the Spike is going to follow up on this.
There is still the wall front B, though. Do they try to just go through it at the same time? Looks like they want to. They just all push into the site together.
Well, the Spike doesn't
Except
make it
the
on.
Spike. Yeah, that's
the problem.
Kind of bad.
Oh, and Knights just holds a corner, finds one. Doesn't need to challenge anything more than that. T-Dog also connects that Saga player in towards B again, and the crossfire setup is too strong. Core Gaming cannot get into B.
I feel like the magic may be being sucked out of the world in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
When we're going back to normalcy. Unless... do we say it? do I say they'd never win this 2v4? It's unwinnable.
I mean, they've got no exit here. Dark cover's well placed, though. Knights has to push up into this.
Spike planted.
Could force things. Fast lane also comes out. And no, not this time. Knights is going to take down 4 in the round. And Cubert's going to take this to 12-11.
Makes it incredibly easy. Core never even had an opportunity to use any of the ults. They still have the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury, and they did get the Spike down, so they've got some extra cash to work with on the last round that actually makes a pretty large difference. Not a bad buy, all things considered.
Things are starting to develop nicely here for Cubert after those first bloods. I think that's the big picture here overall, is like, you can do your sanctity by worshiping the Valorant gods and coming away with some miracles if you're Core Gaming, but it looks like that lifeline is starting to fade a touch. They've got a decent purchase, like you mentioned, and a quick hit down A long. First time we've really seen this, including from the shadows. It's going to be committed to, but Redux finds 2 with the Outlaw in play. Now he's got the overdrive out, shut down by the Hunter's Fury. Neural Theft behind this, but the problem is Nerve, the sneaky teleport, shut down. Armageddon also going to force them on towards the A site.
At this point, Cubert are playing this patiently. Maybe they try to accelerate off the Spike tap, or they just set up for the full retake. Nismo still has 2 flashes. Scuba still has a Paranoia. A lot to work with, and even a Steel Garden from Knights.
And that would be called in right here.
Last player
Logan, now the last one left, finds one from topside heaven. Recon bolt on the recharge, has to push through this though. Fault line, that's ready for Nismo. And yeah, the Owl Drone gets called in. Scuba can just hang out for the defuse. T-Dog follows to finish off the elimination, and we've got extra innings again here tonight.
Which definitely says a lot about the quality of this Cubert team as a team and how well they're playing with the utility. That Core pulled off that many miracle rounds, and they've dragged this back to OT with a 4-round win streak at the end. That is super impressive. Knight's playing really well at the moment, too.
Yeah, he's had a handful that have been legitimately rounds that he's found 3+.
Yeah, again, just the player that, I'm not going to say Cubert are taking a risk on, but it's the player that they're trying to elevate. You know, the upcoming star potential of this guy, surrounded by the top challengers mainstays.
Okay, here we go. Cubert on the offense, quickly in towards sewer. Reveal does come out though, and that will put a bit of a pause on this execute towards A. Just gonna use the space as a way to put some pressure on Core's defense early.
And they've inserted Scuba here too, so they can always pivot back to A, go for that execute if they want. They have the knowledge that no one's going to be pushing up through sewer. It does look like they want to.
Inspire. Yeah, this is a little flash to get in. Timo, shoulder. We'll see at least one. Defense in a pretty good spot here. I mean, with Snarly's setup, he's feeling pretty confident he can hold on to C. Nice little counter flash, but Timo misses the window for a free first blood. And now we're going to get the full-on execute. We're going to get about a 4v4 here on towards site. Just comes down to these opening gunfights as there's the salvo. Logan stuck in a corner. Stunned, but doesn't matter. Counter flash from Darkest, not good enough to find the opener. Nismo follows up, and the razor wire will stop a lot of this defense from getting in towards site. And Knights behind this will get the plant, 4v2.
Yeah, these guys are cooking. The util is so good on that execute. Every corner is being covered by something, and you have the find to stop people from getting back in to flood and help.
Oh, and if Nerve drops here, he's going to be punished for it. I was going to say, crossfire setup plus he's low HP. There's the dark cover, Snarly flash, double peek comes through. Easy follow up there for Knights. Does get traded, and Nerve will again add a little bit of extra damage, but Cubert will put themselves onto map point.
It's just so comprehensive, all of the util coming in. Even the way that, from the point of view we saw for Logan, he has that little pocket that he can go into to avoid the salvo, where he would have an angle to fight a player coming from short. That gets covered by the breach stun. That's also hitting backside. And then there's the vine so no one can flood. And then there's a second flash coming in to fight backside.
Yeah.
There's so much. It's really so well drilled. These guys are just so practiced.
I think a lot of that does come with the efficacy of having Redux being able to push a little bit further forward and also have a stun up of his own. Dead. First shot from Darkest, glass cannon with the sniper rifle here in overtime as a breach pays out for first blood.
I think that's one of the first, or the first bloods he's actually found with that. Like, I don't think he's gotten a ton of kills with it, but
no, I mean,
he is committed.
Gotta tip it.
No, surely. Oh my God.
Okay. So say Scuba taking space allows the defense to stack out A, but now all of a sudden with Scuba out of the picture, the whole map becomes wide open for Core to work with.
Yeah, Cubert, they are taking a gamble and just trying to stack up towards A, but they have lost the wager. Free C site, tough retake coming up.
Logan for the plant.
30 seconds left.
3v5 the other way? Maybe. What's available? Fast lane, fault line, double flashes, salvo, and a special delivery. Not that we often see that find much impact, but lots of utility for Cubert, and they're able to get into the dark cover and likely walk onto site here. There's the fault line to get him over, but Logan for one. The counter flash is good for Timo to follow up.
Worthless.
And it's just down to Nismo. For a 1v5, he has to clear off C long. And yeah, this one will also be impacted by the Rolling Thunder. Nowhere to go. Core respond with conviction.
Well done from Darkest. He found the value with the AWP that he's been seeking for years. He gets 2 free picks of players walking into the crosshair. That had been a run of rounds for Cubert. Finally stopped. Felt like it was going to be over, to be honest, just with the momentum that they've got. Getting some serious control of the game after these core players have cooled off a bit individually. And honestly, where can you go but cooling off? I don't think you can heat up anymore from where they were at. You can only slow down. So
valid. Quick action down A long. Salvo clearing off the corner just in case, but Logan's played deep in towards site. Shock dart coming through. Oh, and the drone will actually see a pretty good amount of information about the defenders that have rotated in, so that's enough for Cubert to dismiss this play and try to go back over to Knights' direction.
Yeah, at the moment there's no one anchoring C. There's kill trips placed, but a lot more emphasis, excuse me, from Core elsewhere. Though maybe Snarly can get into position. Hope to get some kind of spam kill if one of the tripwires gets procced.
Definitely doable. I mean, Darkus has gotten his fault line ready to go. He just pops it right there through Garage. Snarly will read that, yep, the rotation is underway towards C. And yeah, you called it perfectly. Trapwire deeper into sight. Catches Redux for a first blood. Plant for T-Dog still on the way, though. And yeah, you can kind of read it. This contact, if it does come through between Teemo, could determine the round. But from the front, Core Gaming able to open up at least one elimination from the front. And honestly, Scuba may have missed the window here. He's trying to put down a smoke, and it's just down to what shots land. Down C long, the threat now established. Reveal coming through. Nerve able to find one from the front. Quickly on the way is Scuba. Is he able to get here in time, though? Ah, the shoulder check is good. Scuba for another, but Nerve puts him out of commission, and now Core Gaming have the edge of the overtime.
Yeah, they've just grouped up, traded things out with the advantage that Snarly was able to find. The bane of the Neon's existence, just running into a kill trip. You're going too fast to be careful. You just can't watch for them, can't hear them in time. Can be pretty frustrating. Dapper gonna call the timeout for Cubert Academy. So we're on the precipice of losing this first map. Not their pick, but they still have to feel so frustrated at this point. Or will, I imagine their heads are in the game, but if they lose, they'll feel pretty frustrated that this is how it's happened.
And there's been enough distance from those heroic rounds that I think you shake off some of that mental taxation, but still, it is one of those situations that I imagine that you lose a round like this in overtime. You're sitting here like, we shouldn't even be here in the first place. Like, see what the composure looks like as Darkus gets away with the offensive operator in overtime.
Does he bring it out again?
I know,
or does
right?
he just go to the rifle? Because surely you can't get that much value with it again. You have to imagine that Cubert are not going to be wandering into any angles, getting too active. And he's got the rifle. He doesn't want to risk it this time.
Can they make some sort of a call, though, and read that, like, hey, if Cubert are going to sweat a potential operator, can we just take away A-long early and then just burst onto site and just catch this Cubert team off guard because they have to play passive away from the threat of the scope?
Yeah, just take some of that free space, set up for a big exec. They want to work mid right now, though.
This is bold. Scuba's going to be playing off of the Rose Arc in Garage to hold the aggressive angle. Nismo will not have the same ability, though. Oh, but just pushes up, at least able to find one. Now you go to Scuba's direction, sees the barrel, and yeah, good on to Snarly. Paranoia to follow just to make sure. And on the other side, Redux has purchased the operator, and that connects. So Core's attempt to try to surprise through mid, not going to work out.
Enemy remaining.
What?
Nice shot.
Didn't even look like he was on his screen. That was pretty crazy. And I think the magic is worn off. I don't even want to say surely he won't win this 1v4. I think the magic has left. So might get a free one onto Redux.
Yeah, could be a freebie and a plant here. I mean, there's no one else to rotate over.
Stay down.
So now from 1v4 to 1v3, you can put the clock in his favor. Salvo,
30 seconds left.
drone, dark cover. That's all that's available here for Cubert. Feltrum to go first. Shut down. Shock dart to follow, creating some space. Arc Rose does not land. Salvo trying to go in towards Hell. It's a decent angle for Logan, but Knights able to connect for the headshot through the wall. That's enough to get us right back to tied.
That was close. That was super close. Seemed like Core had an idea that the shear was placed front B. And they put that smoke, and Darkus wanted to get it active and then try and work the map after that. But Nismo just got in the smoke and got a free kill.
Yep.
Things just fell apart from there. Just a little misread on the situation over at B.
Sometimes it be like that. There's a look at it once again. Yeah, Darkest, you're absolutely right. Either he's looking for info in the dark cover or he's trying to proc to see if there's a shear there, but instead he runs into his counterpart.
Yeah, and at that point, the core players, they feel like they have to work the map elsewhere, and we're so ready for that.
Grabs the fault line salvo combination coming out, but Timo, with a little bit of support, is able to hang on the backside of this dark cover for a touch longer than maybe you would have anticipated, but he does get tagged and is going to respect that there could be a flood on the way. Follow-up shock dart, that made Chunk a touch. Very well placed. Yeah, Scuba's down to a single point where the health. Logan behind the fast lane has not been seen as of yet. How many can he grab though? Only one. And Cubert will successfully get on to A.
These A hits have just been sublime from Cubert. Again, it's just all of this regimented util that is overwhelming core.
Yeah, there's no way to rotate in. We talked about that early on in this, well, in the Cubert offensive half. The first execute was maybe not as clean as you would have expected, but there's just never a chance for a core to rotate into A. And now it's just gotten even more polished. The vault line out, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're stunned. It doesn't matter. Purely visual.
Yep. They just have to run out into the choke. They're forced out by the missiles. Cubert making it look so easy when they get into those hits. Redux going to pick up the op here on defense. We do not have the opping breach on attack. Cubert have a chance to finally put the nail in the coffin in this game. Winning 7 of the last 9 rounds to bring this to OT. Stay in the game. A couple match point opportunities. Can this finally be the conversion for them?
Similar utility for Cubert over towards A long. A little bit of a different look here as Scuba's playing a bit of a corner. Rose will pop with the Razor. That will stop the play at Garage for now. Defense not really committing to rotating over. Instead, Knights just tries to take a raw gunfight. That doesn't work out. Paranoia stops the play through C long, but they can wait. Scuba's only able to grab one. This is going to be a take of the C site with rotations still on their way.
And Nismo, a couple flashes, but Redux with this op going to be awkward to try and get in, make space as the Neon. Going to trade over, throws T-Dog the rifle, or the operator, excuse me, so he can pick up the rifle.
I mean, Knight's weapon's right there at Garage. They should be able to grab that and take this into 3 rifles, but not the case initially. Good flash, Redux following up, but only finds one. Nismo now over to Garage, last hope. 1v2 situation, caught in a crossfire. First shots are good, and Nismo transfers over. Finds the win, and with that, Cubert survived through the heroics of core gaming to take map number 1.
It is genuinely so impressive that they were able to win that map out, despite the miracle rounds, as you said, that we witnessed on more than several occasions. Insane multi-kills, insane 2 versus 5s, etc. And they get it over the finish line by just having far superior play with the utility overall. Those executes that they had on attack were so good, so well drilled. You can really see the effort that this team has put in as far as just having great team play, right?
Yep.
Got to give credit to the coaches there as well, as far as all that goes. But yeah, really nicely done by Cubert at the end of the day.
Mental composure. That has to be one of the questions. If Cubert ended up making it through this, got to talk about like how taxing was that to get 2v5s, 3v5s, 2v4s, a couple of hero moments here and there for core gaming, a couple of thrifties as well. Nothing short of exciting, tell you that much for map number 1 for one reason or another, friends. Head to a break. When we come back, it'll be time for Cubert to get onto their map selection, which will be split for map number 2.
I'd say it's a little bit different. It's a different aspect. It's like picking up any new player, different personalities, different backgrounds, like different amounts of experience. So I'd say it's a challenge in its own aspect. Especially like with Timo, he's less experienced, hasn't played Challengers before, but he's like proven me a lot. He's made me proud. So I'd say just like teaching them what our system is, because every team has different systems. It's like, what is the system for core? So that's like been the biggest thing. We've been like preaching that, like, yo, we do things like this way here. Like maybe you did it on this team, but like this is how we do it here. Like we're gonna do stuff like this, right? So just teaching them like our way, like the core way. I guess like consistency is like a big one, I'd say. And that's still a big challenge for every single team, including this one. We're still trying to find like our footing, our consistency. But I would just say like the mood's always high, no matter what. We lose a couple rounds and it's like, all right, whatever, like next round mentality. We like to have that like short-term memory loss. Like who cares? We get 1v5 next round, doesn't matter. We get, I don't know, something happens, op collateral and a clutch, like it doesn't matter. We're always going to the next round. We're always in high spirits, and we just try to focus on winning that next round. I would say consistent improvement. We're gonna work hard every single day, day in, day out. We had our first match already. We won map 1. We ended up getting reverse sweeped. Tough loss, but there's so much to learn from these matches, right? You can learn a lot from scrims, but match reps are like so much different, and you just learn so much more, like how people react to certain situations. So I'd say throughout every single match this season, you're going to see improvement, and we are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. So maybe week 1, maybe week 2 won't look so good, but by the end of the season, like we'll look good. We're like low experience as a team. We just started practicing like a few weeks ago as a 5, compared to some other teams who've been together for months, potentially even like last season. So we're still working together. We're still trying to find our footing, but just consistent improvement.
That was a crazy map of Haven to be starting off this series. I still can't believe it. I don't think I have the words for it. So I actually wanted to pull up someone else's words that I think fully encapsulates everything that we had to say here. But I don't know if I want you guys hear this.
No! Stop it! There's no way!
Thank you. Thank you, Shift.
Clip is crazy.
Thank you, Shift. I mean, this was a crazy game. This, frankly, was a game that probably should have ended quite a bit ago. Core, there was these heroics, crazy plays. Not enough in the end after 3 rounds of overtime. Roy, Cubert Academy closed out the first map.
Yeah, I mean, that clip is a perfect explanation of what we just watched. It was an absolute madness. So much sloppiness, so many hero plays, so many situations that we thought were going to go one way and ended up being the complete opposite, including Timotino's 2v5. I mean, there's just so many things about this match that were just insane, right? But I do want to give a shout out to the composure. I think Cubert kept it together despite, I mean, I think I lost count of how many situations they should have closed out that they didn't. So it has to be frustrating.
6.
yeah, almost half the rounds. Like it's just craziness. But the fact that they kept it together, the fact that they maintained form, and they seemed like they were getting better and better throughout the match is a testament to itself.
That was the thing. Wyatt was mentioning, like when Core was at 4 rounds, I think he mentioned that Core got 2 of them out of Thrifties, and then you had the amount of 2v5s and 3v5s.
Yeah.
And these moments where Core were just overwhelming Cubert Academy in these post-plant scenarios. And then they were already at match point where Cubert Academy had to win 4 rounds in a row in order to push us into overtime. So if anything, when you talk about grit or resiliency is not on like the muddy plays really, but it's making sure that they maintain their composure, especially off the Dapper timeout as well, just to make sure here that it doesn't matter if you have somebody like Timotino that's popping off, that Darkus is opping you on the attack side, that Nerve is going to get active and get a 4K himself, and you could still win this game. It's never over until it's literally over at this point. So I like that, that we still saw Cubert Academy being able to pull this through. And what better way to end it than with the father of 2 restaurant owner himself, Nismo, clutching a 1 versus 2.
pulling up the full title there on that one. But
I mean, if I'm already gonna say Sentinels Cubert Academy, I'm gonna have to call father of two restaurant owner Nismo.
You're so right. You're so right. But while we're praising then the resiliency of Cubert Academy, that's also where I want to praise Core for pushing them to that point. Because going into this series, you look at the seeding. Well, Cubert Academy, of course, that's the higher seed. You also look at the caliber of team this is with all of these players. These are players that should have been or will be in tier 1. So this is a stacked team. So for Core to be in these situations where we get these 2v5s, we get these 3v5s, and they're coming out on top and shooting back, Roy, I do have to applaud them on in that series.
I mean, absolutely. It's absolutely proof that all these players are super capable, and there's a lot of talent in the server. There's no denying that. And also, while we're at it, shout out to Timotino. He had a great series. He kept Core in that match. He kept it very tight. And the fact that he popped off, despite them getting farmed on openers, is a massive statement to the level of play that Timotino brings to the table, and probably what Core sees in this player to begin with. But of course, on the other hand, Redux kind of playing to what we expect. And going into that match, Vansily, we were talking about the Neon matchup going into against the Cypher. I feel like they did a really good job minimizing the casualties from the Neon just running in. They did a really good job using the Neon. They weren't really getting caught too much by the Cypher utility. So it was very clear that they're coming into with a clear game plan and how they're going to avoid Redux just running into his death. So that was a great shout out from them as well.
Fully agree. The game plan is why I was mentioning once again was that it's much more sound on the side of Cubert Academy. You saw that it almost looked at moments that Cubert Academy were looking to play kind of scared, but it's just making sure that they're coordinated to like flood retake, to make sure that they can give up space to fight back in those moments. And when you look at that head-to-head, Timotino was on the top of the scoreboard, MVP pretty much in that map. But if you look at the amount of first bloods that he was able to score here for the team, it's only at 2. While Redux was at 8 first bloods. So what does that tell for me at this point is, again, those hero moments where you didn't really need Timotino to create space this time around for the team, but he's going to be able to turn these moments around where the first blood was still in favor of Cubert Academy, and then boom, he comes in. The casters are saying it. Oh wait, Timotino's still alive. There's still a chance here that, Core is going to be able to pull this back. And they did in those moments. So again, I just love that it looked like it was jail Valorant, but it was just super nice to watch it entertaining from both ends.
We were just saving the first bloods for Darkus with the attack hop breach. That's all. Don't worry about it. But
demon.
For Core fans now going on into series, I think for this to be a series that we see the 3, they had to take that first map, because heading into split, this is one that's been a little bit tricky. The last appearance was pretty close, but for Cubert Academy, Roy, this looks really strong. The last composition we got to see with the stage, this looks really, really cool. So can Core have an answer to this?
I mean, can they? Yes, I think there's absolutely a chance. Their last showings on Spite haven't quite been inspiring, and I'm not looking at it and being, okay, this is definitely in favor of Core. I think there's always a chance. There's a lot of capable players, like we said, but I think I'm a little terrified for them, especially with the form that Cubert brought last time into their split. They had an insane composition, and the way they utilized it, the way they played it, seems to fit their style extremely well. And the fact that they're going into this map off such a hard-fought battle and securing the first map is huge for their mental. But we do also need to talk about one final thing here before we kind of move the envelope off Core, but it's the fact that was their map pick. They had many opportunities to close out the match, close out the first map. Now we're going into the second map after a heartbreaking loss. And what kind of mental are they going to be going into? Are there frustrations within the team? Are there, what's really the vibes in the team like?
Yeah, that's definitely a tough answer to come into. We'll have to see once we get into the server itself. But I know that at least you have a lot of young, hungry players that are going to be able to just maybe brush that away. But just to look at the map in itself for a split, I think the mental is still going to be pretty good. And thankfully at this moment that, the Sage that came out that you were just mentioning, Sierra, was kind of like almost like a gimmicky composition that was thrown out this year around by 100 Thieves first, and then brought into Challengers by this team of Cubert Academy. So now it's kind of like it's very trappy because you're throwing like some Sage, some Breach, some Teo, some Raze nades. So it does maybe become readable at some point where Core could be prepared for this type of play style, and a reason why they probably still float this map through the rotation.
Hey, if it works though, I still think Cubert Academy, even if it's maybe a smidge readable, well, they definitely have the shooters, and Knights was playing super well. But we got the confirmation, we got a lock. Roy, I want to know how you feel these two are stacking up.
Yeah, there's absolutely no difference. I think overall this is exactly what we were expecting. Last time though, Core played split with the Fade. They weren't really getting too much value from it, so I'd like to see a little bit more from the value of the double initiators that Core is running, and hopefully getting Timotino into better positions, as well as maneuvering and manipulating the information on the map throughout both sides.
Core on the attack side for me this time around as well is that they're not playing a Cypher, right? Their Sentinel is a Vice. So that's going to be a lot of responsibility on Nerve if he wants to create a little bit of noise on that A side ramp, if they want to try to defaulting a little bit more. And if he dies early, that's a lot less utility you have on the executes for Core. So you have to make sure here that your controller is going to be on point in terms of the game sense and understanding what he has to do in his solo plays.
It's time to head into the second map of the series. Even if Core's last appearance here was a loss, it was close, and it's time to see if they can one-up that and take down Cubert Academy on their map pick and take us into a map 3. So now, another time, let's head back over to your casters, Wyatt and Shift, for Split.
Thank you, friends. Hopefully we just get a little bit more composure here between these two squads here, Wyatt. The battle sage, though, in the picture. I'm excited to see this from Cubert. It's been a while, I'm not going to lie, since I've been able to cast Split. So excited to see what these two different compositions are going to look like here in a head-to-head fashion.
Yeah, Cubert had a very solid win against M80 on this map earlier in the stage. And it's cool to see a team pick up the 100 Thieves comp they ran in Americas and destroyed the other Sentinels on in VCT. It looked pretty sick at the time. On the other hand, Core, they've actually picked this map, they've floated it a bunch, but so far in Challengers 2025, they're 1-2 on it. And most recently, they played Blue Water. I cast that game a few days ago, and it was utter chaos, even more chaotic than Haven. So, wow, Snarly straight up, okay, just instant trades, all right, we're going fast.
Yeah, Cubert feeling the pressure up top towards Mail, slow orb, barrier orb already placed, paint shells trying to clear up a bit of space. It actually technically will win up Heaven, but it's instead going to be a rotation back through Sewer over towards A, where really it's just Scuba playing off of his own individual star.
It's a slow noise cut from Core, trying to pivot to that A site where Cubert seemed content with playing for a retake. Waiting for T-Dog to cycle that util back up, same with Nismo.
You can see the longer this is taken, the more that Cubert have already rotated over towards mid, in towards ropes. Information now gained that this is going to be an A hit. Scuba,
Spike
big
planted.
contact here. Oh, sees the threat and backs down. Timo trying to take the space. Fault line, just trying to get through. And yeah, the frenzy going to work out actually for Nerve, just spamming down the angle. Nismo has to back off. Now Cubert on the retake, coming from the backside of A main. Dan, can they find Darkus in the corner? Yes, they sure can. Now you know that the rest of the members have to be playing over towards screens. It's a back and forth affair, leaving Nismo now by himself for the 1v2. And Cord is going to back up and play over the top at Heaven. Really heads up play, putting pressure on the clock. Nerve can hear the footsteps, but he only has a frenzy from this position. Nismo has to try to bait the check. Shoulders tagged, and Nismo wins the battle, but not before the clock expires on the play.
That just ultimately does not matter. Core played that really well. I love that they pivoted so many players to fight screens together. They eventually wanted to get into Heaven. They planted it for Heaven, and they just stack up off that fault line. They got that initial kill onto Scuba, who felt like he needed to retreat. They get all that space. That was really well played.
It's a mixy affair, but the rotation that comes through is perfectly timed. And there's not enough time for Nismo to secure things as Cubert had to battle. I mean, 3 different points of interest they had to battle. They had to battle at screens, they had to battle at top tower, and they had to battle on the site. So good dynamic post plan to the pistol for Core Gaming. Just one ghost going to get purchased here. Actually, this is Nismo holding on to it from the last round. And it's going to be a heavy stack towards B main, trying to predict this hit from Core.
Yeah, Core very weary that on one of the extremities, there would have been a big explosive play early on, trying to sync up a fault line with the salvos straight away, with a slow orb, with a grab well. They have so much util to combo with this comp that you can see Core early on. They feel afraid, and rightly so. You don't want to overcommit early and just get caught in all of that.
Well, they've waited out that opening trap play, and now it's just open pastures at B. Cubert have taken their predictions towards the A site. No one's home. This will be a 5v5 post plant that, again, may not even see action. Cubert may just not allow kills to come through and just play the dotted spike here.
Yeah, it is just looking the freest of free right now for QOR. Honestly, they should be able to clean this up probably without losing a single player.
Yeah. Pretty potent true bonus, too, if that ends up being the case. Outlaw, Phantom, Bulldog, Guardian. Let's see. Cubert, do you give this any sort of a go? Looks like the answer will be no. There's the back down from QOR on their post plant, and yep. All 10 players will avoid seeing each other in this round.
Like, it's not a particularly exciting round of Valorant. Oh, one single duel. Nice. Thrilling round of Valorant from beginning to end.
Yep. Better or worse than the running off the map on Abyss earlier today?
Worse. I'm gonna call worse. At least that one was over quick. That's one we were just sitting around patiently waiting for it to end. But QOR are gonna be happy with that. Everything retained for this bonus round. And Snarly gets 1 orb from this 1 kill, the 1 fight that happened. Woo.
Spike detonation just touching toes right there. What? Oh, there's the trap play. Yep.
And that's what you have to be so scared of, pressing up a little bit too far early on this map. At any point, there can just be that utility sink and you're cooked.
So now pressure onto QOR to see how they want to try to execute behind this. Oh, a little bit of mid pressure starting to develop here. Nice slow orb placement has QOR backing down behind this barrier. Prowler, Boombot all being sent. That will win out mid vents. Oh, but the drone does get deleted by Nerve. So again, pressure on multiple fronts here for QOR Gaming. Putting a little bit of pressure onto Cube to make a decision on what they want to do defensively.
Timotino taking his time, trying to work up male while the rest of the team pivot over towards that B side of the map where Cubert are ready to go. Now, this doesn't have any slow orbs though, so they're not going to get completely stifled at the choke.
Yeah. Oh, and they've already rotated T-Dog too far away to help with this, so it's going to be a 2v5 on site. Scuba in the astral form. Oh, Timo just runs out, finds a free first blood. Follow up backside of the site. Scuba. Rare whiff there. Shouldn't call it a whiff, but just a gunfight loss that you would have expected him to have the angle owned on. 10 seconds remaining. Logan getting to work on the plant. Good paint shells. Lots of damage going to be tallied off of that. But trying to crack into the site is the better question, especially with Timo playing bottom side at ropes, but Nismo clears him out quickly. Armageddon at the ready. Immediately called. This should guarantee elimination onto Logan. He's got nowhere to go. And now it's just down to finding Snarly. Spam shots will find him behind the double stacked boxes. And Cubert are on the board.
That was must win. Nismo getting a lot of value out of that Armageddon, which he got up because despite like losing the pistol, got 4 kills that round, just harvesting a whole bunch of orbs. Gets a kill on that round immediately with that guided salvo combo with the breach util over towards a main. Lucky that he had that ult in time, otherwise that round probably would have been cooked.
Still, though, for a true bonus round, I think you take that every day of the week if you're QOR. Like,
Yeah,
very
definitely.
winnable. You get bonus on the economy with the plant, a couple eliminations, and you pull out the Armageddon. Yeah, I think you're feeling pretty solid about that.
100%, and you keep the economy for Cubert pretty low as well. You took a lot of guns away, and Nerve caught
Again.
now over towards a main.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. And your evaluation at the beginning of this map is exactly right. You just have to wait for the first 30 seconds to go by and not get caught by it, because there's just no escaping it. And speaking of stuff, though, Knights and Redux over to the middle of the map. You thought for a moment this may break down, but instead, it's every single elim going the way of Cubert. Darkest He's got the op out, so he's got a shell at the classic. Still wins it off his own fault line. Paint shells get a little bit of chip damage. Spike collected. Logan's on the way over through main, and with how the defense is positioned, there's going to be a 2v2 on the B side here.
I just can't with this attacking off breach theory. It's so crazy. He's doing it again.
Here we go. The walk back in towards site. Oh, and just a shoulder scene. Knights takes the long peek with the shotty. Logan on the trade. Good for one, but not going to product that redux. Is right there on the corner. And Cubert will secure the round and tie us up at 2.
Breaking the economy of core as well. Starting to get some of their other ultimates ready for the next buy round. We still don't see a whole lot of Sage, but one of the nice things about Sage now, after one of the recent buffs, is that the ult costs less, so you can stack up those orbs much quicker, get more reses online throughout the half. Just a nice little additional bonus of running the agent, which has really seen like virtually no play aside from here and there on split. But there is value to be found.
I'll say. No, here we go. Quick burst onto the B site. That's one way of breaking that trap play. Just run right through it. That's going to lead to a really quick opportunity for a plant. Darkest will be pushed off from the initial attempt for now. Second effort on the way. Stealth drone called through. Timo with the stinger on ropes. Could be deadly. Oh, he connects onto a headshot, but T-Dog still holds his ground, finds the win. And Darkest still not able to plant. I mean, he is being thrown the kitchen sink. Eventually able to plant, but it's a 5v4 with weapon superiority for Cubert. Redux misses the opening snipe shot, but the follow-up from Scuba should be good with this shorty peek, and that's exactly the case. Numbers are decent, and now it's just down to finding the remaining kills, which they will do so very swiftly. Yeah, Nerf will drop in the back.
Fair amount of damage from Core, to be honest, and they get the spike plant. They'll be satisfied enough with that. Thought at some point Redux might use that showstopper to get back in, but Cubert doing more than enough damage that he didn't feel that he actually had to. Like you mentioned, it's just all of the explosive, damaging utility that this comp has access to. You will just be denying the spike plant over and over. And then when Cubert switched to attack and they get the spike down, it's a nightmare trying to defuse. You're just getting spammed by nades, aftershocks, you're getting stunned, you're getting pulled off the spike by grav wells. It is such a frustrating comp to play against. And there are a lot of moving parts with it, to be clear, but this Cubert team, they look really well practiced with it.
They really do. Tino trying to break the timing with the double ass plaque play, not gonna work out. Cubert feeling the pressure, but yeah, it'll just be a slower, but it's all that's needed with a little bit of spam from T-Dog. So initial attempt for tempo from Core Gaming, staved off, and no, they make matters worse. They're all gonna find elimination right through mid. That was Logan trying to lurk into mail.
Looks like Timo wants to find some kind of timing up mid, explore the map, even things up into a 4-on-4 somewhere.
There.
And timing is really going to be everything here. I mean, if Snarly can catch one, maybe more if they don't clear this corner out, that would be massive. Showstopper coming out. Yes, Snarly does catch one. Showstopper, tough angle, doesn't connect onto the staircase. Rez will come through into T-Dog, but Darkest is still holding on to this 1v1. Aftershock going to put a lot of pain into Redux's face. And now you've got Core Gaming on the defensive side of the map behind all of this defensive pressure through B main. Just comes down to where do they want to go.
Obscuring vision.
Cubert, I do like how they've worked the map though, inserting one player into B main. That's T-Dog with the rest of them wrapped to retake from elsewhere. Again, this delay so frustrating as the clock is dwindling. Finally, the spike down and a little bit of safety.
And they're not going to have a fault line to clear this. So this is going to be down to what Nismo can see. Okay, there's one. But he's still got the operator in hand here for the time being. Salvo to follow up. Nerve holding it an off angle. Rolling Thunder for the offense. All thrown over towards top tower, but Timo can't follow up, leaving the pressure on a Nerve on the site. Cosmic Divide can be called in for the offense, trying to hold on to this post plant. 2v2 situation. Scuba, Nismo trying to find their way back in, but Nismo still holding onto an operator, cannot find a way to get it going. Nerve follows up for his third in the round, and the post plant will hold.
Nerve has been so sharp with the shots. Collecting that second one into main when T-Dog tried to find a timing to get out of the nebula was so huge. If that duel goes the other way, that's more than likely the round going to Cubert Academy. But he has been in pretty sick form today.
Unreal scenes, man. This has been really, really solid stuff out of Core. Yeah, that showstopper, that's such a tough angle. Mid-stairs like that, I mean, you essentially have to connect with the direct contact if you wanted to hit that. So it just kind of slides by mid-map, the vehicle for Core to get around the backside of the defense. And so we go 3-3. Economy will switch hands as well as Cubert are back to Stingers and Sheriffs.
Orb collected onto Nismo, working towards what would be the second Armageddon of the half for him.
Yeah.
Core hoping someone was in mail to hit with that little util combo with the nade, but they will find out that it is vacant, just cut off by the Sage Wall over in heaven.
Well, it's just shoulders here for Nismo over towards A. Core through sewer, looking like they want to try to give this a look at least. 45 seconds on the clock, though. They may have to commit to this. Prowler out, Nismo running with it. Showstopper for Timo. Movement is suspect, to say the least. Nightfall does come through. Timo just absolutely rocket launches both of them. What a picture that was. Darkest, ooh, a little sloppy on the shots, allows Knights to come through for one. And hold on a second, I was going to say maybe T-Dog can get covered in the corner, but not the case. So now it's down to Knights and Scuba. 18 seconds on the clock here. Knights still holding ground on the backside of elbow. Snarly working in. Logan looking for the plant. Has Knights found an angle here, though?
10 seconds left.
He hears the footsteps. There's the crossing. Not going to hit. So now it's just down to Scuba. Tried for the Nova Pulse. And now it's just down to what shots he can hit with this Stinger. And he has been completely isolated away from the spike, as both Logan and Snarly will respect the weapon, back up, put a little bit of distance between them, and likely not allow Scuba to get a chance at this. No.
Yeah, that's well handled at the end. Like you said, just getting that distance, getting out of the range of the Stinger. That got very messy, though. And, you know, Cubert, to some extent, they'll be happy with how things played out. They do a bit of damage, sure, but more importantly than that, there were 2 ults used to win an anti-eco. They got the Showstopper and the Nightfall out, and they get 3 kills. They'll definitely take that.
Sure. There is a level of, like, around is around, though, when this comes down to it, I think, if you're a Core, like,
yeah,
trying to establish
absolutely.
your eco, you know what I mean? Like, there's a level of that. You still have a couple of, I would say, round convincing ultimates. Steel Garden at the ready right here in particular. But this doesn't feel like a composition that's banking on we have to have ultimates to win rounds. So there's a level of that. Redux, nice movement, slips away. Timo on the hunt, and it'll be a shorty combination with Nerve to push him down. Knight's in trouble. Also taking some damage. Looked like he was around the wall right there, but maybe not. Knight's able to at least put a slowed orb down to create some space, but this is going to be a clean take on the A and B site here for Core.
And Nerve, almost had the timing. Rare miss from him in this series. Nismo shuts him down into the 4-on-4. That Steel Garden was used to take the site, so they don't have it for the post plan.
Salvo, Rolling Thunder are going to be combined with one another. Also, you've got the opportunity to get the Cosmic Divide in play. But still, Core find efficient trades. Armageddon comes through, forces the issue here around the backside at B. Scuba now left. 1v2 situation. Cosmic Divide about to fall. Can Scuba get to the halfway first and foremost, though? No, not going to happen. Fault line right there in combination with Timo, and Core Gaming will take an edge by 2 rounds. This has been a really solid offensive half.
Yeah, that was an excellent way to deal with a player hiding in vent. That Prowler chasing down Redux, who's completely caught on the run, pinged up by the Haunt, which allows the Prowler to just follow him. That was really nice, punished with the shorty. And then from there, that instant pivot into B, they use the Steel Garden just to force everyone off site. Core looking solid right now.
Yeah.
And definitely compared to how they looked the last time we saw them on Split, they are looking less chaotic. Things are less individual. The team play is looking better.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to ask Core Gaming coming into Cubert's map pick on Split and say that, hey, we're going to give you 6 rounds of offense, how would you feel about that? I'm sure we're thrilled. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Cubert comp is typically very good on defense. They've actually only played one recorded Split map in which they started on attack and just, I can't remember the opponent, but they ran them over completely. So we haven't seen much of their defense, but 3 rounds on round 9, not going to be happy about that.
Correct. I will say, though, just looking at the numbers from when they played M80, their offensive side is where they started, and they got 9 rounds on offense. So keep that in the back of your minds. But the outcome of round 9 still in question as the stack up through A main is starting to develop into a bit of a play here. T-Dog going to read that. Fault line just trying to slow this down. You do have Redux up top. Paint shells maybe didn't stop the plant. Oh, and a big win from Nismo to keep a hang on towards topside A tower. Here's the plant opportunity, pushed off by the Aftershock. Again, still a lot of utility here for Cubert to work with. And an extra shoulder check just to make sure that no one can play. Say over the top side of A ramp. The timing from Snarly was nearly perfect, but Scuba has a 7th sense. Finds the elimination. Timo spam down, but the plant comes through 2v3. A lot of this flood has to come from the high ground. Smoke's in their way. Here comes the double peek over towards elbow. Logan gonna pay that some respect. Coming back over to the fight over towards main, and Redux is just saying, I'm gonna get out of here, let my teammates come up from behind, and it's Scuba for 3 in the round as Cubert find their 4th.
Great retake, great first kill from Nismo. But then what is that from Scuba? The awareness, the exact millisecond that he was about to get shot in the back, he just full 180s and just gets the freest kill on the Snarly. That was crazy. I can't believe he was able to pull that off. I was just waiting and waiting, could see Snarly patiently walking through the vent, looked like he was going to hit the perfect timing. And that would have absolutely changed the complexion of the round.
Yeah. Wow, good stuff. Really good stuff. So 4-5, Eco flips once again, as now Core Gaming will just have a couple of rifles and Sheriff upgrades to play with. They do have a Nightfall at the ready, though. Could be impactful. Oh, don't run into this. Oh, they're going to break down the door. Here comes Redux. A little bit range, though. Only finds one, but this, say the slow orb should be a huge problem, but Timo just kind of blast packs himself into an angle to win a gunfight. And all of a sudden, Core Gaming are going to be able to upgrade fully into rifles. Nightfall going to be a deterrent to Scuba. T-Dog off the pinch does at least make this more manageable. This would technically be a 1v3 for him. He gets an isolated one, but no. Darkest locks down the shots on the low ground, and Core Gaming continue to work up some magic with limited purchase.
That is pretty crazy. They had a really good scaling together through Mail. All of their spacing was perfect. Redux feels like he needs to find that little timing window to get out of the vent with the judge. 1 for 1, not good enough. That was really well played. Timotino continues to just step up and be a star for this team, taking point, satcheling into the slow orb, maxed out confidence, wins that duel as well.
Okay, so Cubert going to talk about this as we had this little bit of back and forth affair here. A couple of rounds were put together, but again, just this Core Gaming offense is looking, I would say, pretty darn formidable. I mean, considering the circumstances of going into your opponent's map pick with compositions that, I mean, aren't too dissimilar. A couple of key differences to be sure, but it hasn't been the same status that we saw in Haven. It hasn't been nearly as heroic for Core Gaming. They're just flat out playing really good Valorant right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a reason they picked this map in the past. And watching them now, it's kind of perplexing that we didn't see them really playing at this level before. Though, like I said, this Core team, definitely one of the swingier teams that we have in Challengers at the moment.
Yeah.
We've obviously seen what they can do when they're at their peak. And these players are insane. And if they can get the team play on lock, they should be an absolute force
Fault line used to try to maybe clear space over at mid. Stars are in place, try to force this battle if they want to take it. Defense is in position for this though. Oh, deep shoulder check and Snarly takes Scuba out of commission here in what would be a thrifty round for Cubert. Slow orbs going to be exchanged, so mid-map will still be suffocated here by the defense of Cubert. But with that opening at B, you got to be thinking green light special here if you're Cubert.
It's throwing down that wall. Doesn't really get much delay. Instantly broken.
Players on site. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Who needs to put an optic on that? You can just barrel stuff them. Snarly going to find 3 in the round to start. Potential for an ace if T-Dog and Dismo will let him even try for it. But QOR are going to get a 7th round here. This has been really, again, really impressive.
Their money is decent enough that Snarly could try to chase and get the Steel Garden for the last round. They've already got a Rolling Thunder showstopper for the final buy round too, but that would be a nice additional little bonus. And it looks like he wants to. He's pushing into spawn.
Sees the barrel of the weapon. Okay. Dismo shuts down the play for a little bit more. But again, there's just not an exit going to be allowed here. So Darkest able to find 2 here. That's going to get him a Rolling Thunder earned up in what was going to be a very important final round of this half. I mean, there's going to be a chance here where QOR could go 8-4 from their offense. I mean, they've got Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide, close to a Steel Garden. I mean, that's about everything you could possibly want.
Yeah, even just the death from Snarly got him 1 away. And being able to find the 3 on the round. The 2K like judge in hand. Might as well have been a judge in that situation. That was super sick. You have to imagine that QOR are on route to get this 8th converted. The A site is totally free right now. Tibatino entering with that showstopper probably won't find a target unless he has a feeling, oh, maybe Scuba's just to the right in screens right now.
Oh, he's going to throw this somewhere. It's going to be up towards top tower. I think there's a level of Cubert respecting the ultimates that are on play. So Scuba going to avoid, I'll say mostly avoid the boom bot. Instead, now the contact is known. And Scuba's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. He needs some help. Nebula will come down. Does he want to try to take this battle, spamming through the smoke? But A-Ramps is gone. You got to deal with this. Snarly's able to find 1. That's the Steel Garden also going to be called in. That's going to impact almost everybody up top. So now the focus goes back over towards screens. Can Cubert find a way to break through Timo? Cosmic Divide going to bisect this site from both sides. Regen coming into T-Dog. Cubert able to get themselves back into play. Oh, shot misses from Darkest. He'll be dealt with by Knights, who finds himself now on 3. Nerve the last one standing, but time is becoming an issue. Nerve just needs to make sure no one's on for the defuse, and there may not be enough time for this. No, not even close. And QOR will go up 8-4 in the half.
Despite all of those kills from Knights, it just didn't matter. They already got hit with the Steel Garden. The second they get towards the spike, they get hit by the Rolling Thunder. QOR just had too many ults stored up. And what a fantastic half from them overall. The team play is really looking solid from them on split. I am impressed. The fundamentals right now are good.
Wow. This is, again, just one of those matchups where I think we all walk into it and you assume based on how one of the 2 teams exit pretty darn cleanly from the Swiss stage, the other has to fight for their lives to the deepest of the depths of the group stage. You just kind of get, I think, impacted based on the first month worth of gameplay here in VALORANT Challengers, and Cubert are being, I mean, really counteracted in a lot of ways. Darkest, how much further do you want to go here? Double swing on the way. Scuba will fall, but the offense finds some success towards topside B tower.
Redux very low on HP, but happy to trade the HP for that kill. They can really threaten a B hit here. As a matter of fact, they just need to hit B because they're cut off from those sewer players. Can Nerve do something backside? Can he at least get his?
Well, trades are decent. Timotino, paint shells out, trying to delay the plant. Barrier orb goes up to continue to allow Cubert to stay on site. Fault line, though, for Darkest is at the ready. 43 seconds on the clock. Decision time here as Cubert start to make their play off the flash. No one's home, though. Are they really going to try to track this all the way back to A?
Yeah, it looks like they do with 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Slowing down and rotating. And with that wall still up, Core feeling like at any point they could be swinging around pillar. They don't have the info on what's going on B main. I mean, I'm going to assume they have the timing correct. Yeah, they definitely do. T-Dog is safe to get this spike plant in. They want to go backside even, not going to risk trying to plant for heaven. There certainly could have been a Core player up there already. And T-Dog's got the fault line back.
See what they try to utilize first to try to get into sight here. Post plant largely holding on this corner through elbow. Redux, yeah, good patience. You're playing a little bit deeper over through the sewer entryway. Can they hold onto elbow, though? That's the big question. Redux is not a part of this. T-Dog, does he get timing? Spike, try to get defused. Redux able to find his one. Now it's just down to the 1v1 around the backside of the screens, and T-Dog just runs and guns with the Ghost. A pivotal round win for Cube.
They needed that desperately. I love that silent walk away. Getting that A site for free at the end. Core just trying to stay in B, hoping that that's where the re-hit was going to come after a noise cut. But the right call was made by the Cubert Academy. Will we get a similar situation as we did on Haven, where Cubert are able to make the comeback?
We'll see. Setting up for a barn burner, it feels like, though. Shoulder checks from Nerve. Darkus is also holding an aggressive angle over towards A-Main. Nerve has been tagged. Redux looking to try to jump on in towards the site. Follow-up though from Core is decent, but backside dirt. Whoa. Messy shots, but Cubert still able to come away the better for it, leaving Darkus in a 1v4.
Nismo slow walking up mid, and it just doesn't even matter. Doesn't need to go for the backstab. Everyone gunned down with relative ease over towards B. Off these simple executes, crossing with the Sage Wall. That's some vintage Valorant. That's some Ignition series Valorant. Taking us back to the Sage Wall cross B execute.
All right, well, Darkus, see if you can find any exits here.
Yeah, Redux wants to hunt one off the showstopper, but he is in the wrong part of the map.
Yeah, this will likely go to Scuba. Or, nice, survives on 1 HP. Okay, so you've got one off the showstopper, that's pivotal. You've got T-Dog already halfway to a Rolling Thunder. He had a really good opening round in this half. And you're jumping into what is going to be a pretty formidable bonus again here. I mean, both of these anti-ecos for our squads have been pretty darn convincing. So full rifles, but limited armor situations coming through for Core's defense.
Yeah, Core, don't be worried. This is no joke. We can see on the minimap, the Cubert want to farm up this A orb ASAP. Actually, they've thrown over the rifle to Redux. Not even going to bother with the orb. Just wants to go up ramp. Try and take a duel, then goes back for it after they've gotten some of that space on the map. Now they can execute in.
Oh, and the paint shells are going to find some damage on the Snarly on top of that. Slow orb deep at screen is going to force Core to try to stand up and deal with this by way of spamming through the nebula. Showstopper at the ready, Redux up and over. Immediately good for the kill on the Snarly. Nerve, good crossing corner, but no, can't connect as Redux finds his second. Paint shells re-earned and bounced over to the direction of Timo Tito, who does find the elimination, but takes some damage on the way. Paint shells from the defense now as they're here to try to contest this 3v4.
At the low HP, though, is going to make it quite the challenge. Can Darkus find a timing to get a kill?
Oh, wow! How does he find that? I mean, Darkus was caught with his pants down. And now you're down to Timo, which we know what he can do, almost. I mean, you saw a world where he gets that little mini flick in the transfer, but not to be. Cubert survive.
He was so close to hitting that. That would have been a sick play. His fourth or fifth or, I don't know, 10th of this series. That was a great effort, though, regardless. What a bonus round window for Cubert. I do really like how they played that. They get the space on ramp, then they get the orb. They draw out a little bit of that util that was coming main, a little bit of delay, but all good. They're able to get right back in off the back of the showstopper and a grav well that was placed to nullify that angle at screens so no one could shoot Redux from the front. Lovely execute.
Still not without a little bit of drama. Feels like we're always in for some heroic opportunities for QOR. This time, Stinger, 4 sheriffs could be purchased on the save. Cubert, I'm sure, have learned their lesson about not taking this for granted, though. A little feel out with some early fade utility through B main. Nothing seen there, so QOR are going to rewrap back to A quickly. There is an arc rose right behind Snarly if he makes contact to try to stay alive.
Drone going out. Still thrown down, but immediately broken. Stun comes through cross map from Darkest to slow things down. Cubert wait that out, and now they want to take all this space up ramp.
Good. Yeah, this is the absolute right call. Just do not allow sheriffs to get top tower control. Separate this defense out a little bit more. So now, if you're looking at this from QOR Gaming's potential, you're really hoping on timing for Darkest with the Stinger from the flank. Timo also has a showstopper here. Logan connects to the first. Wait a second. If this lands, there's a real chance that they hold this. That's the spike carrier down. Snarly follows up with another elimination. 15 seconds on the clock, and Cubert are stuck at tower. They can't wrap back over to B. They've got to try to commit this. And honestly, they may have to save again.
It's just done. They have to save. Cubert really only showing presence towards A. The QOR players on the opposite side of the map were pushing out. And so they immediately realized on defense, we can just stack this site. And then as soon as Logan gets that kill, it's time to use the showstopper for Timotino. They had a great read on the situation just on account of, I believe that was Darkest, who was already walking out mid. And they just felt comfortable stacking towards A.
It's just another one of those rounds where I think Cubert just get a little bit caught playing a little bit too cute. I mean, you get top tower control, but then no one even bothers to try to dive into sight to put some pressure on the defenders that are there. It's just an easy call for Timo to pop the showstopper, get a little bit of information, connects with it, and then the round is just so far out of reach because of the clock.
It's put Cubert in a very uncomfortable economic situation now.
Yeah.
Money is bad. Should be a round worth 2 if QOR can pick up the victory here.
Fault line's gonna land into Timo. Good help from Darkest, though. Clean to shut down Redux. Salvo gonna be tossed up as Cubert are still committing for this play towards top B tower. They have the res, so they're gonna use that immediately. Timo trying to find timing off the aftershock to use that as kind of a natural smoke, but doesn't work out. Darkest still holding on to rafters, though. This is an issue for Cubert, and they need to, again, make a decision if they want to rewrap this or not.
He was able to nullify the res, just pick off Redux for a second time in the round. We're down to 45 seconds. They've left Scuba inserted into A main. And now they're going to go for the split execute. Snarly backside, going to need to come up with at least 1 kill. He's completely on his lonesome and completely committed.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, good barrier just to block off the rotation from screens. Snarly, what do you have for us, brother? 20 seconds on the clock. Spike is still not on site yet. If you can deal with 1, maybe 2, this may win the round. Is based on the clock. Snarly, the god. He's out too. He's got space to work with. You have to commit for the plant. And now the defense has the numbers. It's all falling apart again. QOR Gaming had no business staying alive in this round, but Snarly saves it and puts him on double digits.
He catches a fantastic timing, pushing out of that nebula. He hears the footsteps going through the razor vine in front of him, but also credit to him, he called out, most likely, or Nerve just realized, hey, I should give him a nebula on site right now. Give him something to play around to keep him safe. And he works it perfectly. Just finds the timing to wrap around, gets 2, and allows even further time for the rest of the rotation to come in. That is fantastic individual play. Another QOR player who has had a fair share of sick individual moments in this series.
Yeah. I mean, they've had, what, 3 thrifties official? I'm going to count, I think, a 4th that I don't think they actually got credit for with the game, but they were on like a half purchase, and made it work, and now you're going into another 5v4 moment that they somehow still survive through. It's just these individual plays. And that's just Snarly playing around a smoke, for crying out loud. Like, it's just, there is a level of like being in awe for what QOR are doing, and then there's another level of like being like secondhand embarrassed that Cubert can't find trades in moments that are that straight up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they also failed to find the trade on Darkest twice.
Yeah.
The first time was because Redux was pushed up and there just wasn't a second player close enough for him to swing onto Darkest. And it wasn't like Darkest hit an insta-tap, kill him, and fell back. There was time to do it. It just, the positioning was off. Cubert had 5 stingers in this round, by the way, so we'll see if they can close the distance.
Well, here we go. Last packs forward. Timo's got a shoddy, and he's got Darkest again playing on Raptors. Just too simple. Just too simple. Absolute blender here at Vale. And now T-Dog is the last one left. Not bad for one, but not much hope in the round overall. QOR Gaming extend the lead.
This one is just feeling kind of done. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but they have taken over the game these last few rounds. They've got a rolling thunder in the hands of Darkest on what is going to be Cubert's full buy. One off the Nightfall as well. But that being said, T-Dog has a rolling thunder of his own. And the stun aftershock was good, but it seems like, I don't know, some of that util came in a little bit too late, or the swing was too early. The timing was just a bit off.
It's got to be so frustrating for Cubert. But you have to give credit where credit is due, and QOR Gaming are just outlasting Cubert Academy at the moment. Moment of calm here at the beginning of round 19, but the big news is Timo, with the judge, is playing B main. And you've got Logan just watching an easy 1-for-1 angle that he can use a razor wire to get out of B. So you can triple stack with a shear up top at A tower and a rolling thunder for Darkest. As soon as they hear this commit through the smoke, they expect this rolling thunder to be called in to try to dominate this. This 1v1 here over towards B main, if it does come through, is everything for Cubert. They have to have it.
I mean, you called it. This is a great setup, but Darkest is shot down. Rolling Thunder removed as an option.
Oh! But a follow-up. Rolling Thunder can be called for the offense for Cubert, but we're really staying patient here. And that's enough time for Snarly to, again, win a 1v1. Salvo going to force him out from behind the billboard. But QOR Gaming are now going to have sewers control quickly. And another player rotating in deep. And Snarly's got a little bit of information. It's just the decision-making is coming through too late here for Cubert. Out of ammunition is T-Dog, and it's map point for QOR.
Their fundamentals over on Cubert have really dissolved on this map, which is surprising. In that situation, they get that initial kill in heaven. All right, Timotino gets a crazy kill across the map. Whatever. They're 4v4, and they have the rolling thunder. After they use it, it seems like they were hoping that QOR players were going to try to rotate into heaven behind them and they could catch another pick. But while that was happening, Scuba walks through main. The rest of his team are up in heaven. No one's flooding into the site with him. It's just, everyone has a different idea of what's going on. Nothing's synced up. Pretty surprising to see. Not what you expect from this team.
No, and that's after a rolling thunder, by the way, as well. It just goes completely through the site. It hits both defenders, but there's no one there to follow up on it. It's just, yeah, something is definitely falling apart here on Cubert's offensive attempts on executes. So they find themselves the backed ups against the wall. QOR going to allow space to be grabbed at top A tower. There is a shear there. Plenty of utility as well for Snarly to play off of inside the site, including a little bit of assistance from Nerve, who has a star place at the choke point.
Cubert are really trying to let Redux explore the map here. Cosmic Divide goes down. Cuts off angles on A and B, matter of fact, so it's not totally indicative of where they want to hit.
And there's the Armageddon. Surely the Rolling Thunder gets used as a way to suppress any plays through top tower. Nothing actually connects. And Isbell, long range classic shots, kills Nerve. Cosmic Divide about to fade away. Darkest a chance to peek at this. Snarly again playing off his own flash. He has been so damn good in this position. And maybe better for more as a secondary flash comes through by Darkest. But Scuba opens up side around the back. Now to the 1v1.
Down A.
15 seconds. No spike in hand, but Scuba still wins out the battle. 3 in the round, and Cubert extend the map.
Credit to Nismo, who just gets his gun removed via Steel Garden and wins the duel with a double classic headshot onto the guy with the rifle. All right. I mean, that is pretty crazy, not gonna lie. That keeps him in the game, though. Core want to take a timeout, wrap things up.
Yeah.
Because we are headed into a very similar situation as we had on Haven, where Cubert make the run back and then win out in OT. They would love for that to not happen a second time and to take things over to Lotus.
It's just like wild to think that so many of these rounds for Core Gaming have come by way of Thrifty or an individual getting away with way more than they should. Also impressive to say that Timo's had another really good map. I mean, this has been a career series essentially for him.
It really has been. There was definitely a bit of hype for him coming into this season. He had his moments, but at times it felt like he was trying to force too much, was going for a few too many aggro plays that were being punished, but we really haven't seen that in this series. He's stepping up when required, not getting ahead of himself, letting the game come to him when he needs to, and he's just consistently getting kills round after round.
Important to note here, after the round win for Sentinels Cubert, they still don't have enough to get a full purchase. Ooh, Timo. Aggression here. Outlaw in play. Redux going to take a little bit of opening decay damage, but is off the regen, and this battle over at A main will fall apart with still a 5v5 as Boombots will cross paths with one another.
Full rotation being called for Cubert. Everybody running through spawn. They're leaving Scuba inserted towards A, though, so...
Yeah, well, if you want to call that inserted.
Yeah, inserted enough to know if someone's pushing out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Rotation
more of a
through sewers,
hovering
well.
towards A.
Yeah.
In passive fashion.
The thing about this rotation for Cubert is playing into B main is really dangerous. So you have to figure that this is going to be largely a feel out through mail. And yeah, Star with the stealth drone coming out. I don't know if Darkest actually sees Redux making the play across, but smoke dissipates, and as Redux drops, so will Nismo. Core now to the 5v3. And there's just not a lot of space here for Cubert to work with.
Scuba spotted out by the Prowler. Nightfall is perfect. Wow, what a shot.
Huge from T-Dog. Logan inside the smoke. This timing is everything. It is going to get some ropes control. Nerve still staying alive on the site. Barrier orb goes up, but no one checks for Logan from behind. So now the spike is down. Rotation coming through for Timo. And Cubert are not going to try to play the 2v1 versus Logan. They're going to instead try to play for this plant and hold on to the barrier orb position. Scuba still holding on. There's the smoke. Logan with the win, though. Just down to Knights for the 1v2. Not in a position to see this. And as he crosses passes on barrier orb, Timo connects, and Core Gaming takes split to send this to a map 3.
That was a very impressive win by Core. On map 1, they were in the game by virtue of insane heroics. Map 2, I think the team play, the fundamentals specifically, were just better than Cubert, which is very surprising, especially when we got into that second half, those late rounds. Cubert were just very indecisive, players having different ideas as to how they wanted to approach a lot of the situations, whereas Core pretty much stuck to the game plan, the trust in each other, the swings for each other were really great. Just the fundamentals on point. They look good.
Yeah, I think it's mostly in the mid-rounding as well. Like you said, I think in particular, again, you're trusting on the individuals to at least get one. Often they come away with more than that. And then a quick rotation over as soon as you get that commitment call is allowing Core Gaming just to stifle so many of these executes from Cubert. So, wow, we have an overtime affair on Haven. Not quite the case here on map number 2, as Cubert and Core are going to go all the way to 3 on the backside of this break. Don't go far.
To be honest, I don't know the exact reason. If I had to actually guess, it just comes down to the idea of not keeping Redux on a bench. So he gets to play in the league. He kind of gets to, not that he like runs the team or anything like that, but you know, he's like making content. He's still like, you know, definitely like a leadership role like on the team. But it just seems like a good opportunity for him, a win-win situation where he gets to play, keep getting better, you know, stay kind of like fit per se, like playing the game, and then 4 other people that he thinks are, you know, are on like a VCT level, maybe close to a VCT level, you know, we get to kind of like train, band together, and you know, who knows, come towards the end of the season, you know, we might go all of our separate ways to different teams. Maybe we'll join a team. You know, it's really like up in the air, but you know, shout out Sentinels to making it happen, because you know, without them, the teacher scene is, you know, in big trouble. And there's like a couple other orgs like, you know, Shopify, M80, you know, that are dope, that, you know, have teams and stuff like that. TSM, obviously, shout out TSM. But it's just good to see that people still care about, you know, players who aren't in the VCT scene, because, you know, without that, you're not going to be able to get, you know, any new people. It's just going to be a really random system. We're definitely looking to just like make our wins like cleaner. So, you know, where we had like a couple like close maps there, and it's mainly just through, you know, it might just be, you know, us making mistakes as individuals, maybe forgetting about like the bigger picture, not relying on the things that we normally rely on, you know, giving the opponent too much respect. So again, just defining that stuff and working on it over the coming weeks will be the main thing. But I think that we're in a good form this season. The main thing that I want us to make sure that we do is just like take care of ourselves. So don't like, you know, have some like freak episode where you're trying to play the game for 14 hours a day every day. It's like, it's one of the worst things that you can do, like when you're in the season. In the off season, you know, it can be like different. If you want to like grind and get better, you can, but like in the season, you gotta like pace yourself. You can't be sitting there playing as much as humanly possible.
Well, every time we've seen QOR on this map, they've gotten a little bit better each time. And well, that's going to pay off in spades, as when it matters most, getting the victory over Cubert Academy, taking us to a map 3 on the day. Honestly, this is just insane. Like, Roy, at some points, I don't even feel like I understand this game anymore. I don't know what's happening. Like, what's going on?
I don't know what it is about QOR specifically, but I swear every one of their matches just devolves into madness. Like, there's just something in the air whenever the QOR players are in the server. You got the breach opping, and then just hell breaks loose from there. Something is going on. I don't know. We need to investigate. I need to put Wyatt to work, because he put me to work last time. Maybe we need to have Wyatt investigate what's going on in the air here.
Dude, if anything, you were talking about the amount of reps here that QOR is able to get on these maps, and you're able to see it. You know what's good? You know what happens when you do a lot of exercise on one thing? You get to work on your core.
Oh, a little hypertrophy.
No, but jokes aside, they did look a lot cleaner than they did in the first map on Haven. And on top of that, you got as much shenanigans as you did in terms of hero plays, but it's a lot more developed in terms of how they worked around that map. The lurks were very good. Nurse found some very good timings across the map as well. So overall, I just think that, again, it's one of those moments where you could get sort of figured out with the composition that you're pulling out here from the side of Cubert Academy, and they exploited that quite well here for QOR with the amount of post-plan opportunities you're able to get.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Also, for me specifically, when I'm watching QOR and I just see them sitting in these setups and they're completely trusting each other and they're not really like breaking it, they just look very calm, very collected, and they absolutely trust the retake. So for me, that's a sign that they're like very confident, that they trust the game plan. They kind of have an idea of how they're approaching it and what Cubert is trying to accomplish, and I think they're doing a very good job just reading them out, and it feels like they really do have their cards.
Yeah. But just watching the last 2 maps as well, it almost feels like they're game plan for Core is starting to look readable as well. It's not every time that it happens, but whenever Core has opportunities to be a lot more explosive and have like big ults to work with or good stall utility that's still available, they love to play utility to allow Timatino to get inside sight, but also play that solo inside the site as well. So he's going to call, I need help here in terms of util. He gets his 1, he gets his 2, and then the rest plays like the type of stall. In terms of like sucks or like just util in the end, to just not allow players to get into the diffuse on the side of Cubert Academy. So I think if anything, if you're looking at what happened as well, Roy, I think you agree with me as well. We were watching this game where sometimes we're wondering why Cubert felt so hesitant, so scared, and not as assertive as the super team should be to disrespect these type of like setups that are, you're giving a lot of time for Core to set up actually, and they shouldn't at that point. And I think that's going to help them going to the third map.
Yeah, there's two things that are happening. They're doing that, and they're also just allowing Core to run an entire game plan on them. Like, you have this team that's basically superstars in every role, right? Like, Knightsy's obviously a fresh, he's kind of an unknown factor coming into this league, but now we kind of understand what he brings to the table. But I mean, overall, you have T-Dog on IGL, very experienced, Redux, upcoming star, Scuba, an insane controller, and of course, Nismo, one of the most prominent, I mean, he's the vet in the league. But you have all these players, but you're playing ultra passive, and you're just allowing the enemy team to just run circles around you, when I feel like you should be getting a little bit more involved in the rounds and in the outcomes, and not really allowing them to just kind of run their full script. So I mean, that being said, shout out to Core, because I think they're doing a phenomenal job. And within Core, I think specifically on Split, Tino had a lot of impact on the duelist, yes, but Darkest had so much impact on the initiator role. And they have Snarly to just anchor things down. Like, how many rounds did we see Snarly just anchoring sites, getting multiple frags? There's no trades. There's not a lot of like spatial pressure on Snarly that's just allowing him to just sort of free flow and do what he does best, which is hold stuff down.
Yeah, just one of those moments too where they were discoordinated on the side of Cubert Academy that you could take advantage from. Like, these 3 players rather could take advantage of is like one of those retake rounds where you're going for executes again to try to flood through. They go for a Rolling Thunder, but on top of that, they throw a Cosmic Divide along that wall as well. So anybody that got hit towards that B side by the map was just unaffected by that ult, because there was a Cosmic Divide. There was no way that they were going to get shut down by their opponents. So that is some of the things that Cubert Academy definitely will have to start cleaning up here going into that third map, because you showed tenacity on that first map. This should have been the confidence for you winning the second map quite easily, and you let that falter, and it was a one-sided affair on the side of Core.
Yeah, it was a lack of confidence kind of from the get-go, even in some of the situations where Cubert was up numbers and just overly respecting Core. Core definitely has some shooters on the team, so like they deserve definitely some of this respect. But when you're talking about this Cubert Academy with all of these top players, this team that's the #1 seed, and a team too that over the past couple of weeks have had the time off since they managed to secure a playoff spot a little sooner. It's interesting that going into the series, and since we didn't see that confidence then going into the second map for Core, this is the underdog team. They're the ones that actually can make ascension. I feel like this confidence that they've had, that's actually something that we can see now in this upcoming map with Lotus. One that we have seen from them. We've seen a couple of different looks from them. And for Cubert Academy, well, Roy, we have nothing on them on this map.
Yeah, we have no idea what to expect. I don't even know. I can't even begin to even predict what kind of meta they're going to run, because there's so many ways you could go right now. I mean, we're technically in like the most... Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we're in like one of the most malleable metas we've had. Like there's so many variants of duelists you can run. There's so many variants of initiators you can run. Obviously, Tejo, Breach getting preferred by a lot of these teams, but there really is a lot of flexibility in what Sentinel you're running, what duelist are you running, what controller are you running. There's just so much malleability, so it's hard for us to know. But yeah, going into Lotus, I do think it's going to be an interesting matchup, specifically just because we know that it's been a good map for Core. They've looked very comfortable on the map.
And sorry, I want to pick it back on that as well, because you were talking about a 3-week preparation time, that Cubert Academy kind of had, because they qualified a long time ago. So now you have 3 weeks of prep they're able to do. You're able to bring this onto Lotus, where you have some good tape onto Core, because Core, although they went 3-0 on this map this season, they still had to play a lot of rounds. So now you have a great understanding of how they could approach of how you could approach this map. And you could not necessarily counter it, but you just know the tendencies of what Core is going to go for in a type of like more default comp. Oh, I mean, they had 3 different comps, but more recent one was a little more default, right? Exactly. So it's gonna be a lot here for Core to get ready for, because Cubert Academy could definitely come out with like that secret move here that's unattended for.
I mean, even if they have the secret move, like I'm looking at the execution for it, because within this series, it's been Core to then, in these clutch situations, be able to take those little upsets. That was a Haven that they had that opportunity to close it out and just missed out. So when we're looking back at the series, the fact that they closed out that second map pretty cleanly and they missed that opportunity on Haven, Cubert Academy, even if they have something up their sleeve, like, I don't know if I'm necessarily a believer in this moment. Like I need to see the turnaround. Like this is Cubert Academy we're talking about.
Yeah. If anything, though, we're looking at this, and I'll pass it back to Roy afterwards.
No, like,
I think the whole chaos and how they were like throwing these 2v5s and these 3v5s for Cubert on the first map, I think that's gone now, because those generators are gone. It was a little bit better here on Split, and now again, you've been playing the last 2 maps where you're pulling out like a Breach Tejo plus any duelist that you want pretty much for Redux. They could do this again right now here on Lotus. So your approach is going to be very similar once again. And then you get into the 3rd map, and then boom, you're able to clean up a little bit of that chaos that Core brings.
All right, well, Agent Select, I mean, Cubert, we have no idea what they're thinking of. Well, we have some idea considering tendencies. Core, we've seen 3 different looks. Getting into the map, Vans, right, that was a Tejo breach. Core, we're sticking to what the last one. Roy, I want your thoughts here. Redux back on this Neon.
I think the Neon here is actually completely fine. I will say, though, kind of circling back to something that Vans brought up, is the fact that there is actually tape on Core, and they're playing a Sentineless comp. I think is going to be a little bit weird for the Core side, right? Because you have a very fast-paced comp that can easily push and pull you in many directions. And if they're not on top of these like gaps that they're going to be creating or leaving open, it's going to be extremely problematic. But that being said, I think Sentinels just needs to get their stuff together. I don't feel like they're playing a bad game. They need to secure the advantageous rounds, and they need to just play their game, get a little bit more loose, and just allow players to just do what they do best.
At this point, 3rd map in the series, all the cobwebs, should be good, should be fully warmed up. I'm excited to get into the Lotus and see what Cubert Academy is made of this map. And for Core, if they can, in fact, get this upset win, let's head in and head back to your casters, Wyatt and Shift, for the final time today.
I don't know, Wyatt, if we ever actually had cobwebs over this series. It's just been drama and chaos and just unexpected results. The only thing that we could really say, just to kind of piggyback off the desk, is, again, this has been a map that we have seen from Core quite a bit. It's been very successful for them. Cubert have not shown us this map yet in this stage.
And for some reason, Core, no matter what iteration of this team exists, they always seem to just love playing Sova on Lotus. It has always been a go-to Sentinel on a map where usually you see Fade over Sova if you're going for one of the information gathering initiators, but they have always preferred it. Definitely have to pay attention to the lack of Sentinel that Roy pointed out, though, and the fact that Cubert should be able to try and exploit that, given that Core just played this map the other day.
Very true. Well, the one Sentinel on the map in Cubert is in a little bit of trouble. Fault line does not affect him, though, and a little bit of assistance off the Arc Rose allows now an opportunity for Redux. Whoa, just trying to spam his way through. This is messy. I don't even know if there was a secondary flash there or not. It just looked like Cubert were trying to just burst through the doors, and Core say, no, thank you. We're not going to allow that to happen.
It seemed as well like Redux outpaced the paranoia that was supposed to come through. The timing there was just not correct. Door now being procced by Core with seemingly no intention of actually going through it and ending towards the C site.
It's another one of those protocol moments that we've talked about it a couple of times where Cubert just do not look like they are put together here on some of these executes that they've tried to put together. Fault line at the ready, though. T-Dog working with Knights, both of them together. Isolation is decent. Spam shots also landing, but Knights will drop, leaving it now just down to T-Dog. 1v3, a couple of low health pulls in front of him, though. Shakes off the flash. Just too many players to deal with, though. Overwhelmed by sheer force of number. And Core Gaming shut down that retake attempt through mid and used that as a chance for Numbers to win their opening pistol.
Yeah, that was them down into the 4 versus 5. They have certainly won a lot of man disadvantaged situations today, but that felt like more of Cubert trying to do way too much than QOR needing to pull some kind of heroics off to win out in that situation. They already got the pick, and then they just tried to force taking the fight even further, mistimed with a util. I believe QOR have won the first pistol round on all 3 maps now. Always getting off to a nice start.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Oh, Snarly will see the quick little dash from Redux, throw him a shot, say, no, not right now, thank you. And that's enough for Cubert to kind of back down just a touch. I mean, they still hold some really significant ground here, front side at A main. But QOR do have plenty of utility to try to flush this out, including very safely. They can just throw out an Aldrone if they want to.
Yeah, Redux wants to play this bait position, break the drone, and then Nismo can stay hidden, pop out later. But that's a dangerous position to be in now with a nade.
Yeah. Paint Shells flushes a lot of that out. Salvo behind this dough. Nismo is able to use that for an opportunity to kick down one. Juggle the weapon away. Do what they can to make sure that this weapon stays in the hands of the offense. 4v4. Now we're taking a long swing back over to C. Offensive pings are in. Knights does not really have any utility to play off of. This is just how tall can he stand on the backside of the site, and the Boombot actually connects on the Redux front side waterfall. Rare elimination for the Boombot, and that's enough for QOR to get on site.
We now know that Knights is definitely playing towards halls as well with the Arcros coming through. Should be all easy cleanup for QOR at this point.
Decent salvo positions. Not enough to actually follow up for any eliminations, at least not immediately. Logan drops. Darkest able to connect, and Knights, just the classic. Yeah, nothing you can do with that. So follow-up on the anti-eco is good, but this bonus will, well, not pack much of a punch. Vandal and an Outlaw is all that will carry into the next round.
That's pretty solid damage from Cubert Academy. Hold on. What is happening with this buy? I see a breach with an operator on attack. I can't say I'm not used to seeing a breach with an operator on attack.
Brother.
But it's rather the timing of it. We have the breach with the op on attack on the bonus, where we only have the Outlaw and the Vandal from the last round. What is the rest of this buy going to look like? Excuse me? The two sheriffs, an Outlaw, an op, and what is happening, man? And if this works, I will never comment. I will never say anything disparaging about the breach op ever again.
Well, we're about to find out. Initial contact good for Cubert. 5v4 immediately off the rip. Sheer wall has in place the front side at C, with a smoke also in the way for the time being. Shock dart into the back corner of the site. Not really going to do too much to deter this defense, but does pull it around just a touch.
3 players from Cubert stacked up and ready to go. They want to defend this C site. In the meantime, T-Dog is in a bit of an awkward position at Rubble. He's on the run. Fast lane thrown out so he can make his escape to site.
Yeah, that's just the fault line paint shells combination, so it's pretty free for QOR. Problem is the clock is starting to wear out now. Redux backing in towards the drop into A. The Tejo of Nismo is going to rotate over, but now there's smoke placement over towards B. The only person in place for this would be Knights. Paranoia cuts across the site, but the elevation allows Timo to get away from that for free. A couple of spam shots behind. Don't connect on to Redux. The spike does get planted, though. Darkest connects. Offensive operator play with the breach. Don't hate on it. Now you just got 2 scopes left, though, of your core. How do you get through this? Outlaw and an operator. Scuba going to hop on for the defuse. Fault line coming out, but it gets to halfway. Smoke will dissipate. Flash going to get popped on both sides. Cubert had to make the one. They're the ones who didn't make the move here. Scuba, once again, tries to hop on. Darkest connects for another. And now Scuba doesn't really have the opportunity just to hop on. He's got to find this next elimination. Darkest trying to get inside the dark cover, hits the right click, but doesn't make a difference. The spike gets diffused anyways, and Cube will get on the board in dramatic fashion.
The first right click only connected 2 of the bullets, or that would have won them the round. Well, the attack op, it did some things. At least he saved it for the full buy as well. I think he cut off a rotate over on the lurking breach op. Cut off a rotator from A in the post plant. So close. If that right click killed him, they definitely win the round.
Unbelievable teams. It just never stops with these two teams. And Darkest will go back to the operator again. So odd. Teemo's going to collect this orb and be 1 away from a showstopper as the approach towards A seems pretty imminent. You have a long lurk from Snarly just hanging out at mid. Smokes will exchange hands. Paranoia at the ready here for Scuba. Just throws it out proactively behind this Aldrone coming through. So, again, in terms of value, Core are going to be happy to have this, and even more so that Teemo just blind fires through the smoke and connects onto Scuba.
Both teams have absolutely nothing left in the bank. So it's a must-win round for both sides as Core opt to cut noise after finding that first kill. Intentions of re-hitting on the C site, it seems. Waiting right now to see if anyone from Cubert tries to push out and get any information as to what's happening on this side of the map, but that will not be the case.
Here we go. Showstopper out. No one home, though, for the defense. So how deep can Teemo get in towards C? Another smoke gets placed.
30 seconds
and just gets
left.
blindly thrown through. Not going to hold his ground there. He's going to let the smoke do the talking for him. Fault line quickly coming through, trying to use that as a way to combine with the Armageddon, and it does work out. Darkest will drop. Follow-up from Nismo is good on the backside of the play as well through Waterfall. Teemo still inside the site. Oh, caught looking the wrong direction. And Cubert's retake has been clean. Enough ultimates used to make a complete mess at the post plant. Snarly overwhelmed as Knights will hop on for the fuse. We're tied at 2.
That was some great usage of that Armageddon in tandem with the fault line, getting that stun.
My ultimate's ready.
And Nismo as well, that swing, he had a really lovely kill onto Logan. That quick headshot when he swung down Waterfall. Really well played. And again, it's just Cubert going back to the well of having a massive amount of utility in this comp that they seemingly are happy to run just across the entire map pool.
And legitimately, I want to say it's like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but I don't know if there's been enough results to allow me to believe in that. Broken by situation here for Core in round 5, leading to some quick action front side at A. Teemo again, a decent counter. Hunter's Fury for Logan is connected once, but Cubert, a couple of crossing angles you thought was going to just suffocate this play from Core, but instead the trades come through for the offense, and now you've got a Viper's wall down with the orb and a chance to set up a pretty solid post plan.
Knight's trying to find this timing now from stairs. Smoke down will allow him to get out safely, not get shot by anyone playing towards rubble. And that Arcros onto site gives them a little bit of info.
Yeah.
They know there's no one playing close.
Yeah, the more space they clear out, so the Steel Garden can be placed and shut down anyone over towards Street, but Darkest has the Rolling Thunder. Knight's able to find one. That pushes Scuba off for the initial defuse. Follow-up, though. Knight's just going to re-hop on this again. And it's past halfway, and it's just no one is going to be able to touch this in time for Core Gaming. So once again, Cubert sneak away around right underneath the noses of Core. But in a round that was kind of a broken buy, that really isn't the worst result. It just becomes a little bit more expensive because you do spend the Rolling Thunder for it.
Really just all came down to that Steel Garden, getting that space that you mentioned and connecting it onto all those players. Darkest just trying to go too quickly off the back of that Rolling Thunder, caught before the gun was even taken out of their hands.
Well, the messy battle over the top of A looked good for a moment for Core Gaming, but not able to capitalize after the post plant. And because of that broken buy in the last round, they're on another broken buy here. So Cubert only going to be kind of limping in with just one Bulldog. Everything else is pretty much full on. Paranoia does connect on Knights, pushing him off the site, but initial damage on the Teemo is pretty solid. And the spike is not on thanks to the shear, so Cubert can rotate over with some speed.
By the time they get there, they're going to have a lot of utility to dump if they want. Try and send in a fault line, missiles, same old story.
Yeah. T-Dog getting ready to go. And that opening from Nismo makes life a little bit easier. Paranoia cuts across for Scuba as he tries to pinch onto the site, and that will work out beautifully. Just down to Logan. Salvo in the corner forces him right into all 5 Cubert members. Flawless on the retake, flawless for the round. Cubert up now 4-2.
Core are going to need to fight for more space after they get the spike down on C. You just cannot allow Cubert to fully set up for these massive util wave retakes. You have to do something to interrupt them. And they kind of tried to. There was one player pushing forward who Nismo got the kill on, but there needs to be more than that. They need to do something to really disrupt Cubert in that setup phase.
Well, Core going to talk about this again. I think the timeline actually tells a pretty compelling story right now. 4 plants, no holds. So the executes have gone well, but the retake presence from Cubert has been pretty much flawless, just outside of the pistol and the anti. So you've got this conversation point now, if you're Core Gaming, of, you know, there've been, I think the biggest thing is there've been a couple of rounds where they've had the option through C to try to play a little bit deeper, whether that be in waterfall or towards back halls, and they've elected to just largely play it in front of the platform. And I think some of that is you do have to respect the fact that Nismo's utility is dangerous in combination of T-Dogs. So you do have to kind of wait for that to come through, but I feel like they've been really pocketed on the C-site post plants that we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. No big ults in this round getting out of the timeout. That being said, though, Darkest has the op, where we've gone back to the opping breach well.
Also want to give the quick shout out to that little recon dart body block too that happened in the highlights. Didn't notice that in real time. Pretty big brain. And again, Darkest on this op, man. It's definitely been designed, to put it plainly. Sheer is in the way towards any approach at B. And with good C mound control here, Core really can't step up even if they wanted to. They need to wait for the door to go back down. And they may need to actually throw some utility to C mound just to try to split the focus a touch, because this is not going to feel particularly comfortable. But Darkest is just going to try to trigger the wall and then back down as the defense continues to move.
Not ready yet. Good hit.
Still thrown sent out, broken over towards the A side of the map. Does Core want to use this wall, work off of it while it obscures the view from Baby Door? T-Dog might be feeling a lot of pressure in a moment here.
This is one fault line to play off of, though, and that's enough for one. Sidesteps Darkest's touch. But Cubert defensively still hanging on. Timo around the backside, though, has gotten tree controlled. Spike can be collected as Timo is really just playing a 1v everything right now. Overdrive out for Redux. And, oh, nice tracking from Timo. Gets the shutdown plus another. He's on such critical health, but it doesn't make a difference. Nerve following up through drop, able to find one. Doesn't expect that Scuba's playing from the same position, though. Now the teleport back. And Darkest has an op, but he reads the teleport and connects onto Scuba. Core Gaming back to within 1.
It is simply outrageous what Timotino is doing for this team. Top fragging again on the 3rd map, coming up with kills that feel impossible to get. Trying to find the headshot onto Redux, rounding the corner at max speed with the overdrive, and then he adjusts to get a second in heaven. Again, on top of that, another round won by Core where they have a man disadvantage. They have converted far too many of those rounds.
Unreal. Well, here we go again. Darkest operator play. Just try to peek over through mid. Not a lot of action through a rubble for one of the first times, but a relay bolt is still tossed out just as a way of considering that there could be a forward defensive play. The big question is, what can Scuba get before he gets overwhelmed? And he only finds one. So Now the defense has to move. Stealth drone through mid will put a pause to any offensive rotation for now, and that will actually be enough space for Knight to work his way into the site, or at least around it.
Dark is still just taking his time, waiting out to see if anyone would push up in towards B. Recon goes deep C, which is offering some good information for Nerve, who is all the way up on Bend. So he knows he can press a little bit forward, won't be in danger. Knights just does not want to take any risk being that low HP.
Good flash, good information on Knights. On top of that, Armageddon gonna come through.
Oh my god.
Snarly able to get one. Oh, and oh my goodness, the pushback thanks to the Aftershock. Nismo is able to catch Snarly, and T-Dog capitalizes onto Nerve, who had nowhere to go. Spike will still be planted. Darkest has to hit. Because otherwise, I just don't see Logan being able to survive through this inevitable flood. But if he can connect onto one and get out, could be huge. And there it is. Dark is able to find the first. Flash from the follow-up. Shoulder comes through. Darkest connects again. And now it's just down to, does he get an angle to stop the defuse from coming through? Aftershock to delay, but Redux finds the elim. Plenty of time to defuse.
I was just hoping that Redux would have made a dash towards the spike, but he expected Darkest to re-swing immediately, shuts him down. Second Armageddon already from Nismo in this half, and both of them have gotten a kill during a C post plant situation. It's just such a narrow, congested area of the map. It's far too easy to find value with it there. And with the Aftershock as well.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go.
With the salvos, like you are so cooked.
Yeah.
That's the abilities don't kill in Project A moment of the match. It's just the truest statement of all time.
Oh, Paranoia trying to save Redux as he was affected by the fault line. Oh, that was a Rosa ult right there. Showstopper immediately pulled and then just tossed blindly to the backside of Mountain, which was already won. So 5v4, but with a limited purchase here for Core and no Showstopper, can Cubert still hang?
How do they respond to this? They have good control over at A. Do they just try and anchor this hard over on C? Probably the only way that they can win this round out. You don't want to play for retake at a disadvantage.
No.
Scuba wants to find a kill. And matter of fact, he could pop his ultimate if he gets one, might be able to escape, and then they could play a 4v4. That's a possible scenario.
Aftershock pushes him off. Page Shell's also suffocating the site. Knight's affected by the fault line. And this is a really good execute from Core. Every base covered. Quick on the rotation from behind is T-Dog, but it's being watched by Logan in a corner. And T-Dog would have to snap here. No, not going to happen. Logan finds the elim. And Nismo, he'll just toss out a salvo to see if he can find some sort of a blind connection, but he won't have it. And that is a very efficient round for Core, likely to end in a flawless where everyone upgrades weapons.
Yep, Darkest, even cleaning up the last one, has a Rolling Thunder now too. You called it. That was an excellent hit. All the bases covered. Scuba trying to anchor back a bend. Aftershock to his right. Nade comes in, and then a Hunter's Fury right on top of him. There's just nowhere to go. The only place he could have teleported to would have been out in the open. So he is just cooked. Great play there from Core. And now they really can carry this momentum over with the Rolling Thunder. They have a pit for a post plant.
How many Thrifties is that in this series now? Is that 4 official?
Too many to count. There's too many to count.
More Thrifties than fingers on a hand. Especially if you live in like Arkansas or something. I don't know.
And after this 6-hour casting marathon, you expect me to count?
Yeah,
I don't think
true.
I could count to 4 if I tried right now.
All drones scouting things out to get some sort of a safe approach here at C-Mount. It's just pistol upgrades here for Cubert on this defense in round 10.
Timotino grabs the orb. Cubert just not doing anything particularly proactive. They've been using this comp really to play for the floods. You can get easy control over towards A. There hasn't really been an aggressive mid-round moment for them yet. Core have been able to set up for these C hits pretty much for free.
Oh, that's disgusting. Just a little pop-up. I see you. Spam through the wall. No worries. And for a second, I was about to be really critical. Darkus had the queue up for the Rolling Thunder. I was like, do we really need that to execute into site after you just broke it down with a fault line and a paint shells combination? And they will save it. And this is likely one of those rounds that comes to an anticlimactic finish, as Cubert will look for exit kills or sacrifice themselves to the spike, most likely. That elimination for Redux puts a little bit of pressure here, though, onto the post plant. But again, no proactivity through Waterfall. Looks like Cubert are going to forfeit this.
Time is very much dwindling. You know, maybe T-Dog gets a kill, dies, gets his ult for the next round. That would be a decent consolation.
Well, they're going to give this a go, but no, not going to happen. Trying to stand just on top of the small little curb side of the platform, not going to work out. And we're tied at 5 in the blink of an eye. After a very mixy opening, what was all post-plant retakes for Cubert has now started to go a bit astray, largely thanks to the Thrifty resetting everything, and now we've got a really critical gun round here in round 11.
What I need to see here is Core, everybody buy a shorty. They have tons of cash. Everybody get a shorty. We hit the site with the Rolling Thunder. We get the pit down. The retake comes in with the Steel Garden. Doesn't matter. We all have shorties in the pit. That's what I want to see on this round.
If you call that perfectly, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something for you. I'll give you the biggest high five you've ever seen in your life.
If I call that perfectly, my day rate needs to increase by $5.
Well, that's fair.
Maybe even 10.
I would say at least 10.
I appreciate that.
You got it, my guy. Get you that extra McDouble. Cubert setting up for some sort of a contest if there is an execute on towards A with this fault line being queued. You've also got Nismo in a position to watch through small door. So it just comes down to if Core decide to hit this, and maybe in particular, do they want to try to open this up by way of the Rolling Thunder first? Steel Garden gets called though, and ooh, Nerve just barely teleports out away from dodge.
Snarly just praying he doesn't get sprayed down and no one does anything too active before his wall drops. That is a large investment from the Cubert Academy. Does not net a single kill. And it's also made them feel like maybe they're rotating off. And they've kind of abandoned, but not too much. This is a decent setup actually to counter the B split that's coming in.
Nismo, brother, caught with utility out. Knight's able to save the day, though, from the pinch on the other side. Rolling Thunder to cut right across the B side. I don't think Redux is actually hit by that. No, he's still alive and kicking. But, oh, he gets the read. He's got to rotate back quickly. Sheer comes through. That splits up this offense. Is there enough time to get the spike down? Spike carrier drops. Redux going to separate the site, and the sheer wall still active. What are we watching?
Oh, they've overcooked it. They really overcooked it. I know that when they started running to C, they all realized, oh, we forgot to pop the wall earlier, and we're cooked. Like, they definitely could have just executed into B, but they thought they could bamboozle them, but you can't outrun the Neon. You just can't get to C faster than the Neon. That got a little chaotic. Especially with Nismo also just util out. Heard them running, but for some reason thought they were further away.
Yeah.
Awkward.
And I think there is a level of heroics there from Knights to get 2 on that cross through mid connector from A. That was everything in terms of what Core wanted to get into B. And when those 2 members fall, I feel like they make the panic call of, all right, we got to rotate back over. Lots of utility here, just kind of thrown into the front doors at A main. Cubert going to be happy to hold their ground for a small time. Nice relay bolt from Redux, but not an initial option to find the elimination. Rolling Thunder coming through. Redux just trying to push through this. No one in the corner, though. That is an expensive usage for Cubert to really not get anything.
They used so much util. Commit the ultimate. Still a minute on the clock for Core to play with now.
Razors are out. Scuba's still safe in the corner. Nismo on his cross. Poison Cloud going to be sent in the back left side of the B site. This crossfire is everything, though. And Scuba, oh, his timing here is exquisite. Finds two, including the spike carrier. Knights now knows he's going to need a little bit of help, and he's going to get it by way of Scuba's utility. At least initially he does, but quickly for the plant. Maybe the Viper's Pit first. No, it's going to be Snarly going for the plant initially, but Cubert are already playing forward, so this Viper's Pit can be challenged very quickly. Snarly spamming finds one, but dealt with. That will fall the green haze. Darkest trying to give enough time for Nerve to come around the back. Good trigger to someone for two. Leaves T-Dog by himself. 1v2. First shot's not quite there. Follow-up is good. Now it's down to the 1v1 with Darkest. Major health advantage as well for Darkest as well on top of this. But T-Dog, does he catch an angle to hop on for the defuse? He has not cleared C-Mound. Darkest is playing for the post plant on the corner. Fault line lands. T-Dog has to stick it. Darkest shakes off the effects, find the easy win, and we'll go to a 6-6 half.
Some impressive rounds from both teams, to be honest, and some silly rounds from both teams, which has left us at a dead even score line heading into this second half. I'm excited to see what Cubert can do, though, with this composition as far as fighting for that A side of the map, fighting for C early. Because we saw in Haven when they were running with the Neon, excuse me, they had a lot of cool ways to set up Redux early in the rounds for kills. I'm looking to see if they have more of that, like those set util plays to open rounds on this map too. Because they were finding a lot of value with that.
Yeah. And you got to keep in mind, one round gets kind of chalked up thanks to some individual heroics. Another 2 rounds worth of thrifties. I mean, QOR have built the lifelines they need to compete. And I think there's a level of, like, you give credit where, again, credit is due, but more in particular, QOR is just taking advantage of the mistakes that Cubert are making, and they're making quite a few. I mean, this has not been as clean as we had seen from Cubert early on in the group stage.
Definitely. They've been struggling far more with the fundamentals. They've just given up way too many advantage rounds. They're finding advantages because of excellent synced up utility plays, a lot of pre-prepared stuff in that way. But then things crumble later in the rounds on far too many occasions. Of course, it's not happening all the time, but it's happening too much. QOR have been able to get away with too much.
Yeah, it's very accurate. I mean, let's just throw the hypothetical out here. If Cubert ended up winning the series, I imagine the reactions would be like, we cannot allow any of those things to happen again. On the other side, if QOR Gaming find a way to, again, capitalize on the mistakes that have been made, you're sitting here just absolutely filled to the brim with confidence. Like, guys, we're pulling out thrifties versus Cubert Academy. We could beat anybody. Like, I think especially with the bracket being all mixed up early, like M80 coming out with, you know, based on the reaction from the interview, what they thought was a very kind of winnable in 2 series versus Envy. You look at this side of the bracket, if Cubert fall, QOR Gaming would be looking at the winner of TSM versus Winthrop. Like, and I won't sleep on that Winthrop team. That's some Nixie squad too. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, this bracket could get really interesting very quickly in the first days of Winners Round 1 action.
Yeah, it would immediately cancel out and the predictions of everyone. Everyone would simply be wrong if both Rankers and Cubert Academy lose straight away. Pretty wild too, just that QOR, they started this season 0-2 in serious danger. Then they go on a 3-match run of win-win-win to get in prime position to get into the playoffs. I see Sierra Dawn, host of this broadcast, just typed in the chat, I predicted QOR, I'd be a genius. Crazy. Everyone on our desk, they just care about being right. What happened to working as a team? Roy just celebrating because he was right about the org debuff. What happened to working together?
These guys are just on the pick-me energy is what it is right now, Wyatt. I'm so thrilled to be wrong. I'm always happy to be wrong.
Yeah, that's what I tell myself too, because I'm wrong a solid 90% of the time.
It builds a compelling storyline. Like, here's all these numbers and research points that we have about why this one team is better than the other. And then they're wrong. It's just like, let's go. Like, I'm here for that energy. But no, you're right. I mean, the run for QOR Gaming is a really interesting one because like I'll just be honest, like they did not have a difficult journey. Like they started off their group stage playing up against SAD Esports, then they played up against Shopify Rebellion Black, and then Shopify Gold, then Ambrosia. Like they haven't played any of the other top teams outside of like
Blue Otter.
Really? Like
Yeah.
kind of like, and then they win a thriller versus a Nightblood team that I actually thought was playing really clean Valorant leading up to the week, but it really hasn't been a test for Core like a lot of other teams have had. I mean, they've avoided Rankers, TSM, Cubert until now. Like they've avoided the top 3.
So to begin this attack side off, you just have Nismo sending off those salvos to C main and then behind the box over at C mound, just to gain early control of that area of the map.
Not ready yet. Gotta go.
Well, after the delayed tech pause, it's just going to be a flip of the sides here for the pistol in case you're joining us here late. I'm sure you already know that just by looking at the scoreboard. A little bit of information for Redux off that little toggle over towards A. They're also going to avoid the poison cloud. Nerve is in a world of hurt, trying to get through and will stay alive. Has to spend the paranoia, though, for the effort, and that will lead to a Cubert 5v5 post plant.
Every single player on Core right now going towards back halls to have tried to divide off towards Waterfall. No, it's just Snarly alone, concerned about a late B lurk. Won't actually be one coming.
Paranoia, though, does get sped over towards Waterfall, and then the retraction back over to the site looks good. Knights for 3. Darkest responds a double of his own. Nice shots coming over to T-Dog, but not able to connect onto the headshot. Plus, there were still 2 more members to deal with, and Cubert's aggression through Waterfall in the post plant works out for the pistol.
And that's something that I wanted to see Core do more of on their attack half. Set up a moment there where you have multiple players pushing through either back halls or, in this case, what Cubert just did, pushing through Waterfall off of Paranoia, and then an additional flash came through from Nismo as well. And you can just punish 1 or 2 players in that area of the map and then go back and fight elsewhere. That was a great way to start this half off.
An opening salvo will stop any defensive aggression through C. Orb collected for Knights, so building towards the Steel Garden. And that will be enough for Cubert to feel happy about what they've done at C and take their focus back over towards the A side of the map as Core will try to invest a gamble stack on the C site.
Darkest just trying to get a little bit of information if the rotation is going elsewhere. And now wants to find a timing.
Taken out.
Good first blood there. Darkest trying to sneak up into pillars, not going to work.
Thorns are live.
And now it's just going to be Knights making a little bit of noise at C while everyone else executes on towards the A site. Yeah, a deep dark cover over towards Waterfall. Yep, it does exactly what's intended to do. Pulls Timo back in towards the C site. And Cubert will have a wide open A site post plant.
It is all too free.
30
They should be
seconds
able
left.
to clean this up with ease, unless Tino finds a window with the one Sheriff, but he does not, so this one is as good as done.
Toxin screen down.
I would say so. Can Knights find any more? We've already seen him really trying to build towards the Steel Garden. He will find another elimination. Nice shots from Logan and Nerve. Good team damage. Shuts down the play, but it will have the Steel Garden 1 away from being earned. T-Dog watching over through small door. And yeah, that will be about it here as everyone will back away. Nice salvo prediction coming through. Allows an angle for T-Dog, and Nismo also finds the Elim with the salvo. So 8-6 the count. Pretty clean here in the anti-eco, which will have a pretty potent bonus coming through. Bulldog, Guardian, Phantom, Vandal purchase. This is going to be pretty very, very steep purchase.
Yeah, it is quality. They've got more than enough cash for the follow-up round. All right, this is a very big moment for Core. This one should be pretty challenging to win. Bear in mind, they're playing a defense now where they don't have a Sentinel. And they're up against a Neon. Man, how frustrating is that? You don't have Cypher trips, or even the Vice Wall to try and do it.
Now self-drone in. Nerve, I don't think actually sees anything over the top of this dark cover, so Redux will get a little bit deeper in towards site on a more unexpected basis. There's also a Razor Wire down to this position. Steel Garden called behind this too. Redux looking to kind of force himself forward. Owl drone. I don't know if it doesn't tag Redux, but it's enough to at least force the Paranoid to come through. So now all of a sudden you get your primaries back into play for Core Gaming. 5v5 on this retake. What tools are available and try to break through this setup? As Cubert actually have to give away a lot of space here just due to the fact that Teemo's putting some pressure on the door. So now from the front, here comes the opportunity for Core Gaming to work their way back in. Flashes, stuns, all being thrown in, but Cubert are finding all of the eliminations. A solid hold from Cubert. Nerve backing away, just trying to save.
They are really showing Core how you're supposed to play a Seaside post plan. They are being incredibly decisive. They rip away the gun out of Nerve's hands as well at the very end. But that was another example of them initially out off the Steel Garden. They push and take that back halls control on C. They get a Paranoia out, extract some util, then retreat past their own dark cover. And then as a team, they fight against that player on the Core side that was trying to go through the door on B. And then they go back and fight the site together. Every little move was just such a quick decision, no hesitation.
And that felt more like what we've known for Cubert. Like not a lot of second guessing, a lot of trust in the individuals around the site. You put the pressure forward, but you don't overextend. Like everything just felt very disciplined, very dictated. So now Cubert are up 9-6. And you're on to just Sheriff upgrades here for Core. After shock in the corner, relay bolt with that. Redux taking an opportunity to clear out this close corner at C Mound, but the spike was never a part of this play. And actually, Core Gaming are going to trust their setup with this 2-2-1 split.
All on Darkest here to try to make something happen, which is an unlikely ask when he's just got the Sheriff and he realizes every single player is about to be running straight at him. A tough life to live.
That's really tough too, because the fault line, you would have loved for that to connect onto Redux, not the other players there. So now a 5v4 post plant, and with just Sheriffs, I mean, you better do something crazy. Paranoia comes through, that's good and effective. But Scuba, bottom side at the drop, that works out nicely. Just good connections from the front side of this post plant. T-Dog shuts down Logan. And that'll be enough for double digits. And the bank's starting to build up now for Cubert.
Yeah, the cash is pretty out of control at this point. Core on the verge of theirs being broken again. You have T-Dog one away from the Rolling Thunder, Nismo one away from the Armageddon. We've seen how much value he's been able to find with that ultimate on this map so far. Already has multiple kills with it. This is Cubert playing some really solid Valorant now. I mean, dare I say, this is possibly the best play we've seen from them all series in this stretch of the Lotus attack out.
Quick action here. Cubert just trying to really set the tempo up a touch. Trades out 1-for-1 through tree. I think if you're Core, you're okay with this because you get a little bit of an aggressive peek through C Mound. Smoke will keep the B setup pretty planted, and now you're into a 4v4. Is there a peek here from Knights? No, not quite.
Just waiting for some of the teammates to work over towards Mound where he wants to send out a flash for them. Going to find out that no one is home there. Snarly does have the ability to delay here with some mollies, but not going to stop Scuba from teleporting in.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder as well, part of this. Oh, and Scuba would love to be able to find this elimination. Timing is good, the headshot better. And Cubert will have a 3v3 post plant. The retake attempt, though, could come quickly. It just comes down to, can Logan find any info? And ooh, even better, it's just a double swing over through Waterfall that catches out Knights. So now you do have the opportunity to get a recon bolt in towards site. That will be set immediately. No reveal, though. Satchel play. Whoa, Teemo's so aggressive. T-Dog punishes. Now to the 1v2. Shock dart hits for so much, and Nerve finds the shots through the railing to get the retake underway.
That was some great damage from Logan, 120 coming in. I liked that Rolling Thunder from Cubert. It was bold to send it in the 3 versus 4, but they used it in excellent fashion to even things out. At the end of the day, they just couldn't win those important duels towards Waterfall, however. Knight's going down straight away. Scuba couldn't find the trade, was just forced to retreat. And from there, it's just a matter of core trading things out. Unfortunate that they lost Nismo to that spam from Logan. That's a decisive moment in the round as well.
Well, round 18, full gun round coming through. A couple ultimates online. In particular, you're looking at the Armageddon and the Overdrive for Cubert. And they look like they want to go with Tempo. Rolling Thunder is what's ready for Darkest. He is not here, though, on this site, so you have to try to respond to this. And Snarly, good with the Guardian for one. Redux comes back to find Nerve. Confirms that Logan is also playing on site, and Darkest will drop. So now the Armageddon flushing out the last couple of defenders. Snarly, the only one still standing, and the only one finding eliminations. Is that all they need, though? Snarly's taken down 3 and has single-handedly held on to the C site.
Lit up Nismo a bit as well. They need to try and get the spike down, or do they just, they just want to go all the way to the A site with that Razorvine delaying. Does Knight stick around, look for the backstab? He does. Are Core going to be aware of this?
Yeah, you can hear the footsteps. No need to peek yet. Temo's got the showstopper. They're ready. Snarly for 4, though. This guy is unbelievable. And now the showstopper to clear up the space. And Snarly's found himself a Phantom to work with on the corner. Snarly gets the ace. Showstopper doesn't get there in time to steal it. And I think we're all pretty thankful for that as Valorant fans. Core Gaming, and well, mostly just Snarly Gaming, holds onto the C site, rotates over for the final 2, and we're within 2.
How was he able to kill the people that were trying to trade onto him with just the Guardian? That snap over to the left was so ridiculous. More vintage Core magic coming through in, what was that, a 4v2? Certainly a 3v2 at some point. But they just can't trade out onto him.
It's just another in a long line of moments for Core Gaming that just, how? Why?
Just how?
Yeah.
How do they keep getting away with it?
And it's another one of those moments, like you mentioned, like Snarly is in the corner of the C site with a Guardian, and we're not able to trade him out.
Last player standing.
He's not playing the most slippery of agents. He's playing Viper.
Yeah, he legitimately could not get out. He was stuck in, and he was just finding all of the kills on his lonesome. That is crazy. He only had 7 kills until that point as well. Hasn't even been having a standout map, and then just decides to go crazy. He did have those moments on Haven for sure, but eating up when they needed him most, and somehow they've gotten Cubert to a point where their economy's not looking too great.
Yeah, Light Armor's in the mix here for the most part. Bulldog for T-Dog, and you lose this one, you're on to a save round, and you're looking at another tie game situation. So critical, round 19 here for Cubert. But you're in the face of a Hunter's Fury, a Viper's Pit, a Rolling Thunder. Just everything you could possibly want for Core. Darkest does get pushed back, so I would like to see him give up this site and get replaced by somebody else, because you really want this Rolling Thunder for this defensive round.
Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to play a little safe crate paranoia. What onto Logan, but he gets 2, just spraying close range.
There they are.
Oh, and he gets a reveal. I mean, Core can do no wrong. Fast lanes up,
really
Snarly in the
can.
corner. Crossfire set up with Nerve if there is a commitment into C, but there's not. And it's just, I don't know, man. They're blessed. They are blessed.
Missiles come in to obscure Timotino, but he still finds his, and then the wall comes up. There's 30 seconds left. Do you want to walk through the wall? Do you want to rotate off? Do you want to just save? Want to vote surrender? What's the move here, guys? There's no time left.
Well, they're just going to hold weapons here at mid by the look of it.
10 seconds left.
Another lifeline gets extended over to Core Gaming. Hi, guy.
It's another situation where Cubert, 2 rounds in a row, they just can't find these trades.
Yeah.
Snarly able to collect in the previous. Logan just having a nice time sitting right at the door, able to spray down 2 players, running through it. They are just having a crazy day individually. And they've had good team play for sure. That was really the highlight of Split for me, but when you have Snarly pulling out an ace like that, Logan finding a 2K there where he's just not getting traded, that's what's making the difference. The amount of man disadvantage rounds that they're actually converting, it is pretty crazy to see.
Here we go. Dark is still playing off the door. Continues to do so. Cubert. How do they want to try to break this down? It looks like they want to try to give this a workout, at least try to challenge. And there'll be a fast lane with Redux playing with the fault line. Darkest, though, the door shuts and he just backs up into sight. So now the Viper's pick gets called late into this round. It's going to force the hand of Cubert to largely have to play this through A. I mean, they do have an overdrive, so they could try to challenge the pit if they want to, but I just don't know how comfortable that's going to feel in the face of some good utility support. So yeah, they're going to take their efforts to A.
40 seconds left on the clock now, and there's been a massive rotate from Core over to the A side. Teleport into Baby Door from Scuba clears that out.
Seconds left.
They'll have to deal with multiple anchors over towards that A side, though, if they commit. There's hesitation from Cubert.
Yeah.
They still have the spike in Baby Door, and there's 20 seconds left.
Darkest going to get a read here. Big 1v1 for Knights initially, but that pinch is shut down. Now the defensive Rolling Thunder coming through, but Darkest falls immediately behind this. So there's going to be a chance here to try to plant. Logan trying to stave this off by way of the Hunter Fury. He does connect on the T-Dog. Shock dart over the top. A little soft lodge.
That can't be a lineup.
No,
I mean, there's no way. But if it was, that's incredible.
Oh, here comes the opportunity. Nerve already going to get down through ropes. Snarly trying to play this through small door. What do they have? Paranoia. That might be what has to connect. Have to queue this one up together. T-Dog, Redux, Nismo, all of them in perfect spots to deal with it, though, and Cubert will get to 11.
That got astoundingly chaotic with about 20 seconds left. Cubert Academy really spread across the map. Able to dodge all of those ultimates and get the spike down. They'll be happy to come away with that one, though. Rolling Thunder gone, Hunter's Fury gone, round 1, and they put the economy for Core on the line in this oncoming round. In position to seal the deal on this series.
Darkest with an operator. Are we surprised?
I'm definitely not. Actually, yeah, on defense, on attack, no surprise. Defense, crazy.
Good stealth drone, Rolling Thunder combination. Redux gets a lot of space. Backside C, angle there onto Nerve, a little bit of damage, but he gets tagged. Snarly trying to retake the angle as the spike is planted. You've got Darkest working on a pinch, if you want to call it that with an operator, though. Steel Garden going to be called in. Darkest, can you find some sort of a peek here? Maybe a missed opportunity on Nismo. Just kind of gets tucked into a corner. And now the retake after the Steel Garden expires has to come by way of Waterfall. It's going to have to be a full flood. Do they get a reveal off this recon dart? Here comes the take. Cubert stepping up. Good counter flash from the side of Cubert's post plant. And yeah, there's just no way to get through these front doors.
Well, the only option left is to save, bring these 2 guns into the final round, where overall the team is going to have a pretty horrendous buy to try and stay in the game, try and drag this to OT. And outside of a couple miracle rounds, Cubert have looked pretty stellar on this attack sides. I've been very impressed by their post-plant play. I think that's really been kind of the best aspect of their game that we've seen in this series. The post plants and some of those big executes that we saw in Haven were fantastic. That's really where they've excelled.
Well, now it's Core with their backs up against the wall. And to make matters worse, Nismo is one off of an Armageddon, so if he doesn't catch it in this round, he will for the next one. And again, you could see they're just so flush with cash. So major advantage here for Cubert to have like what I'm going to call a leader's advantage. It really raises the stakes for Core to try to hang on to this. And I don't know, it's just not being able to connect on some of those last ultimates in the last couple of rounds have really softened up what this defense is looking like. Again, a couple of nice 1v2 moments from a couple of the defenders, but largely speaking, Cubert have found good executes onto sites. It's been the post plants that have been a little bit messy up until that last round, but it does feel like there has to be Core Gaming like giving them a little bit of space and continuing to try to play for retake.
Yeah, it was that round 2 ago where Cubert were able to win, and the Hunter's Fury Rolling Thunder were used from Core, where they've really gotten a big advantage on the precipice of winning. And frankly, for Core, win or lose, got to respect how close they've made this game. This has been quite the performance.
Yeah. Ooh, this is an opportunity maybe for the side of Core. If Snarly can catch one, doesn't trust that he can hang at C mountain though, so he'll back up into sight. Little walk down here from Logan with the stinger at pillars. Snakebite with the poison cloud, trying to delay this hit over towards C. Stealth drone out. The reveal and suppress come through. Redux trying to follow up offense, but both players are stunned. They can't find each other. Eventually, Snarly drops. Teemo. Scope through. Waterfall connects for the first, but can't get away to keep his life. 4v3. Reveal on tonight. Oh, that's such poor timing. Nerve was looking for the paranoia right down the main side of the ramps. Not going to work out. Now it's just down to the final couple of defenders. Logan, wait, he's able to find a couple, but no, the high ground control for Cubert just too strong. A couple of slip-ups, a couple of mistakes that were punished, but Cubert Academy still able to survive through map number 3 and make their way into the winter semifinals.
Hell of a performance from the Core side. Individually, obviously, insane. The plays on Haven were ridiculous. And even at the end of Lotus, able to get rounds because of Snarly getting that crazy ace. Most of the kills with the Guardian. But ultimately, on the team play front, despite, I think, on split, Core having the advantage there, Cubert with the utility game, very on point. Team play, very on point for that Lotus attack. And most of Haven, and despite that being such a crazy map, comprehensively as a team, I think they were definitely the better one today, but certainly walking away still impressed with Core.
Me too, and I think that anytime you could find a squad that finds ways to win in the grittiest of moments, they're going to provide headaches for anybody that comes through them in the lower bracket. The other side of things, though, I think if you're looking at this from Cubert's standpoint, you got a little bit of time now to go back through, re-talk about some of these protocols that you missed out on, a couple of windows, a couple of numbers advantages that you just kind of threw away, gun rounds that just went awry, you got thrifted on. I expect this Cubert team to come back out for this upper semifinals and look a lot better than what we saw from them today. So we'll see if that was just kind of one of those series that you're just getting right back into the, oil up the machine, so to speak, get right back into the mix of things, get yourself fresh after not playing for nearly about a month like we had talked about for a team like Envy, who did fall earlier today. So an interesting first day of playoffs. We've got more still to come tomorrow, though. But before we do, we got to close out the day. So we'll head to a break, get our desk back, let us wrap things up, and talk about tomorrow. Right in the backside of the break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, the only one on the team that I 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Teemo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first enter, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take like isolate ones perfectly. And I feel like in a 1v1, he's probably ripping someone's head off. To be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny. He's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
Well, it's certainly not the day of Valorant that I expected, getting both series, all 3 maps. But I think the day we all deserve, first day of playoffs. It was close, but in the end, Cubert Academy to close out that map. Staying alive here in the upper bracket. Vans, there is so many ups and downs in this entire series, but hey, Lotus was fun.
I was going through a roller coaster of emotions for sure, but I'm glad that it still finished up here with a Cubert Academy win, so I don't fully crash out of my predictions for tonight. But yes, indeed, going into this third map was super fun. I think we identified like the pros and cons going into this map, of both of these compositions, where you know, even Ades was mentioning the core composition, very hard to play on the defensive side with no sentinel when you know you have such an explosive composition coming out from Cubert Academy, which I loved on their attack side, how aggressive they were, pushing outside of spawn and post plans, and finally after a timeout you figured out how you could really slow down the initial aggression coming out here from the attack side and play a little bit of turtled up and just kind of catch them off timings off the second wave of util, which looked really nice. But towards the end, I mean, it was still figured out by Cubert Academy. It was a little bit too late for Core to fight back here on that second half, and it was a good series overall.
Yeah, definitely a nice try from Core as well. I mean, there was so much action and place to be enjoyed throughout that entire series, but I do want to say though that for me, the biggest thing from the Cubert side is the fact that their last attack, the final half, the attack half, was a lot more in line with what we expect from this team. It looked a lot more decisive. They kind of had ideas of how they wanted to play the pulse plants. They knew how to disrupt. They knew how to take away win conditions from Core. And it felt like things were finally starting to come together for Cubert. And I feel like if they can maintain the level of form that they showed in that last attack half on Lotus specifically, I think this team will be an absolute terror in the server.
In the end, it was just shaking off a little bit of that rust on the first map, I think, after having a 3-week break for Cubert Academy. And once they were able to really shake off that rust, it really looked better and better from map to map. So definitely we saw like that powerhouse team and the reason why this team was put together in the first place. And also, again, the potential that each one of these players bring. But again, I'm not going to take anything away from Core out of that one, though. They put up an amazing fight, an amazing series as well. And it really, if this is an indication from today for these matches, dude, this playoff is going to be insane.
The bracket and how things shake up has the potential to be crazy. I mean, Core now in that lower bracket and making this as such a close series as they have with the Timotino that was unlocked for a really good chunk of the series, unfortunately just kind of shut down at some point to this final one. Like, this Core team could be a sleeper pick, guys.
100%. 100%.
I mean, definitely. I think we've been. I don't know if sleeper pick is even justified at this point. We've kind of been singing their praises. We talked about the level of play that they have inside, right? We've talked about what kind of team they can be. So I don't think we're. I mean, you said you were surprised to even see this whole day go to 6 maps. I'm honestly not surprised at all. I feel like the level of competition is so close now, and I think this entire regulation season proved that.
My apologies. I was unfamiliar how much of a knower you are. That's my bad.
This guy Roy, all of tonight, dude, has been chilling himself.
Yeah.
Always gotta be right.
I get to
Good
be
thing
right
he's got
one
long
time.
arms
I'm
so he can pat
basking in
himself
it.
on the back.
Exactly.
Jeez.
After 5 weeks, he's like, I'm finally right once. I have to make sure everybody like knows
Everyone
it.
needs to know. Everyone needs to know.
All right. We'll come back to that and talk about the rest of the bracket. But in the meantime, we have T-Dog on the line for the post-match interview to talk just a little bit more. Hello, congrats on the win. We'll keep it quick because it's been a long series, but I want to know your expectations going into that series than the actual reality of this 3 map that went the distance.
Yeah, expected to 2-0. We had a good game plan, and we didn't execute it the way that we wanted to. There were just some things that were going on where, little things, us not being on the same page, those guys having good individual moments. But it's just the start here. This wasn't a sweat.
It's been about 3 weeks since we've last seen you guys in the servers, since you did get to qualify into the playoffs a little sooner, whereas Core had a little bit of a different run, having to grind out all the way till the end. That's ultimately extra reps as well. Do you think maybe that's something that got to help them, and maybe it was just like a little rust from you guys to start off?
It's a great point. I do think that we started off just a little rusty, perfect term there. They did have that extra match or whatever it was good, maybe an extra 2 matches. But we've been practicing all week, obviously. But, that transition where, we had more time off compared to them, I definitely felt that they were warmed up and going through the motions like a little better than us. We just, a little bit of a slow start there.
That's fair. And then I want to know about going on further in this series, how to keep that mental resiliency to keep pushing past, especially when you have a first map where there's like these little upsets that goes to a triple overtime and then losing your map pick.
Yeah, for our team, a big thing that I've tried to instill is that, I don't really need to because we all know it. We're the best team in the league. So what that means is hero plays, individual plays, 50-50s, random stuff, spray, this, that, the other. It really doesn't phase us because we know that's how people can win against us. When it comes to me calling, my controller player, my duelist, my sentinel, my flex player, we're all top tier. So it really doesn't rattle us. Our experience is like a huge advantage we have compared to all these teams. And I actually joined in on Roy saying, something along the lines of how the competition is close and how, it's a couple people, or he's saying he wasn't surprised that these are going 3 maps, this, that, and the other. And I respectfully completely disagree. I think with online tournaments, it's extremely random and it's almost impossible to tell how stuff is going to play out. So I do think that the talent in this game, there is a very, kind of like top, and then there's kind of like a bottom. There really isn't a lot of players in between. And I'm not referring to the core players when I say that at all. I'm just saying in general.
I want to let you know, too, the Discord's instantly lighting up with everyone just going after Roy now. It's really funny, respectfully so. But all right, last but not least, I got to ask, I see the plushie there. How soft is the plushie? I got to know.
It's very nice. It's very nice. You can go to sentinels.gg and check these out. My boy Nismo had a big 1v2, which activated a 25% off discount code for everybody as well. And everybody can enjoy, get your Cubert, get your merch, support the team. We really appreciate you guys. And, that was a great win. The last thing that I like to say is I didn't really like the way that things ended for me personally last year on that team. And that win feels really, really good. And I will never not take my matches personal against that organization, no matter who is playing on that team. So I'm really excited to play them again in the future.
Definitely looking forward to another match. Congratulations on this one. I'm excited for the rise of Cubert Academy and see what's to come, T-Dog. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you. All right, back over to the desk as we close out the day. So much insight.
Nothing but W's for T-Dog. I love it.
I know, honestly.
I was coming for blood.
So much. There is all the stuff about the team. I mean, his own sentiment with this face-off today and everything. And then, of course, Roy, you've been right all day, and he has to call you out for being wrong. Like,
I love
let's
it.
go, T-Dog. Let's go.
Oh, that's so funny. Bro's saying that the level of competition is not good, but going to 3 maps in almost all his matches.
Oh, and by the way, he said that he talked about the code from Nismo, but they didn't say what the code was. So it's Nismo 25.
I mean,
There you go, Rob.
There you go. Okay, make sure that's in there.
Oh, are
but
you getting a commission or what?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to be a friendly voice of the community for Rob.
oh my goodness. I mean, that was definitely a map that went the distance, but with that, Cubert Academy is going to be staying alive in that upper bracket as T-Dog gets to exact that revenge and send Core down to the lower bracket where, yeah, that's going to be tough competition down there. When we're looking at the caliber of the teams that we have here in the playoffs, it is not going to be a friendly playoffs run for anybody. So securing your win now, finding yourself in the upper semis for M80 and Cubert Vans has to feel pretty good.
Dude, if anything, I'm still quite in awe that the upper round 1 was still rankers against M80, with M80 coming in as the 8th seed. That's crazy to think. But to see that M80 was able to pull through with that one, I mean, now I don't even know how to predict the games for tomorrow, because Winthrop University, again, huge W that they got last week in order to qualify through. And they're playing against a TSM that's also been very hot this season. So I'm also going to respectfully disagree with T-Dog, because I still think it's going to be very close games between both TSM Winthrop and SRB and Blue.
Wow, it feels so good for you and I to be aligned, Vans. I love that.
All right, but I still hate you, Roy. It's okay.
No, it's okay. I hate you too, but it's all out of love. You know what I mean? It's like
not a love or
hate.
hate. I don't even know what anymore.
But no, I completely agree. I think tomorrow's matches are going to be absolutely insane. We have Blue Otter versus Shopfire Rebellion Black. Of course, Blue Otter has been looking pretty good in their last few matches. TSM as well versus Winthrop University. So I think I'm in line with Vansili. I think we're going to have some great matches tomorrow.
I mean, we had all the three game sets today. We had some bangers, but it's been a long one. So I know we need some rest for tomorrow so we can stop this bickering that you two have been having all day and anything else.
I love you too, Vince.
Yeah.
Okay, and not a wholesome.
I love you
Great,
on Ted
awesome.
Lasso.
Okay. All right. You just killed it. You just killed the moment. It's just done.
All right. That's where production's like, come on, guys, get off the air. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's going to be an awesome day of playoffs tomorrow. Make sure to tune in. We'll see you then. Have a good night, everyone.
Player to keep an eye on here would be Okeanos. He finds elimination. He'll have a dimensional drift to try to reopen up this site. Zera timing here perfect. Finds Caillou looking for more and is able to take it swiftly. Even predicts the teleport. Zera, a flash of brilliance. Puts it down, just down.
Wants to keep fighting.
Yeah, trying to get something off the bounce pass. Not fully going to work. And how about Ion? Locking things down. No rotation. Responsible for this is a lot of his focus is over towards mid. Does have the sheer behind him just in case. Sato, corner, lineup. I mean, take what you like. Now over to the burst on Spiral Fight all 4. Line them up. Knight's weapons right there at Garage. They should be able to grab that and take this into 3 rifles, but not the case initially. Good flash. Redux following up, but only finds 1. Nismo now over through Garage. Last hope. 1v2 situation. Caught in the crossfire. First shots are good, and Nismo transfers over. Finds the win, and with that, Cubert, Serve Patrol Nerve still staying alive on the site. Barrier Orb goes up, but no one checks for Logan from behind. So now the spike is down. Rotation coming through for Timo. And Cubert are not going to try to play the 2v1 versus Logan. They're going to instead try to play for this plant and hold on to the Barrier Orb position. Scuba still holding on. There's the smoke. Logan with the window, just down to 9 for the 1v2. Not in a position to see this. And as he snake bite with the poison cloud, trying to delay this hit over towards C. Stealth drone out. The reveal and suppress comes through. Redux trying to follow up offense, but both players are stunned. They can't find each other. Eventually, Snarly drops. Timo, scope through Waterfall, connects for the first, but can't get away to keep his life. 4v3. Reveal on tonight. Oh, that's such poor timing. Nervous looking for the paranoia right down the main side of the ramps. Not going to work out. Now it's just down to the final couple of defenders. Logan, wait, he's able to find a couple, but no, the high ground control for Cubert. Just player to keep an eye on.